Just a casual swing from this guy can shatter the power meter. How insanely strong can he be, unleashing power before the world? Enemies vanish. Even the Beast King begs for mercy when facing him. So it turns out you were once the heavenly demon lord Yuzeong, a being even more powerful than the emperor, but standing at the peak of this ceiling made him very bored. Just as he was complaining, a guard brought him a fascinating stone. It is an alchemical stone. Just channel your spirit energy to unlock a gateway to an entirely new civilization. Finally unlocked. The chubby guard volunteers to step into the trial path first to see what dangers lie inside. But as winter passed and spring arrived, over 100 years went by without him returning. Yuzeong decided to enter the gate to find him and report back. I never expected that place to be such a highly advanced world. Here, guests enjoy luxury. With premium beds, only problem is they have to use newspaper to keep warm. The place where I landed was a city station, surrounded only by poor homeless people. Very quickly, Yuzeong joined the group and was offered a drink. With just one sip, he felt enlightened, amazed that such a delicious drink existed in the world. After talking for a while, he learned that the world is threatened by monsters emerging from abyssal gates, and only those awakened to power can stand against them. Besides, it is a job that can earn you a lot of money if you are lucky enough to be chosen. You can drink to your heart's content. After the story, the enthusiastic beggar proudly reveals the world's best drink, beer mixed with soju. Unexpectedly, as soon as they were mixed, a beam of light flickered, pulling them all into the gate. So surreal. This must be the formula to open it. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, claiming to be the master of this place, assigning them the task: survive 7 days to escape. But everyone here is powerless, panicking and screaming for help. Outside the gate control unit, chaos erupts, all likely triggered by Yuzeong's sudden appearance. Inside, the young man still did not get the hint and shouted curses at the shop owner, terrifying everyone around. He was controlled without argument, led away, leaving everyone else to arm themselves. Nothing special. At this moment, no one yet knows Yuzeong's true power. They think he has lost his memory and desperately try to drag him away to escape, but is already too late. On the other side, the monsters began charging fiercely in great numbers. Though they were the weakest, fear and tension gripped them all the same. In contrast, Yuzeong calmly steps forward, determined to protect these people. Seeing the musk deer approach, the entire pack of beasts leapt high, tearing the scene into a tragic chaos. But as the dust settled, the musk deer was nowhere to be found. So you swiftly secured your grip on the leader's head, then gently struck at a source of terrifying energy. With a single strike, Yuzeong defeated the alpha chimpanzee. The system keeps notifying you of your promotion. The fake awakening defense system has been activated for the first time. The system is requesting Yuzeong to allocate your attribute points. If not allocated within 10 seconds, they will be assigned randomly. After reading the explanation, Yuzeong finally realized, I get it now. This is the awakening those crazies always talk about. My power is growing stronger. Defeating monsters in the gate will awaken something called the system. The more you defeat, the stronger you become. But it is useless to me, as a terrifying surge of power bursts from Yuzeong's body. My martial arts are not just about strength. The only thing that can awaken me is myself, because this energy is exactly like Mother Nature's. Become my power in the blink of an eye. Yuzeong formed a sphere of power in his hand. The system displays a message. A critical error has occurred. Yet none of that could stop the fighting spirit within him. Do not deny it. Now that you are within my grasp, there is no escape for you. The system update failed to distribute scores due to some unknown errors. Lost points because the player reverted to level 1. The fake awakening protection system was shut down the first time it leveled up. Let us pause for now. Just unsealed, the entire pack of crazed chimpanzees lunged at Yuzeong like hunters. They all fell under Yuzeong's sights. With a single, expertly wielded sword stroke, he effortlessly vanquishes the entire troop of apes at once. Ignoring the system error messages flashing on the screen, Yuzeong felt a surge of excitement. This was incredible. Taking down these 4 alone would earn us half a year's worth of internal training. Thousands of chimpanzees recoil in terror at the sight of him. Seeing them, Yuzeong felt like he would found gold and quickly leapt forward. Come on, get up here. Everyone outside trembles before Yuzeong's overwhelming power, as he single-handedly dominates all. The system praises you. A great first achievement. You single-handedly killed 100 Nuka warriors. The first achievement ever awarded to a single player. You can choose to use the rune or not. No need to overthink it, Yuzeong replied firmly. No need. The guy started turning pale as the system kept bombarding him with non-stop notifications. Unable to control himself, Yuzeong went mad, wildly smashing every screen before his eyes. No. I said it was not necessary. The system has granted you some new items. The hidden item has been activated. Yuzeong chuckled awkwardly. Alright then. Looks like I will have an extra lunch. Rune appeared. A hexagonal jade face with a Buddha seated right at its center. In the distance, a crowd stood in a long line. They leap with joy, relentless in their cheers. He is so strong. We are still alive. Among us lies a false awakening. Kim and Cheng spoke up. Wait, if he kills them all, We won't be able to awaken once we leave the gate, like that guy Jiang from Gijongsan. They seem pretty weak, do not they? In Chang panics, warning that those crazy women are doomed. A hero charges forward with fierce momentum. Do not worry. He looks a bit strained. We will give you a hand. Anyone else want to help? One by one. They joined in me. Me too. Only In Chang felt that this act was incredibly dangerous. Yuzong turned his head and said, I have no reason to favor any of you, but make sure you win and become the true awakened one. The mournful howls of the chimpanzees echoed through the land and sky. The chimpanzees lie sprawled on the ground after being defeated. In an instant, they were all beaten like arrows. Yuzong stood calmly among the apes and said, Lunch is over, one chimpanzee at a time. Watching them as if they are slowly being worn away. The system displays information on element 107. The nuclear particle. 270 sets released by Darren. Yuzong felt a sharp H in his head. His face blank with confusion. What the hell is this? There is no way to fix this mess. The system instantly understood In Chang's intent and disabled the notifications. Players can turn notifications back on if they want. While Yuzong gazed into the distance, someone quietly approached from behind. In Chang's face darkened ominously. Those who disobeyed him earlier got beaten by the apes so badly they had to see the elders fools. That is why I told you not to go. Anger leads nowhere. Yuzong stepped forward gently, advising In Chang. Sometimes we have to risk our lives to satisfy our ambitions. Hey In Chang, do you see that? I told you I would save you. Did not? He turned around and asked him, How old are you? Yuzong answered honestly. Since I turned 100. I stopped counting, so I really do not know. Deep down, In Chang had to admit he was truly strong. But could awakening have messed with his mind? To ease the tense atmosphere, Yuzong changed the subject, saying, Running so much has made me a bit hungry. In Chang carefully said, In your bag there is food and some essentials for the nest. A young man hesitantly asked, Excuse me, are you the awakened one? What should we do now? He turns to reassure him. Why ask? Don't worry. I will carry all these lunch guys for you. The whole group stopped their cruel questions for lunch. Yuzong explains. The lunch is the monsters themselves. Man at the end of the line raised his hand high and confidently said, I work at Seal Station, so I know how to handle the gates of Ska. If there are civilians, awakening won't increase survival chances. Yuzong frowned, glancing at him with annoyance. So what? I am no fake awakening. The station staff, confused, asked. You are not from Saigon. The salty hand of the West answers. This is not a false awakening. Have you ever heard of martial arts? In Chang stood behind, exhaling deeply. My friend is a bit crazy. You know. Yuzong's fury erupts. He turns to In Chang. Are you crazy? You still do not believe me. He refuses to back down quickly, snapping back. What did you just say? How could I believe you came from yesterday afternoon? He shouted in his face. Because I was the one who created the gateway. In Chang playfully praises you. The gate. You made it? Right. Got it. Amazing. Yuzong felt deeply disturbed. What was with that face? That guy. Right after, he turned his face and pointed at a mysterious person standing in line, saying, Wait. He asked in disbelief. Yuzong has given him a new mission. You will be in charge of these kids. Yuzong knows everything. He heard me and understood it all. Right. That is because you are the only fake awakened one here. Everyone's eyes are fixed on him. He stood frozen before the dark rumors. How could this be? How could you possibly know? Yuzong looked at the boy and said, I feel the energy flowing through your body. I can see everything. He placed his hand on his chest, then looked up and replied, Is that? You are more impressive than I thought. That is right. My name is Kang Sarang, and I am a false awakening. Unfortunately, I am not from I am Shine. Under the treaty, I am not allowed to interfere in the affairs of other nations. Yuzong stepped forward, placed his hand on Sarang's shoulder, and confidently said, If I say, it will be done. He hesitated and said, Didn't I tell you? Yuzong's hand gripped his shoulder tighter, then smiled and asked, Are you saying no to me? Is a treaty more important than a person's life? From now on, can I be the team captain? Sarang gradually feels a growing dread before Yuzong's overwhelming spiritual energy. He harbors countless suspicions. They say the world is full of strong warriors. But how strong must one be to kill hundreds of the Nuka clan as if on a leisurely stroll? He seems to be ranked in the top 200. But why has not he gained any fame yet? Could it be that he has changed his appearance? In Sarang's eyes, Yuzong was a mysterious and terrifying figure. Seeing him silent and lost in thought, he worriedly asked, What is wrong? Did you lose your tongue or something? Cornered with no way out, Sarang has no choice but to accept the captaincy. If no one else awakens, I will. Above all, there must be one survivor. After settling everything, Yuzong turned to leave, saying, Good. I will be the one to fight. Make sure no one gets hurt. He also openly shared his feelings, which won't be easy at all. As you know, Ranky gates or higher won't see violence for 2 days. Yuzong turned around and asked, What are you talking about? Sarang froze for a moment at his question. He really did not know. The person in charge over there introduced themselves as D1C. Their name includes information about the gate. The first symbol reveals the power of the monster emerging from the gate. Even the lowest ranks, including newcomers, can easily defeat the monsters there and awaken. The number in the center indicates the mission: defend, attack, or raid. It is number 1. So defense is the mission. Do you understand now? Faced with those long-winded explanations, Yuzong yawned repeatedly and gave a vague reply. In Seraing's heart, he silently wondered if the boy was pretending or truly unaware. To confirm his suspicions, Seraing pressed him further, and the man replied, Wang Hu. He said that, then began calculating the best options. Today is the first day, so no violence. He is only targeting you. But tomorrow, it will target everyone. No one can escape the fight. I will lead the defense. So Wang, you need to take down those monsters quickly. Yuzong put on a stern face and said, it must be this way. There is no better choice left. Seraing is calculating carefully. Do we level up if we solo 2 or 3 monsters? It varies depending on the type of monster. Yen stood aside, listening to their entire conversation. He explained it well. Seraing kept talking. And as you know, when you level up, the experience needed to level up again also increases. Yuzong falls into deep contemplation. Seraing keeps watching Yuzong's every move. Why ask that now? Are you an idiot? Or is there another reason? A bystander approached and asked, I am a fake awakened one. How hard is it to reach rank? Seraing honestly admits, it is tough. He says that out loud, but inside he thinks differently. No. It is impossible for 2 awakened ones to accomplish it. Even if that kid is incredibly strong and completes the gate. Even if that kid is extremely strong and completes the gate. The news has been non-stop for 5 days since the gate appeared in Gaseul, Asia's logistics. Scientists have predicted the portal's emergence based on the score. This gate is the world's first of its kind, ranked by point. According to the official announcement from a ski, the gate at Gaseul is ranked, and those trapped inside are all civilians. How many people are trapped? The expert answered seriously. Even among the homeless. The official number remains unclear. However, the estimate is roughly between 200 and 230 people. One question remains. Is there not a single false awakening among those trapped within? Unfortunately, no one. People keep watching closely to stay updated on the situation. The odds of completing the gate are incredibly slim. The chances of completing the gate are extremely low. Jihu checks in with his team. How's the evacuation within a 2 kilometers radius around the gate going? He reported immediately. Evacuation within a 1 kilometer radius is complete. But some areas within 2 kilometers have refused to evacuate. Current evidence shows the likelihood of the gate exploding beyond 1 kilometer is extremely slim. Jihu looked at the situation before him and exclaimed, damn it. This is giving me a headache. He is utterly outraged. Does the company matter more than people's lives? The officials have all hidden away at home. He nodded and gave the order again. The department head, report back once more. The reporter will arrive within 2 hours. If we reach out first via Facebook, email, or phone, they will write headlines accusing us of ignorance about perimeter security measures. The subordinate immediately obeyed the order. I understand now. Jihu anxiously asked, have the identities of the homeless at Gaseul been confirmed yet? Captain Kim In Chang is really in there too. The head of the representative office recounts. Yep. Kim In Chang, a 43-year-old discharged officer. Captain Kim In Chang was once a senior officer in the same corps as me, driven by a sense of justice. Unable to endure injustice, he was forced to leave the military, yet still earned the respect of others. After hearing the old tale of In Chang, Ju spoke up, saying it would be amazing if he could lead everyone to complete the gate. The department head continued briefing him on a few key points. No information on the oddly dressed person beside Captain Kim In Chang. I thought with that special suit, it would be easy to find him, but he just appeared out of nowhere. There is no report at all. Not seeing the face on Sijvav is strange enough, but there are countless other mysteries too. Jihu turned to look at the screen and said, everyone knows he is trapped in the gate, so investigating is pointless. All we can do now is wait 2 more days until the gate opens. Maybe everyone in there is already dead. Time passes. News programs and social media continuously update the situation, informing the public. 25 minutes remain until the gates close. For safety reasons, all reporters will begin evacuation immediately. We will return with footage from the high-end cameras installed around Gaseul. We ask everyone to join in prayer for the arrival of a miracle. Only 5 minutes left before the gates close. Even the host is sweating bullets. With his last ounce of strength, he used the final wire on the headlamp. The final gate has opened, unleashing a tremendous power that engulfs the entire station. Ju stands inside, watching through the cameras set up along the road. He was quite surprised by what was happening. The gate did not explode. Could it be that they have already completed the rank gate? The sparks grow denser with each passing moment. The gate unleashed a whirlwind, sweeping everyone inside out into the open. In the end, everyone managed to escape safely from that perilous place. Live viewers were stunned, finishing second. Unbelievable. Crazy. What is happening? They live in Asia. Seraing stood frozen, deep in thought, having nearly slain all the monsters alone, and after stepping through the gate, he vanished once again. I am not dreaming. After a while, The gate slowly shrank, and Yusun was amazed to see a plane flying high in the sky for the first time. He strolled down the street, eyes fixed on the sky. A look of wonder on his face. How could something like this even exist? Kang Sarang said completing the gate was like a miracle. I had to quickly slip away to avoid those sharp questions. But now what do I do? He let out a long sigh, talking to himself, starting to think it over. How about earning some money to climb onto that thing flying in the sky? Yusin walked step by step down the street, taking in the city sights. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Yusun calls out, Sun Greem. He turned his head curiously to see who was calling. Yusin asks once again, Sun Greem. Are you really Sun Greem? His pale face recognized the caller as the cult leader. Knowing she has found the right one, Yusion beams and reaches out.
Yep.
Sun Greem. People here are really surprising. Kang. Before I could finish, he sprinted at full speed to escape. Help me, Yusion. Driving me crazy. That hateful name. How dare you run away from me? He is a lost cause. Yusion freezes, watching Sun Greem's retreating figure. But his aimless running truly resembles that of an ordinary man untrained in martial arts. Back then, if Sun Greem tried to run away on purpose, I would have to use 15 parts of my inner strength just to catch him. Or could he not be Sun Greem? Though the face looks similar, it seems quite flawed, with the belly protruding noticeably. Does not it? My skills have been stolen by that person. Sun Greem ran while glancing back anxiously. Was not that the priest? Suddenly, Yusin teleports before him, freezing Sun Greem's entire body as if encased in ice. He asked in confusion, How can you still perform martial arts like that, master? Have not you already lost your merit? The raging fury of Yusin surges like a storm. So, you recognize me but still choose to run. Sun Greem turned pale, pointed at Yusin, and confirmed, You really are this cult leader. He trembled, wondering to himself what to do next. If this kept up, he would be beaten to death. To avoid punishment, Sun Greem quickly knelt down, bowing his head in apology to Yusin, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, to rule the world. People passing by are all curious, looking at the two of them. What is going on? Are they filming a YouTube video? Is there a hidden camera? Clickbait. Only fame-hungry fools do that. Sun Greem blushed deeply upon hearing those words. How embarrassing. Here I, kneeling in the middle of the street at this age. Having said that, he donned his gloves and stood up, but it seemed an invisible force pressed down on Sun Greem's entire body, leaving him utterly motionless. The master's inner strength is pressing down on me. To do this, at least back then, you had to grasp the basic principles. Sun Greem grits his teeth, pleading with Yusun in humiliation. Please, let us go somewhere else. Let us go somewhere quiet and talk. Finally, Yusun and Sun Greem enter a cafe, sitting face to face. Yet neither utters a single word. Sun Greem thought to himself, I have lived here for 22 years. I have forgotten most of the Central Plains. Not just a few people. I might not remember everyone's face, but I will never forget the priest's face. The last time I saw that day was when it was just the early 30s. Then within that day, like a teenager, Yusin turns away toward the door, speaking first, ignoring how glad I am to see her. If you can't give a good reason for running when you see me, then today you die here. Sun Greem's shoulders tensed with anger upon hearing those threats. How could such terrifying words come from a face so calm? He is like he is sitting on a powder keg now. Think fast. Sun Greem. Think fast. Sun Greem stammers, struggling to come up with an excuse. That thing. I thought I was hallucinating again. Yusun asked seriously. Is this a hallucination? He then revealed the long-hidden pain in his heart, saying,
Yep.
After arriving in Korea, I imagined that day for a long time. But when I got closer, it vanished like air. That is the illusion. The stress of not being able to return home, as the representative said, is like a demon inside. Your presence reminds me of my homeland, so your image keeps appearing in my mind. Running away is the first step to curing this disease. Since then, every time I face a ghost, I ignore it and then run away. Yusin nodded and said, I understand now, seeing you fall into the trap so easily. Sun Greem's heart swelled with joy. It is working. It is working. Emboldened, he never stopped playing the victim. It has been a long time since I last saw a ghost. I have been going through tough times lately. When a demon appeared, I quickly ran away. Yusin sits lost and thought about him, realizing she quickly learned Korean using Mander's method. But Sun Greem might be different. Wandering for years like a stranger might have awakened the demon within him. Moreover, losing martial arts skills may also lead to a decline in the nervous system's adaptability. Sun Greem now. His soul is completely empty, like a barren field. The clerk behind the counter spoke up, apologizing. Guys, please help me order some food. Sun Greem quickly grabbed the menu and replied,
Yep.
We will order right away. He showed it to me and cheerfully asked, What would you like to eat? Yusion, bewildered, asks again, What is this place? Sun Greem patiently explains, It is a coffee shop. This is your first time at a coffee shop, is not? You answered honestly. Of course. I have only just begun to truly explore this world today. Sun Greem's eyes widen with curiosity. But how come he speaks Korean so well? Tell him. Does he not remember? Among Mander's techniques, there is one method that aids language learners, so they just kept sharing their stories with each other. Which means the sect leader must have left the demon realm only yesterday. Not yesterday, to be precise, though the employee wore a friendly smile. Inside he was deeply annoyed that these two still had not ordered drinks. He stared intently at the menu. Sun Grim took the initiative to ask, "Shall I explain?" But he flatly refused, saying it was not necessary. Judging by the order in the book, the first one has to be the best. A steaming cup of coffee sits on the table. Sun Grim smiles warmly. Have you ever tried espresso? Eek was lost in watching the coffee cup. The midday drink. Such a charming little cup. Sun Grim excitedly said to him, "Sir, you try it." He eagerly awaits, wondering how the sect leader will react to tasting espresso for the first time. He raised the espresso cup to his lips, hesitating should he or should not he. After a tentative sip, Yuke's expression shifts. Surprised by the taste of this drink, Sun Grim feels something strange. What is this? No reaction. The first sip should feel pretty intense. Right. Suddenly, Yuke spoke with a tone full of resolve that startled him. Sun Grim. Say nothing. Just listen. Sun Grim can subtly sense it. Like a shift in tone, Yuke angrily asked, "Is it poison? Did someone put poison in the glass? Because of my arrival, it seems someone is targeting you." Sun Grim's face turned pale upon hearing those angry words. Like a seasoned detective, points at the glass. Suspecting this was the work of a deadly assassin, keep pretending you are about to drink, but do not actually drink. A few drops of espresso still cling to his finger. Master Sun Grim sat still like a statue, anxiously asking, has he been poisoned by them? If it is true, blink twice. He sits helplessly calling out, "Master." You look at him. I told you not to speak. Sun Grim tries to explain to him. It is not poisonous. That is just its natural taste. You still try to deny it. But for a moment, my heart raced wildly. Sun Grim replies, that is the effect of the coffee printed in the coffee. The moment a single drop of water fell onto the table, immediately began to smoke fiercely. Look, the toxin is corroding this table. Completely powerless. Sun Grim had no choice but to obey the leader's words. Yes, it really is poisonous. Why do not you use coded language? A skilled assassin might be targeting us right now. Yuke firmly asserts that we have discovered someone showing signs of attempting to escape. Sun Grim sits here, only knowing to obey. In his mind, he thought, he deliberately poisons using inner strength, melting the table with martial arts. But in the future, things like this will happen hundreds of thousands of times. More, what is the point of scrutinizing each person so closely? Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait, hundreds of incidents. Sun Grim anxiously asks, Master, do you have a safe place to stay yet? Answer me clearly, he asked curiously. Where is it? The guy signals, pointing directly at Sun Grim. He startled, panic in his voice as he asked again, is that you? You confirm it. It has to be him. Sun Grim slammed his hand on the table. This won't do. I will find another house for you myself. My Yik uncle laughed happily and said, why should we let our rank live alone? Sun Grim sensed the cult leader's second personality awakening within him. To avoid punishment, he fell to his knees, weeping bitterly, begging, please, that is not allowed, he asked in disbelief. Why not? Think carefully. Sun Grim, what if I secretly follow you into the house? No one can stand in my way. Right, just take me there. Alright. Sun Grim's heart now knows only one thing but his mercy. I am doomed. With every pat on the shoulder from Ook, his body seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Missing my wife and daughter. What if they think I brought home some random guy? Ook embraced his subordinate tightly, saying, I am truly happy to be by your side once again. Sun Grim could only force a smile. I was truly glad to see the leader again. A silent day passes. A new day begins with the bright morning light. It is also the time when students arrive at school to learn. In class, everyone is buzzing about yesterday's event. Gate D was completed without a single awakened one. The black-haired student checked his phone and said, I heard over 40 people were injured. And there is also talk of a mysterious high-ranking awakened appearing. Right. Do classmates ever discuss whether he has offensive or defensive skills related to ancient Ruan language? If the student next to you seems indifferent, but is actually listening closely, is that a high-level act? The issue of high-level false awakenings is currently a hot topic. What is going on? Even the Minister of Awakening Management is deeply interested in this awakened one. Henthuk slammed the table in anger, questioning, isn't it true that the UN policy states, if you awaken within a country's territory, you are considered a citizen of that country? Why hide the identities of those awakened now? Planning to monopolize all the awakened in Ska? You should keep the pressure on the person across from you. Director and Ma told me say something already. According to witnesses questioned by Gu, they described a young man, not quite right in the head, who single-handedly defeated 1,000 monsters. At that moment, a false awakened one from China was there too. But at first, He just stood outside watching. From the second day onward, monsters kept pouring in relentlessly. Just as everyone feared bloodshed and dwindling numbers in a deadly battle, a young man with long hair dressed in ancient attire suddenly appeared. Alone, he fought relentlessly against the monstrous horde. According to Gyu's summary, since he killed almost all the monsters from start to finish, only 22 people had the chance to awaken. As a result, 156 survived through the gate, while the rest remained civilians. Seeing Minister Lahat demand an answer right in front of him, he had no choice but to comply. This is no ordinary matter. So even if it is revealed, facing international criticism is inevitable. Doing so will only make people suspect that SGS has hidden motives and is deceiving the public without accountability. Gyu decides to say now that there are fake awakenings in China people still believe, because they know they are real. They are just hiding their identities. No one would believe if you openly said a guy named Vong Ho showed up. Only when Trung Lo Kim in Chang wakes up will we have the answers to everything. At the same time, in a clean cafe, Yu Song sat chatting with Seski about what happened to the great Ming dynasty. As he had already passed through that gate, Yu Song shrugs. Then they will have to fend for themselves. He asked, puzzled. Sir, as the sect leader, leaving without a word, won't that make those who stay behind worry? Especially Du in there. He must be really worried too. Amidst his worries, he dropped a shocking revelation. Everyone except me is already dead. Sgas in shock. Wow. He hurriedly asked, why is that? Is there a war or something? No way. There is no country big enough to start a war with the Ming, unless it is a civil war or a pandemic. Yu Song shook his head, saying no. There was no rebellion or epidemic at all. They all lived full lives and then passed away peacefully. If you do not understand, then why ask me? Yu Song calmly explains to him. After you left, I lived to be over 90 years old. I have watched each of our peers close their eyes and pass away. One by one, their descendants took over their power beside me. But things were no longer the same as before. He says these descendants see me as a god. SG wonders. Am I now the last loyal follower of the cult leader? He muttered. I am already 22 years old. Yu Song sighs. 22 years old. You are grown up now. Are not you? He has not even lived to a quarter of the sect leader's age yet. He reached out to touch his young master's cheek, though over 90 years had passed. The sect leader's appearance had not aged a bit. Sometimes youth is just skin deep. Yu Song smirked at him. After 2 rebirths and 2 regressions, age is no longer an issue. What about you? Sangrim was startled upon hearing the young master's exploits. Oh, how marvelous and enviable they were. I do not even know when I started pretending to. He swiftly changed the subject, giving a thumbs up to praise his young host. But among those who successfully reincarnate, only a handful manage it. And doing it twice is something only the sect leader can achieve. Yu Song smiles confidently. Who else could be the king of this land? Back to the main topic. Sangrim asks the leader if he still possesses the power from his time in the Central Plains. Right. He now channels his energy right before him and speaks at length, saying roughly that he lost it but is slowly reclaiming it. But have they completely lost all their power? He bowed his head in response. The remaining strength dispersed throughout his body, a little in every part. In short, I am just an ordinary person now. Sangrim confesses his heart. Master, is there any chance for me to refine my skills once more? Yu Seong asks him. Why does he think he can't do it? Sangrim explains that the energy here is too polluted, making it unfavorable for cultivation. The sect leader stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing it is true lately. I have not been able to cultivate at all. I wonder if there is a place with fresh air if I can cultivate there. I can eliminate impurities and make my training easier. Sangrim was so happy he jumped up really. The young master acts indifferent, but asks why do you want me to put on a show? Sangrim begged with tears. Yep. Begged so desperately it was embarrassing. Yu Song's expression was full of doubt. Are you really serious? Does that mean I will have to live at your place? Sangrim reluctantly gave in and agreed. So he knows you will be there anyway. Speaking of him, he quietly asked Yu Seong. Master, you still have not met the mysterious figure inside the angel's palace. Right. He tried to recall what happened before, half in a daze. So my memory is hazy. But I remember meeting someone, and that bastard crippled my martial arts. Yu Seong recalls briefly and exclaims. That name. I have met him too. That is why I lost almost all my martial arts skills. Sangrim clenched his painful fist, saying even the sect leader's martial arts have been taken away. But Yu Seong clasped his hands and asked, what did he take? No one took anything from me. I even had a martial arts duel with him. But in a fight, once you make a mistake, you lose that very moment. Sangrim falls back in horror. Did you say you dueled that terrifying man? The young master nodded in agreement. But how could you remember anything? Why are you suddenly so afraid? Across from Sangrim, curled up and trembling in his seat. I remember nothing. Yet the fear I feel is even more terrifying. He recounted what he could still remember from that time. Perhaps I was weaker than the sect leader, but I was still a martial artist of unmatched skill, nearly invincible in Central Plains. Yet he did not have to strain himself at all to effortlessly drain the essence of my martial arts, as if waiting for a hand. Sangrim anxiously trims his nails. Honestly, I often joke to myself that he might actually be a god. That line made me burst out laughing. She is always with him. What kind of god is that? Nonsense. If he were truly a god, how could he ever lose to me? Sangrim, curious, asked. You said you won. Can you tell me more? Yuzong said he was trying to absorb my martial arts. So I fought a life or death battle with him. Feels like I've been fighting him for a whole month without eating or sleeping. We have definitely won. He said it himself. Then he appeared in the battlefield like a giant statue and asked Yuzong if killing him would trap him forever at the edge of the light realm. The king plans everything meticulously, but Yuzong has nothing to lose. He says, "It is too complicated. Let us take it step by step. Let us start by killing someone first." The mysterious man wondered. So that was your intention? The reason I lost? Young master suspects he is merely a messenger, devoid of any emotion. Back then, what he said was most likely true. Yuzong charged forward, sword in hand, ignoring his threats. A powerful sword pierces through the statue. Yet my words remain just words. From the sword's wound, the statue steps crack and glow fiercely. This is the dimension of sacrifice. You can only escape it by sacrificing what you value most. Everyone has the right to choose. Trade 90% ego for 10% egolessness. Or vice versa, 90% egolessness for 10% ego. Yuzong smiled then, knowing that as long as he won, no outcome could ever scare him again. You have surpassed it. The first to do so while keeping your true self intact. Let us see if you can shut that door, Brother Yang started by saying. Anyway, that is how it went. Maybe there is more, but I do not recall the details clearly. Suddenly, I remembered something forgotten until now, wondering where my lost sword has drifted off to in the vast horizon. The absolute sword is the divine blade symbolizing the heavenly demon sect. The sword of absolute perfection itself has no connection to the heavenly demon sect. But Jin Yusong leads the remnants of a cult, needing a reason for the dark arts followers to follow him. At that moment, the ultimate swordplay was the most impressive display. Even though it is just a sword, losing it still stings. He scratched his head and said, for it is the only sword of its kind in the world, so losing it feels like a real loss. Sangrim knows the leader's true nature all too well, exposing the truth like that and still calling it a bit of a pity. Without the supreme sword, the sect leader can't harness the supreme energy. Right. Yusong shook his head, saying the secret technique could not be used. But the first and last halves of the 12 mu still worked fine. He asked, in the end, the sect leader sacrificed 90% of his sword mastery and inner strength, along with 10% of something else. Yusong must have endured it because he remembers nothing. Now I understand why my danchin feels empty. It seems it is not from the battle's strain. Sangrim is curious. But what other choice is there? The young master does not seem too concerned. Probably nothing special. But he said if it was not special, I would have kept the internal power, so it is really nothing special. Yusong folds his arms, reflecting there is reason in that. Some things are worth protecting more than one's own inner strength. It is my hair, Sangrim said in pain. If I regain my inner strength, will my hair grow back? A cosmic black hole now sits atop his head. Not a single hair can grow, and it seems to be spreading. He asked the sect leader how he managed to regain his inner strength. Yusong fumbled with his hair, sighing. Where did the handsome, polished Sangrim go? The young master recounted the events of the previous day, when we defeated the monsters at the Gaiseon Gate, and I was rewarded with the level internal skill. Sangrim's expression turned serious. Does that mean the cult leader has defeated all the monsters at Gaiseon's Gate? Young master smiled and nodded. Yep. As you level up, your inner strength increases. So I have been pushing myself relentlessly. Sangrim stood up anxiously. This won't do. First we need to go shopping. The young master used his mind to analyze the modern words spoken by him. Does buying stuff really mean going shopping? Why all of a sudden? Sangrim led the young master, speaking as they walked. Your outfit today will draw a lot of attention. Has anyone ever asked for your name? The young master follows him, saying he has a name but won't reveal it. He uses his Elliot. Wang Ho. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ho. That was close. Before a scam and the government hunt us down. We have to run and hide now. But Sangrim forgot to account for the cameras everywhere in the modern age, capturing both of them from start to finish. To explain further, a false awakening is a superhuman with extraordinary powers and physical abilities. They are the chosen ones to fight against evil. Awakening the false is a precious human force. Government and companies like SG grant them countless benefits and a comfortable life. But those benefits are only for awakened pretenders who obey the laws of the government and SG. Jin Yuzong is undeniably talented, but that does not mean he is one to follow orders. Imagining the moment Yuzong receives the government's rejection letter, things with SG won't be so smooth. He would refuse immediately. If he wants me to join. Why me? I do not want to. And if the awakened resist cooperation, Z will silently enforce compliance. The organization snipers will come to capture you. Oh ho. You who have never faced the fiery battlefield dare to challenge me. What happens when someone who never follows anyone's rules meets an SG who controls everything? With Yuzong's power, the guild is bound to explode. So if caution fails, Sagan will pressure their loved ones. Our director Han has a plan to deal with Yuzong. Can he handle it? In Jin Yuzong's case, who would be the one under pressure? Seji knew his place and said, "Me." Who else? So he believes he must protect both the cult leader and his own family. At that moment, the young master spoke, telling me it was done. He turned to look, then nodded. Looking sharper than before, Yuzong now sports a modern short haircut, swapping ancient robes for everyday clothes like the youth of his time. Vu says with a nod, "This outfit is really top-notch." Yuzong noticed Sangream carrying a large bag. "Could it be mine?" He said again that this was something I bought for his daughter. Young master asks, "What is the little girl's name?" Sangream answers, "Sang Soyun." He beams with pride when the young master says the daughter must be adorable, just like her father. Jin Yuzong wonders if the girl has inherited her father's fortune. Sangream's face lit up with happiness at the thought of his daughter. She was not the cute type, but truly beautiful. Everyone says the girl looks just like the beauty queen idol. Sangream asked cautiously, "Why are you suddenly praising him? That is not like the sect leader at all." Yuzong, "I am only proud of you." Stripped of his martial arts and forced to live in a strange land, yet he still started a family and lived an honorable life. Truly admirable. The sect leader said, making Sangream doubt his own hands. The sect leader. Yuzong then asks if the person has a job. Mentioning this, Sangream immediately smiled confidently. "Of course. I am the president of a construction company. If you knew how hard I have worked, you would be moved to tears." The cult leader nods knowingly. The chairman must be making a fortune. Sangream did not hesitate. He pulled out a black card to prove his funds. "I am not lacking this. Would you like to buy something?" Yuzong thought for a moment and said, "That machine earlier melted down. Right. That thing helps record other people's faces. Does not it? Can it be bought?" Just now at the cave, when they left, they accidentally left behind a trace of energy on the table. A guest rushing to meet a deadline set their laptop down, and it immediately burst into flames. "What the hell is this thing?" The staff stared in shock. "Sir, your laptop is on fire." The guest is in agony. "I know it well. This computer is dead. Who the hell poured lava into it?" The uneasy staff said a spot on the table just melted moments ago. The chairman gritted his teeth in anger, scolding everyone. "It is all because of that gate at the gas cell. I had no way of knowing." Sangream responds, "Is it a computer?" But knowing the leader's needs, he realizes a computer might not be quite suitable. It is not a computer. It must be a phone since it can record and take pictures. "I will bring one for you." After finishing the call, Yuzong turned with a hungry look and asked if sumac was expensive, saying he wanted to try that dish too. Sangream wonders, "Sumac? What is it?" "This is a drink that combines soju and beer," and laughed heartily, saying, "Whatever you want, I will grant." Yuzong raised a finger. There was one more thing. Deceived by the cult leader's trivial demands, Sangream let his guard down and shouted, "I will buy it for you." The leader just asked if it is true it is a bit expensive, and immediately placed his hand on his chest and vowed, "Of course. I promise." Then Yuzong just pointed to the sky, measuring the distance. A large helicopter is hovering above them. Sangream looks up in surprise. The leader repeats once more, "I want a helicopter." "Wait." Pause for about 2 seconds. Sangream plays dumb. "But surely you want to buy a helicopter model if you go up to the 3rd floor of Harvey's store." Yuzong grabbed Han's arm, shook his head, and said clearly, "It has to fly, and it must be piloted by a human." Sangream looked at him with a pale face, admitting the helicopter's price was a bit steep. The sect leader's fury turned icy as he demanded, "What kind of attitude is this?" He tightened Han's shoulder. "Are you the type to break your promises? You promised it yourself." Han staggered in pain but still refused no. Why would he choose it of all things? Sangream, the pain is unbearable. My shoulder feels like it is about to fall off. Can we just leave it be? I will buy one for you later. Yuzong, let go of Han. I promise. The audience quietly agrees, silently praying, "Please save me, since it is late." Han said, "Let us just go home now." Yuzong asked if you had already left. "But you have not told how you survived yet," and urged him. "When will I tell you? Right after this?" "I still need to figure out how to say it. I need a reason to welcome the cult leader into my home." So Sangream waited for Master Yuzong in his car, driving the Han, lost deep in thought. Later, I had to rack my brains to fabricate his background. As the car stopped, the voice of Yuzong echoes, "Sangream, are you there?" He answered yes. That is the one. A grand, spacious, and modern villa. Yuzong paused thoughtfully, then spoke. "I do not think you have earned that much yet. The house is still a bit small." These words made Sangream fall flat on his back. He is furious. "Are you comparing me to that god in Gangnam? This house is already very big." "I see your expression. I understand. But why are you leading me astray?" Yuzong's voice made his blood boil. "Living in a small house is not shameful. Just find a bigger scale." Sangream's face twisted in anger. Yet he could not defy Yuzong's vast forbidden palace in that world. In the end, he swallowed his anger and said, "Let us go inside. I told you. You must not drop the honorifics. Not even with my wife. Because I am playing your maternal uncle. Yuzeong's serious face told Sun Grim in the dead zone that he had just taught me how to be a spy. Gather intelligence. And infiltrate. Who thinks ordinary people could discover us? These words made him suddenly realize. The sect leader is truly a flawless and unparalleled person. He is not only skilled in martial arts but in many other things. Which is why he is so revered. After hearing his story, my worries seemed to vanish. He said it is okay. Let us go inside. Remember to keep the honorifics. Sun Grim is confident. Truly a leader. He is incredibly clever, and so Yuzeong. They crossed the vast garden in front of the house together. Yuzeong thought the garden was a bit cramped, but it looked quite charming. A woman's voice welcomes them right at the doorstep. You are back already, as a beautiful lady. She has guessed. This is Yui Hyeyeon, the wife of Sun Grim, and glanced at the sect leader and introduced. This is your nephew. Say hello. Yuzeong. His expression changed instantly. High Priest Yuzeong performs a solemn farewell ritual for the Dawn Palace. I am the son of my mom's younger brother. Hello. My name is Jin Yuzeong. Hyun was caught off guard, so she hesitated before answering. Sun Grim, caught off guard, embraces from behind, unprepared for this moment, and hurriedly explained to his wife that the boy meant he came from that side of the family. I can be a bit intense. You know. Sun Grim and his wife step aside to talk. Finally, with a pleading look, Sun Grim asked his wife, since it has already happened, can the boy live with us from now on? His wife fell silent for a moment, making Sun Grim worry if it would work. I never thought my wife could smile and say that. Hannah surprised. Sun Grim holds his wife's hand, gently asking, I want. But why? His wife asks why. What for? She smiled gently, saying I could not possibly refuse your close relatives. All of Sun Grim's tensions have been healed by his wife. As Yuzeong was led inside, the two told their niece to talk to Soya herself. She needs to know she has a cousin too. Enter the house. Yuzeong, follow her closely, and respond politely with eyes. Madam? Sir. Sun Grim watched his wife calmly accept the situation with tears streaming down her face. Though he had crafted the most meticulous excuse, he was grateful to have such an amazing wife. I am deeply moved. Thank you, my love. I will regain my strength and become the perfect husband to bring you happiness. I will grow back the hairstyle and shoes you like. While Han flew into a rage and impulsively bought it, Yoon silently thought to herself, does he really believe that lie? But he is truly adorable. The three of them carried Yuzeong's belongings into the house together. Hyun walked while asking, how old is our grandson now? I hesitated but finally blurted out. Sun Grim shouted, he is 18. The same age as Soyeon. Hyun nodded. Really? That is great. She said he should go to the same school as Soyeon. Sun Grim is hiding. Where is the school? She simply introduced herself to the cult leader as Eun, her maiden name before marriage. But from now on, do not bother with formalities, just call me whatever you want. I respectfully kneel on one knee and say, I understand. Sir. Hyun hurriedly stopped him, saying, you do not need to kneel down. Then she looked at her husband and said, I am going to call Soyeon for a moment. The two stood silent, waiting for Sun Grim's wife to ascend the stairs. After she left, Sun Grim immediately approached and asked, Master, why are you speaking so formally? You want her to find out you are lying? Yuzeong asked. Is not that how you have to talk to something? Now he finally remembers where his master came from. He asked if they address each other like that inside the palace. As expected, Yuzeong nodded and said yes. Sun Grim shrugged and said, from now on, let us talk about history a bit more casually. Less formal, just like me. As for Miss Hyun, she was not actually that easy to trust. My husband once told me his entire family was lost in a major accident, and he grew up alone in an orphanage. But suddenly, a grandson appears out of nowhere. She quietly recalls that now he is the CEO of a construction company. But when they first dated, he was just an ordinary builder. Since becoming chairman, he has been acting a bit strange, like he is from a different culture. He lacks the most basic knowledge of the common habits innate to Koreans. Once, when she brought him coffee, her husband recoiled, asking, what is this bitter black liquid? Hyun could not believe it and said, you do not even know about coffee. One day, three low-level awakened ones at odds with SG suddenly seized the construction site. A few construction workers have been taken hostage. My husband saw this scene, and then single-handedly took down all three of them, with just a piece of wood in his hand. At that moment, she wondered how he managed to defeat them, and her husband replied that because they rarely used their powers, he was able to defeat them. Since that day, I have been closely watching my husband and uncovered his true identity. Hyu confirms. Yep. Her husband is from North Korea. At first, I was worried, but he completely cut ties with North Korea and has now become a family man. She watched Eun's father talking with her husband in the living room and thought, maybe that young man is also a male spy or agent sent by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to South Korea. He could be the son of a comrade he happened to meet by chance. Or maybe they are actually related, but they do not look alike at all. In the living room, Yoon asked the man, the head of the family, Why he needed his wife's permission for his grandson to live with him. Isn't that a bit strange? Sangram explains it is because the social environment here is different from home. There are no kings or emperors here. You seem surprised. Who are you fighting for? This country. He said that every few years, the people would hold elections to choose a king. The leader realized. Then surely we will choose a king who will protect the people's lives. Sangram hesitated. Then agreed it was true. He thinks explaining everything would be too complicated. So he will just let him believe it that way for now. He added that in a democratic culture, we respect each other's opinions. This system is deeply rooted in the world, so it is the same within a family. The old man crossed his arms and said, I understand. Two figures glimpse each other, whispering about democracy. She covers her mouth, sobbing, because he is from North Korea and not used to democracy. Right, Sangram continued. One more thing. Leader, I must warn you. The old man looked at him and asked, what is it? Sangram's fierce face warned, never get involved with my daughter. She is as beautiful as my wife. The cult leader muttered that she resembled his wife, not just anyone. Sangram nodded in agreement. The old man smiled, pressing his lips together. I understand now. I won't do it. Sangram suddenly jolted. That expression. I have seen it before. But when was it? He recalls a time long ago, when his master was besieged by an army, and the enemy general said, Jin Yun will kill you. The name of the demon cult leader, who shattered the world's peace, kneel quickly. Jin Ian. Show your respect before the emperor. At this moment, his sect leader looked down with a disdainful tone and said, Anil. Is it? Yun clenches his fists, eyes burning with resolve as he says, I promise you. All right. I will never lay a hand on her. Sangram. Do not be suspicious as if I would believe that face of yours. He is confident when thinking about his daughter. Just walking down the street, she already gets business cards from talent agencies. I even heard the whole school lined up just to confess to that girl. Well, the cult leader from the Imperial Palace probably would not know about that. His eyes suddenly gleamed. Wait, the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, he asked me, Leader, is not my wife stunning? Your grandfather does not understand a thing but still answers. Oh really? Sangram sees your attitude clearly if you rest in this world. My wife must be very ugly. Right, the old man remained silent, neither denying nor confirming. You just covered your mouth when you coughed. I never thought you would do that. I never judge others by their appearance. He's annoyed, exposing the cult leader. So why are you coughing like that? Besides, your reaction was way too late. Embarrassed, he slammed the table and scolded the bastard. Why are you suddenly speaking so disrespectfully? You are just a little over 50. Mess with Kangram's daughter or wife, and he won't hesitate at all. Yeah. I am glad you are a 100-year-old monster, already 1 foot in the grave. My wife is a very beautiful woman. But here, the standards of beauty are different. In this case, you cannot apply the royal palace's strict standards to her. Yuzong does not even bother to say I understand. I understand. Sangram hurriedly took down Yuzong, seizing the chance to admit she was beautiful. This situation is both like and unlike the Kung. Sangram, the jailer, keeps asking about my wife, while Yuzong stammers about someone else's. Finally, he blurted out that she had an ugly face, apologized, and Sangram would fiercely drive that damn cult leader out of my house. Yuzong kept persuading him, saying, just think, Sangram, is not this a good thing? You said if your daughter looked like your wife, I would not want to go near her. Sangram, as if enlightened, exclaimed, that makes sense. That evening at Liaoning Qingdao Airport, amidst the bustling crowd, a secret lesson was underway. A tall young man stands solemnly and says, sorry to keep you waiting. Lord Yuzong, the person opposite replied, sit down. Kang Seryong, Special Combat Support Agent Grade A. Your mother is Korean. You were involved in the Kankwet Gate incident at Gasuel. Right. Seryong nodded. Yep, sir. The person opposite commands, report now. Seryong outlines the sequence of events. I only accidentally got involved in that Kankwet Gate incident. At first, every word from your mouth was carefully prepared before you came here, so they are precise and specific. Grandmaster Gozil asked, how strong is that prince? What is his estimated level? Gozil, you are the leader of the SSG organization from China, calling Yuzin's reactions back then. Seryong hesitated, saying if I am right, it must be over 200. Seryong pondered, explaining that the highest rank for top climbers is 100, not 200. But he said the only thing I see in him is that he seems clueless about the system. This guess might be silly, but maybe he is a high-rank climber who lost his memory. Gozil flatly refused, saying it was impossible. He asked, what did you say? The big boss said with a knowing smile, when you blend fruit, the residue sticks to the blender's blade. The absurd part is, on the very same day, that leftover piece looked just like juice. Seryong hears the rustle of fabric fruit juice. Perhaps the big boss shifts his seat and commands, Kang Seryong, from now on, You will belong to Civil Security Management Team 5. Company number 5 has not been established yet, so we will arrange it soon. He was utterly shocked. Civil Security Manager. The Civil Security Management Team's duty is to handle assassinations, control, threats, bribery, or high-profile killings. This is one of the most important locations in Saigon Chinatown. He knows well that a supporter like him has no place there. Then why does it have to be me? Goziel's voice was firm. Team 5's mission is to make the prince vanish from this world. While they debated life and death over me, Yuzong sat inside Kangrim's house, curiously watching the big V. Your face is flickering. Are the pictures moving? By nightfall, Yu High Iron lay restless under the blanket, turning to her husband Sangrim, who was still awake, and asked, "What is wrong?" She said, "I am afraid Yuziong feels strange here and might have trouble sleeping. So maybe you should come over and sleep with him tonight." He replied, "You think so too? Can you come over right now? In my mind, my wife truly is an angel on earth." Then he sluggishly took the pillow and walked to your room at the door. Before I could even knock, Yuziong opened it and asked, "What brings you here?" He replied, "You knew I was coming all along, did not you? You overheard me talking with my wife downstairs, did not you? You think I am so carefree that the moment I sense you, I just open the door." "Do not worry," Sangrim thought silently. The sect leader could hear every sound within a 500-meter radius, from the whispers of people passing secrets hand to hand, to the crawl of insects beneath the earth. But because all the sounds occur at once, it can easily lead to nervous breakdown, even though he trained his brain to process only necessary information. Focusing on every sound in this garden is far from comfortable. Then he asked, "Is the room comfortable?" You answer, "It is pretty good, smooth and comfortable. So much that once you lie down, you do not want to get up." He explains it is because inside there is something called a spring. You say it so casually. This world is truly full of temptations. Like all these gadgets for people in the modern age. Sun Cream explains that although there is no magic in this world, science and technology have advanced tremendously. You sung get ya. Ah. That is something that really piques my curiosity. You continued, "Why is there no martial arts here? Has it been lost over time?" Sun Cream quickly replied, "It is very likely that martial arts never truly existed in this world from the start. Do you even know where this place is?" Sect leader. Hearing that, the other party said in confusion, "It is not your house anymore." But you said no. I mean geographically. This is the southern part of Kali's capital. In 1392, the Goryeo dynasty fell, and the Joseon dynasty was established. By 1910, it had collapsed, leading to the rise of the Korean Empire, and later the Republic of Korea. We are in the Republic of Korea, in the year 2022. So this is the future world Yu Song just spoke of. As he pondered the days to come, here lies optimism and hope, as he envisions Sungrim acquiring helicopters, convenient transport, and high-tech machinery. But Sungrim's words instantly shattered his dreams. This is not a modern future. This place is different from where you and I once lived. So many. The future world faces destruction. The little poet sees all cult leaders as frauds. I am just a pompous bald guy. Then he continued, "Do you still remember the name of the first emperor of the Ming dynasty? The leader here is named Zhu Zhiling, the same name as the founder of the Ming dynasty." At this point, Yu Song wondered, what about Zhu Zhiling? The first emperor was named Chu Gaian Truong. Right, Sungrim immediately replied, saying that even among the princes of Gaoli, there was no one named Jin Yu Sheng, not originally royal blood. If my theory is right, these two worlds were once twins. Yet, you started pacing for a moment, your face darkening as you continued. Seems like one side went through an event that drained its energy. So science found that spot and made a breakthrough. Just now. Yu Song smiled happily in agreement. How interesting. Sungrim shyly replied, "It is really fascinating, is not?" He went on, "What about the gate?" As he spoke, he recalled the review he left yesterday, the first time entering, overwhelmed by chaos. A place he did not truly like. The feeling lingering like a bad taste in his mouth. Anyone wanting to try rice with secret inner strength must come here. Then, Sungrim continued to explain that leveling up inside the gate enhances internal energy, and aura, similarly a phenomenon that has only appeared in recent years. And no one fully understands it. The reason is clear. Has anyone ever actually entered through the gate? The opponent replied, "Usually, the gate is controlled by an organization called Seji. The manager's office always has people coming and going. But do you really get internal power as a reward for leveling up?" When the Yu Song responds and levels up, one can add points to internal power. By the way, with the current situation, one would need to cultivate 2 earthly branches, that is, train for 120 years. Seeing such a staggering number, Sungrim's eyes widened in shock. Then he sighed and said, "Without inner strength, this is going to be really tough for me." Seeing that, Yu Song was surprised. "Have you never tried martial arts training here before?" He thought of his lifeline and replied, "I contain it. Just the thought of so many different enzymes circulating in the bloodstream made me not want to train. I was so discouraged that I did not even bother trying." Yu Song calmly continued, "Good to know. I have also wrapped internal energy around the respiratory system to block fine dust from entering. Then you slammed me onto the bed and said, let us start with the purification first. Lie down so I can help you with the blood tracing, Sungrim immediately asked in surprise. Purification? Do you mean performing the bloodline pursuit? We simply respond calmly. First, we must neutralize the lifeblood at this point. Sungrim feared for his life. Try Hyatt, a technique that directly clears the blood vessels to restore flow. But honestly, those who undergo it are beaten like dogs. At this moment, Yuksong warns him, then steels himself for what is to come. Sungrim is still anxiously asking one more time. Is it time to get ready yet? I did not even give you time to brace yourself. Yuksong swiftly struck 2 pressure points at the back of his neck, leaving him disoriented and motionless. Stammering. Leader. Then, Yuksong brought up the past, saying, you ran away before, did not you? The old man, over 100 years old, just spoke as you swiftly pressed the vital points on his body. At that moment, Sungrim could only lie there gasping, thinking, we have been beaten. You cried out in pain. If the sect leader is poisoned, you should be careful. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Yet, the sect leader brushed off his words. Silent, he is only looking out for himself, is not at this point. He could only stay still and think to himself, has the Lord been holding a grudge since that day? The narrow-minded sect leader. The next morning, at the hospital, glancing at the fever chart and the system window, I realized this was not a dream. I had truly become a waking illusion. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. 2 men in black entered and said, excuse me, long time no see. I am Han Ji-hoo from the 62nd class of the Military Research Department. It turns out those 2 men are Director Han Ji-hoo and Deputy Director Lim Hyan-sang. Seeing that, Trang said aloud, then whispered in her mind, why is that place so dark? Is it broken? Ji-hoo brought out a basket of imported fruits and earnestly said, I am currently the director of Shi's Seoul branch. Although I know you are busy, if you do not mind, I would like to ask you a few quick questions. Teacher's expression hardened. He shouted loudly, I know. Stay away from me. A moment later, Hyan-sang stood outside the door and said to Ji-hoo, so it is true. The rumors about that person. In truth, a boy named Vong Ho single-handedly annihilated all the monsters beyond the gate with that terrifying power. Ji-hoo replied thoughtfully, indeed. The senior's story perfectly fills in the gaps of the fragmented accounts we have gathered. Instead, Hyan-sang asked sharply, have you found anything yet? Ji-hoo cast a sharp glance at him and warned, the deputy director will need to try much harder. Why did he disappear? When at this moment, a false awakening with the power of a high-level schemer would become a hero. There is only one answer. He is from the anti-Sagan group. Hearing this, even Hyan-sang was surprised. Someone from the anti-SG group. Could it be that Vong Ho is a false awakening hidden by the anti-SGI group? A secret ace up their sleeve. He nervously continued. They hid him because being involved in the race to find the awakened one now could put them under surveillance. Ji-hoo kept agreeing, despite the nurse across from them watching with fearful eyes. Yes, a mysterious act lacking social knowledge. Strange appearance, speech, name, gender, and wrinkles all are lies. Over here. Yeek suddenly felt an itch in his ear while eating. The other 2 kept exchanging blows. But there is only one standard we should rely on when searching for him. His absolute power from now on. We should call it the target. Because revealing the name would distort the conclusion and ruin the imagination. Seeing that, Hyan-sang said excitedly, that is why you are a director, always respecting others. But Ji-hoo stopped him, saying, don't celebrate just yet. Deputy director. At this point, Hyan-sang frowned, then realized, wait, the reason he saved the civilians actually makes sense. Ji-hoo smirked and added, of course. Deputy director, you are right to change a system. First, you must win the people's hearts. From there, they will claim SG can't do what they do. Perhaps this is the true beginning of the anti-SG group's grand scheme. Hearing that, Hyan-sang stammered, SG's fake awakening system will soon collapse. It is terrifying. Suddenly, your phone lights up, making Hyan-sang furious. Who would call at a moment like this? After the call, you quickly got up. Director, we have just received high-level intel reports, say the target speaks with a local accent, like the people from Jola province. Seeing that, Ji-hoo's face lit up with urgency. This looks serious. Let us head to the scene. Deputy Director. The moment Hyan-sang heard the order, he immediately responded. Yep. Aleph Construction. Staff and Director Sang meet. Manager Kim says, boss, your health's been great lately. Are you taking a lot of supplements? Sangrim smiled and replied, hey. Manager Kim, last time you said I looked taller as a woman. If the staff keeps talking, the boss will definitely look much healthier. Director Sang asked joyfully, is it true? He heard his subordinate's endless praise and thought to himself, It seems the cleansing really works. Even the roots of his hair feel full of life. Back to Yuzong. The leader has recently been immersed in TV and the internet, spending a lot of time watching documentaries, especially on the National Geographic Channel. Sangram gently approached and said, "You seem especially interested in scientific information," Yuzong said. "So that is the origin of the earthquake. The rain prayers were all in vain." Then, Director Sang began to share his story with him. What surprised me most was that the earth is round. At first, when I heard it, I thought the world had gone mad. Yuzong leans back in his chair. Unaware. "But I know," Sangram replied. "Please do not lie. They call it an empty barrel making the loudest noise." Yuzong recalls. "Do you remember what you said when we had to head west? What if someone slips and falls off the cliff? I told you then. Do not worry. There is no cliff." Director Sang said it. "Not that you are trying to manipulate me. But how do you know? I did not even know the earth was round." Hearing that, he slowly opened up. "When sulking, I often fly to the highest point to savor the view. And there I saw it the curves of the earth." Sangram was surprised to hear that can an ordinary person really fly up to the height of the plateau. But then he thought again. Of course. If he could defeat the gods at the gate. This was nothing. The priest's second pleasure lies in comic books and martial arts novels. I was once just like anyone else. The fascinating part is that these fictional universes share many similarities with the world we once lived in. Suddenly, you saw a character in the book who seemed strangely familiar, and he exclaimed, "Isn't this the person who once entered Stein?" Sangram replies. Yep. Then continue the story. "It has been a while since I reread it. Martial arts tales remind me of my homeland. So I once read that series too. Sometimes the main character is even stronger than the priest." Hearing Sang's story, the priest suddenly grew angry. "Too much. Unreasonable. What kind of nonsense is this? Does it make any sense? At least maintain some composure." I used to react the same way. So the priest's life passed more peacefully than I expected. Director Sang stood in the middle of the company. When his phone rang, his daughter was calling. He answers. "Hello. Is that my angel?" Before I could finish, Soyeon shouted from the other side, "Dad. Stop bothering me again." Sangram asks again, "What is wrong? My child. Is something the matter?" Everything unraveled. It turns out, peace was just an illusion. There is a big problem. That is my daughter and the priest. Always arguing, mostly over the TV and food trivial stuff. But they bicker several times every single day. It is not like Soyeon suddenly changed. After hearing everything, Director Sang said, "I know now. I will go back immediately." Soyeon immediately said, "I am really upset. He ate all my ice cream too. Did he eat some kind of cursed pork or what? At least leave me a tub. There may not be many dishes in the north. But I still can't forgive him." She was furious, throwing all the stuffed animals onto the floor. The cafe. Soyeon and Eon chat. Until the mother must finally tell her child the truth. In the cafe, Soyeon and her mother and the two Eons chatted with each other. "It was time for me to tell you the truth," Sangram's wife replied. "Yep. Your father and Yuk came from the north." Soyeon gasped. "What? Are you serious?" "Dad is a North Korean spy." Looking at his face, it kinda makes sense. But still, the girl hesitated. Then called her father's colleague, the director of the Jiangdaesu Fire Construction. "The line's clear. Is that you?" Soyeon. "What is going on?" "Dan, a test for your father." Sangram, what does the girl want? Surprisingly, the results do not match. Soyeon said. "Why is that?" "He is not Dad's son. Just a relative or the son of a North Korean comrade Dad is taking care of." "I want to go out now." "Mom, I am just gonna hang out with my friends a little longer before I come back." Two voices echo back. "Dinner's ready. Come on." But then Soyeon left, and as she passed Yuzeong, she thought to herself, does he spend every day on the computer and reading books because he still has no friends in Korea? It is a pity. But honestly, he looks good, almost as handsome as the main character in the movie. I guess I have to treat him well. At this moment, Yuzong is completely absorbed in watching Devum, exclaiming, "This is humanity's first step on the moon." Soyeon approaches and starts talking. But before she finishes, he snaps. "What? Move aside. This is an important scene." Seeing that, she thought to herself, maybe he does not dare to look me straight in the eye, kind of cute. Actually, Soyeon asked, "I am about to go out. Do you want me to get you anything?" Yuzong replied, "I do not need anything at all." Maybe she finds me intriguing. Thinking, look, compared to those romance dramas, this is hundreds of times better. No one else reaches this level of indifference. Then Soyeon asked, "How am I to you?" "Today, I am planning to meet some friends." Yuzong answers bluntly, "Ugly." She is still lost in dreams, saying, "I am ugly. Never in my life have I heard such a compliment." So Yuzong replied again, saying "Istohu" means unattractive, not beautiful. Hardly a compliment. In her anger, Soyeon kicked him mercilessly, saying, "You sly snake. What now?" And so, The war between them began. As Sangram arrived home, Yuzong's door opened. He said, "Why waste your energy opening the door? Just open it yourself," Director Sang asked. "Why are you eating ice cream with my daughter again?" He is stubborn. "But if you see it, just eat it. Is not like your daughter bought it," Sangram said helplessly. "Are you really that proud? Saying he will be more careful next time is not enough. Adults need to be a bit more patient sometimes." Yuzong asks Sangram, "If a man's daughter does not respect her elders, what should I do? I care for Soy, but she needs discipline. But since I am not considered an adult yet, I have to teach that kid in a child's way," Director Sang helplessly said. "Please try to make peace with the girl," you argue. "But it is your fault she is always nagging. Like, is that how a woman should be?" Sangram replies, "Here, you are still at a disadvantage." Then he handed you something. "Here. Take it." "What is that?" he asked. Sangram handed Yuzong an ID card and instructed him that from now on, the leader will use this identity. Yuzong. Finally, the long-awaited moment has arrived. "What day was your daughter born?" Sangram replied. Soyun was born on September 14th. Just 10 days apart. Before Director Sang could speak, he rushed to Soyun's room, saying as he went, "All right. Perfect, leader." Sang is stunned. "So you came to Sangram's daughter's room to show off. Take a good look." Soyun, "By law, I am officially older than you now, so you would better start showing some respect." Before he could finish speaking, she hit him with a palm strike again, shouting, "You need to learn some manners." Knock before entering the room. The next morning, Sangram said goodbye to his wife before leaving the house. "I am off to work." But the two of them stopped him. "Ani, wait a moment." Saying that, she handed him a glass of juice and said, "I just made this. Drink it before we go." Sangram took the glass of water and embraced his wife, grateful that only she truly loved him the most in this world. Seeing that, she gently reminded her husband, "Wait." Yuzong is watching. His face suddenly darkened. Then he said, "Yuzong." Watching Yuzong sit motionless in front of the TV, he thought to himself, has the leader been glued to the TV at home for days? Is he some kind of penguin? Then you told Yuzong, the sect leader, to go out there, explore and enjoy the world outside, instead of staying cooped up inside all the time. Hearing that, he paused, pondering exploring the world. Sangram continued, "Yep. Would you like to go shopping? Or is there something specific you would prefer to do?" But he just shook his head and sat down. Seeing this, Sangram could only warn, "Go wherever you want, but please avoid Saga Sianja. If you show your face there, you are asking for trouble. And if you meet a foreigner on the street, use the Mando technique." Yuzong immediately wondered. Wow. Sangram explained that to attend high school, you need prior overseas experience, not necessarily real, but it must be arranged to look authentic. He paused and wondered. High school. Why do I have to go to high school? Why are girls forced to study so much? Sangram continues. Because most Koreans think that way. And everyone must learn how to eat, speak, rap, and unwrap. Then, he leaned close to the voice, learning to resist following silly demands like asking to buy a helicopter. Anyway, tomorrow's the day to go out and enjoy life a little. Well, since it is Saturday, it is okay to just stay in. Saying that, he pulled out a stack of 50,000 bills and handed them to the cult leader. Moments later, Yuzian arrived at Hongdae Station, a vibrant and youthful hotspot. You pace around, mumbling to yourself, "The name sounds impressive. Wonder if I should grab something to eat." Then he started thinking, Gwangju has clay grilled chicken. Seichian has fish-flavored minced pork. So surely Hongdae has its own special dish too. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped, drawn by the aroma of fudo, just in time to find a street stall selling grilled skewers. After walking for a while, he stopped because the smell of food attracted him. Just in time he came across a sidewalk shop selling grilled skewers. He took the skewer and bit into it, his entire mouth exploding with flavor, making Yuzan exclaim, "What is this taste? Tender chicken, warm and savory. Absolutely exquisite." Saying that, he bit into the meat with relish, savoring every bite. This dish is addictively good, truly a hidden gem. Eating this with soju is absolutely perfect. Life leaves no room for regrets. Hearing that, the shop owner was genuinely surprised. Was my grilled chicken skewer really that delicious? Then, Yuzin ran out, selling me 20 crutches. The shop owner asked in surprise. 20 crutches. Nearby folks heard the noise and gathered, curious what is so fun about that chicken skewer cart. Want to check it out? Moments later, the crowd drawn by the noise formed a long, orderly line, making the skewer stall so famous it was featured on TV. Yuzian, holding a bag of skewers, walks while murmuring, "The food in Hongdae is surprisingly delicious." Suddenly, you notice two young men across the street. One sighs, almost had it, while the other says, "Now it is my turn." Then, The young man mustered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the arcade machine before him. They said getting 950 points is harder than I thought. And it is really tough. So let us try again next time. You only get a reward from 950 points up. And I can't even reach 900. A graduate from a physical education university like me can't do it. Then who else can? What kind of reward smells like a scam? Replace that machine. Yuzian thought. The thing over there measures punching power. It seems like there is a scoring system. Can I hit it hard? I asked. Then slip the money in. The other three did not seem to expect much from you, taking turns saying, this machine scores really weirdly. He is too skinny. Can he even do it? Do you want to give it a try? It seems they are training in their own martial arts. Probably do not need to use too much inner strength. He thought to himself. Yuzian punched the machine and it broke. He looks disappointed. What is this? Just a light punch and it is already broken. The boss exclaimed. Oh my punching machine. Attention. Dear customers. If someone like you were to punch it, how could my store's machine possibly hold up? I am not a fake awakening. Yuzian replied. Boss asked. Really? Truly? So the store said, you say that, but with the machine this badly damaged. It is really strange. Please give me your contact info after I check the security cameras. Walking back on Yuzian Street. He muttered. Young people these days are so weak. Thought they were some kind of martial arts masters. But turns out they are not. Suddenly, he encounters a bear from the escape room, inviting him to take on South Korea's toughest escape challenge. It keeps pulling Yuzian out of the sealed room at the highest difficulty level, earning a reward of 1 million troops. The entry fee for the challenge is 2,000 dong per person. He thought to himself. Escape. Since joining the demon-slaying squad, he has been confident in his ability to disarm traps and overcome any battlefield. Yuzian asks the bear. All I have to do is escape. Right. Bear replies. That is right. Find the clues within 30 minutes and escape through the entrance. He also warned to keep quiet and reminded the guests not to break the door to escape, then laughed out loud. You look pretty smug. Breaking out through the door was way too easy. A girl sees Yuzian about to start playing and asks, Hey you. He replies, Why are you so panicked? What are you doing? You said I was breaking the trap. Then added, The logic of Yuninjagang is profound. But when it is time to use strength, just use it. The girl is utterly shocked. The iron has been shattered. To put it bluntly, his point is that if you are strong enough to overpower, why bother using your brain? Right now, Sungream is basking in the sun, feeling completely at ease. Shouldn't construction companies be rushing to rebuild Seoul instead? But now the cult leader has defeated all the monsters at the gate, so the schedule is ruined. Before I finish, Son approaches and says, Dad, is Yuzian stuck in the room again? Sungream replied, Soan. He is out exploring today. She asked about the name Hikikomori. To explain, Hikikomori is a term for people who live isolated from society in Japan. Suan continues. What is the point? I went all out with makeup today to impress that guy, but he just walked out and disappeared. Director Sungrai asks, Is my daughter also annoyed with Yuzian? In a daughter's eyes, Yuzian seems carefree, but he is actually rude, shameless, and utterly dishonorable without a shred of pride. I held back from hitting him hard just now, or else I would have pinned him down and beaten him, making my daughter suffer. Soan replies, Dad, do not assume others think like you do. Suddenly, Sungream's phone rang. An unknown number calling hello. The other end is answering. This is the CAF combined with an escape room home B20. Your kid is breaking the iron bars, and the shop's lock right here. The director is coming over. Yes, I am on my way. Could you please give me the address? Before he could finish, another stranger called in. This is the arcade at home B. Your son said he broke the punching machine here. This is Karak level 20. But somehow you managed to smash 15 pizza balls in one go. But it did not stop there. Calls kept coming in. Our place is an indoor fishing spot, and your son made the fish jump like crazy. Come here at once. Sungream exclaimed helplessly. This cult leader. Meanwhile, at EU, it is all about carefree fun and lively cheers. I love going there the most. But since Yuzong does not have a phone, Sungream has no way to stop him. Cut to a city shop. A voice echoes? You have to file a complaint. Every time a fake awakener shows up, they cause trouble. A furious young man warns. If you do not compensate properly, I will report this to SG immediately. The waitress beside her said, Those fake awakeners are really terrifying. He was so furious he was practically steaming, and he even used his bare hands to demonstrate the technique, she said. And that was true. Suddenly, someone opened the door. The girl, surprised, turned and said, Sorry, we are closed today. Please come back tomorrow. The guest replied, It is, and she suddenly smiled, staring at him with a dazed look. A sharp-headed man with a dangerous aura looked at her and said, We are not here to play. Both were shaken to their core upon seeing these two terrifying figures. She thought to herself. The underworld. After a moment, The shop owner trembled, shrinking back with a fearful expression, head bowed in silence. Before you stand fierce men with terrifying faces, and sitting across from you is Sun Dream, arms crossed, staring at you. In front of him were some terrifying guys with scary faces, and the person sitting across from him was Sun Dream, who was looking at him with his arms crossed. You are so worried that even a blind kid can sense it. Your face looks terrified. You forced a smile and mumbled, "It is nothing." Sun Dream asked, "How much is the total damage?" "I will cover all the costs." As soon as you heard it, you raised your hand to refuse, saying, "No need. We have many ways with the spare key." He closed his eyes with a smug smile and said, "We are all in business, let us just settle this cleanly and professionally." He went on, saying, "I work in construction too." After hearing that, you suddenly picture those guys swinging sticks at each other, thinking to yourself, "Is this construction work?" He went on, "And there is even a butcher shop." The guy's buddy looked at him and said, "Yep." His underling immediately said, "Boss, since when did we open a butcher shop?" The friend beside me said, "Hey kid, meat is meat after all." Both disciples suddenly fell silent, but a fierce aura suddenly radiated from behind. His underling suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Is that really meat?" You overheard their conversation and were so scared you started crying, wondering, "What kind of meat is this?" Another underling quickly spoke up, "Boss, let it. Leave it to me to handle. I guarantee they will understand." He listened, then shot a sharp glance at his men. "You close your eyes. Reach into your jacket pocket for something. Then say, 'Even so.'" He placed an envelope on the table and said, "Here. Take this. It should be enough." He raised his hand to refuse, forcing a smile, saying, "It is really okay." He is furious. Dark energy manifests as he commands. "Accept it." He took the envelope and said, "In return, please keep today's matter confidential, miss. And I hope you do the same." Fear grips you as your hands clasp together, eyes glistening with tears, and she stood behind, fearful, silently wondering why it was placed on the head. He placed his hand on your shoulder and said, "If this gets to the media or Saji, you will get to visit our butcher shop." All the underlings stared at him with angry eyes, freezing him in fear. He asked, "Do you understand now?" You are afraid to stammer out your answer. Yep. After finishing up, Sunreem and his men stepped outside the shop. You sighed in relief and said, "The sect leader truly is," he thought to himself, almost slipping up and revealing that day was the hero of the gas station gate. You look at your juniors and say, "Well done. The work's done. Let us have some pork and soju." You just remembered something and said, "I will also settle today's wages." From the outside, these are the cold, sharp teeth of a predator, but in reality, just a friendly office worker. The boy with the spiky hair chuckled happily, scratching his head as he said, "It is nothing." "Chairman," the shy young man beside him said, "you always take care of us." You cheerfully say, "Sorry for having to act this way." The guy with the spiky hair said, "No need to apologize. Actually, I quite like it." Another guy said, "I was even thinking about switching careers to become an actor." The atmosphere suddenly brightened. No longer the oppressive darkness of the shop just now. Katotaniwan. A voice echoes, "Where am I now?" You soon glanced around and said, "I just kept walking without thinking. And before I knew it, I was far from the Han River area." Suddenly, you recall Sangram's words and say, "That is right. Sangram told me to use the Mando technique." Sangram once told you, "When you are outside and meet foreigners, do not hesitate to use Mando's technique." You look around and say, "By chance. This place is full of foreigners perfectly fitting." Suddenly, you spot a blonde girl wearing a black hat walking ahead. You looked at her and said, her eyes were so gentle and sincere. You go, "Language is the shell of thought. I think I will choose that woman." Suddenly, the girl realizes someone is watching her. Megan turned with a smile and asked him in English, "Hey, what is going on?" He blinked in confusion, then said, "What did you say?" "I think I have heard that on TV before." She replied in English, "Sorry, I do not speak Korean." You cast a spell, your eyes turn blue, and say, "I do not understand what you are saying, but I will borrow your language for a moment." The girl stepped forward, her eyes turning a deep shade of blue. She suddenly regained consciousness, the magic stopping abruptly, jolting her awake. Megan tossed and turned, confused, then said, "Did I just doze off?" She spoke with fear and worry, saying she remembered just now talking to an Asian boy. She suddenly touched something and said, "This is a persimmon." Her gaze suddenly hardened, covering one eye. She said someone had used mind magic to invade her consciousness. Cut to a room. A voice echoes, "What is that thing?" Megan sat down, hands weaving spells above her head. Confusion, brainwashing, suggestion, hypnosis, mental assault. She thinks, he has not done anything strange to me. She keeps pondering, yet the source language shows signs of sharing memories. Megan thought to herself, simply put, source language is just a language, but it is a field where characters are arranged according to a rule. She thought again. In other words, the codes she knew had been compromised. She shouted in anger, Impossible. Someone like me. Megan sprang up, her face anxious and puzzled. Could the opponent be an sssrank spirit in the spirit realm? I must report this immediately. Cut to Dongduk Market. Yuk thinks to himself. Though the sun has set in the north, this place remains bright and bustling. You were speaking English as you walked. Why is the street so bustling? He thought to himself. With this skill, I have developed the habit of speaking English. Somewhere, a boy is being beaten badly, shouting out loud. Admitting defeat, Yuk discovered a group bullying someone in a narrow alley. A voice echoed. Today, you are done for. Those bullies tried to attack you. One of them said, "Are you crazy? You think telling the teachers will solve everything?" The frightened boy stammered. Yuk looked inside and thought to himself. It seems a group of young guys are bullying a classmate at school. You see that boy getting beaten up and think, even as the world changes, street violence still persists. He glanced at a shop and thought to himself, a bit over the top, but as long as my face is not seen, it should be fine. Thankfully, this store probably sells masks. He steps forward, looks inside, then thinks, not good. They really sold out, but it seems like they are closed now. You cast the spell and think it through. No other way. This mask will serve a noble purpose. In that little corner, those students kept bullying him. The blonde guy said, "Hey, let go me." The guy next to me laughed and said, "He is dead now." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making all three turn around and pause. Yuzong stood at the alley's entrance, speaking in English. "How dare you torment my friend like this?" The blonde guy looked confused and asked, "What is he wearing?" The guy next to me said, "There is a foreigner who always meddles in Itaewon." Yuzong said, "Dory of Kango, you are striking a strange pose, so where is it?" All three looked stunned. An assassin? And he knows martial arts too. What a deadly combination. That outfit fits perfectly. Yuzong's mind ceaselessly recalls his past life. Silently thinking, I never once fought for others before. Cornered in battle, the enemy taunted, bloodied sword raised. You can't escape. Wang Yu, you stand tall, unwilling and regretful. Uttering, so this is where my life ends. But then, his expression changed as he threw a handful of sand into their faces. Drawing blood, you think I would say that? This move of yours caught them off guard, making them eat sand right in the face. And one of them got so mad he branded the word betrayal on himself. You coward. Your face suddenly twisted into something monstrous as you spat each word. I would rather become a demon than die at your hands. Every time I think back, I silently wonder I fought just to survive. But what about now? A justice enforcer fighting evil beyond the law. Then he muses? Even I now am pretty cool. The two brats looked worried. One raised an eyebrow and asked, isn't this for the hidden camera setup? Another guy said, if this guy really makes the video, we might get caught on tape. What should we do? The leader, fearless, cursed once and said, what can you do? Just find the camera and smash it. Then walk past the two of them toward you. Then he called out, hey, you tough guy over there. Get out. Show your face. As he reached out to pull the mask off his face, suddenly, a strange aura began to emanate from him. You scold him once. Rude. Then the aura behind you strikes his hand away. His left hand suddenly twisted grotesquely, staring at it. His face darkened with horror, and he could only let out a terrified cry. Then he was controlled by you, dragged back and forth on the ground, clutching his hand and screaming in pain. The two guys on the side were so terrified by the scene before them that their faces were drenched in sweat. One bit his lip hard, unable to believe it, and cursed. Damn crazy. And you, at this moment, suddenly speak up with strange energy. At this age, you should have children, know how to wield a sword, and become the head of the family, not just talk nonsense. Hearing this, they quickly knelt down, begging for mercy, claiming they did nothing wrong. You keep talking. If you tell me what that child did wrong, I will judge and decide. Hearing this, they knew they were cornered and immediately started stammering, their voices becoming hesitant and unclear. Moments after hearing everything, you exclaimed, so that is how it is? And the moment you spoke, a surge of energy shot toward them, twisting their hands painfully behind their backs. They were too stunned to react, only able to watch as their hands twisted into grotesque shapes. Your dark voice echoes again. I understand now. Your hellish, demonic tone freezes them, making them tremble uncontrollably. Amid their loud boasts, you turn and say, I know how to size people up. You do not stand a chance to blame me without using weapons. Your hand was not seriously injured, but for the rest of your life, you could never use your right hand to fight again. Ignoring the words, he turned to the bullied boy lying beside him, then lifted him up with his aura. He was summoned to the central hall, trembling with fear, begging, please do not kill me. Tran, and don't worry, just in case, I will make them fear you. After speaking, he used his other hand to lift the three others up. Then, the bullied student's eyes and those of the three others suddenly turned red, as if controlled by something. You say it again from now on. These guys won't dare target you anymore, he said again. From now on these guys won't dare target him anymore. Then, warmly placing a hand on his shoulder, he encouraged him.
Good.
Stay strong. He looked at you with a face full of grime and sweat. After speaking, he felt a surge of emotion, his words flawless, then quickly walked away. As for that male student, he was frozen in terror, his eyes on the verge of tears, fear gripping his heart as he thought, is he crazy? This is terrifying. Night at Sunream House. A female voice echoes. Pyarn, with a stern face, crossed his arms and said, you are coming home too late. Do you realize how worried I am? You heard that and instinctively realized. It is already midnight. Then politely said, I will be more careful from now on. She asked again. Nothing happened when you went out today. Right, you reply.
Yep.
The night exo is very bright and safe. Your words made her blush uncontrollably. Silently thinking, safe. So that is how it is. Then, for reasons unknown, she looked at him with a heartbroken, pitying gaze. Thinking that Yuxo had to live in a harsh upper-class society. After a moment, she hurriedly embraced him and exclaimed. Then advised him to share any difficulties he might face. Understood, deep in her heart, she could not help but feel how arduous her grandchild's path as a spy must be. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, your expression betrays a hint of awkwardness. As you step onto the stairs, you wonder in confusion, why is that? It is a look of sympathy. Suddenly, a voice called out, you are late. It was Soyeon. She stood on the stairs with arms crossed, demanding, no girlfriend. Yet you are out all day. You casually replied, I am going to Hong's place. And she sighed, looking at you with disbelief, saying, come on, do not. Then you said, next time you go out, remember to tell me. I will wait for you. What is fun about playing alone? And my mom worries about you a lot. You said, I just saw it. Then, with a serious face, he advised her to be filial to her mother. She replied that he was a wonderful person, but she got annoyed by his tone and snapped, why are you suddenly lecturing me? Then, effortlessly, he threw the force in his hand toward him, scolding as he threw, you should be filial to your parents. He quickly tilted his head to dodge and said, slowly, then you go on to teach again. They say old age is like leaves on a branch children want to repay. But parents do not wait. Leaves fall when the wind blows. So parents grow old day by day. And children lose the chance to repay them. Everything in life has its time. After hearing your words of advice, her expression shifted wildly from confused anger to sheer astonishment. Then she covered her mouth, eyes wide with horror, feeling a pang of sympathy after losing her parents. How could she endure such hardship living in the north? Then she felt restless again. Clutching her head in self-blame, she should have thought before speaking. This careless girl. He glanced at her actions, utterly puzzled, wondering, what is this? She is questioning herself after hearing my lecture. Despite her difficult nature, deep down she is still a good person. As she sat before the computer, a drunken voice of Sungream echoed, you are back, sir. You slip off one sleeve. Listen closely. Then ask, are you the one drinking tonight? He shyly rubbed his head and replied, yep. Listen carefully. Forming the blood-purifying elixir is no easy feat. The human body is like a novice martial artist, and alcohol is more dangerous than any weapon. He bowed his head in apology. Forgive me, Lord Master. Then suddenly raised his voice in defiance. Isn't it all because of the incident that happened that day? I handled it with my men, and after it was done, I felt awkward letting them leave. So I invited them for a drink. You heard that and asked in confusion, did I cause a mess or something? He pursed his lips and said, let me tell you. After hearing that, he just replied indifferently. At worst, I will just be suspected of fake awakening. He said, you say it again. Fighting over a meal at Trongunggain was even more chaotic. Today they are drunk. No training. Just rest. He left the room. You were still burning with resentment. Thinking, not even a word of apology to the other person. You parasite. Suddenly, his voice came from behind, making him freeze. You have worked hard today. He turned around in confusion. You continued, because of my mistake. You have had a tiring day. He was so moved by your words that tears welled up. The leader truly apologized to me. He is my leader. Then he cried all day long. A hard day. Truly admirable, he said, crying and clutching both your arms tightly. The god's leader. You asked confused, why are you crying? No one has died. It is a touching scene. But Sangim overlooked one thing. Everything has its time. Yep. In fact, Yuzian never apologized once. A sudden kindness that led to misunderstandings. You see him still tossing and crying, whispering a sigh. This family is really too lenient. The hero grips the sword tightly, then strikes down the monsters before him with a fierce slash. A monster, before fading away, defiantly threatens. Defeating me does not mean the end of everything. Beyond that door lie foes far stronger than us. Even humans cannot withstand them all. With that, it vanished completely. He heard that and showed no fear, saying, if you want, just come. Besides me, there are others who protect this world. When Sun Green sit on the sofa, watching a movie together. After watching the ending, Sun Green could not help but exclaim, I do not know how many times I have seen this movie, but it still feels as amazing as the first time. Then he turned to him and asked, how did you find the movie? He replied, it was quite captivating. He heard that and raised his voice. Of course, because nowadays no one uses computer graphics anymore. They have switched to actors who stay awake for days straight. The sword that actor is holding is the very sword he uses in real-life battles. You look so intrigued holding that review movies are way more fascinating than I thought. He asked again. I thought you had watched movies on TV with a computer before. You replied, back in my day, I did watch movies, but they were so boring I kept falling asleep. He heard you say that, turned around and asked, what movie is it? You replied, I do not know. He said, then it must be some low-budget flick. Then he yawned repeatedly and headed to his room, saying, anyway, there are plenty of great movies left. So take your time watching. I am off to bed. You suddenly ask if I should go to sleep. I have not slept through the night in a long time. He was stunned and turned around to ask, don't you usually sleep at night? You replied, I think I have only slept twice in the past 10 days. He gasped, asking back, only 4 hours. Stay calm and answer normally. I was just resting. Not sleeping. Because I felt that was enough. I did not need to sleep. Sangrim, sweating profusely, asked, then why do you want to go to sleep now? You crossed your arms and answered calmly, probably because of exhaustion. He vaguely understood and spoke up, saying it was like you drink tea, or something that makes you feel something's missing. Not just the shell. Right now, sir, you are feeling the same way. Do you agree? Yep. Since that weekend movie night, the young master got hooked, binge-watching films all day, no matter the genre. No sleep, just pure obsession. Sangrim, burning with anxiety, stood outside the door, and upon seeing the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim in fear, Auntie, you mean he watches movies at 8 to 10 times speed, and even watches on both his computer and phone at the same time? Then he stepped into the room, his face stern, asking, how could you watch it like that? You do not even look at him. Just keep your head down, focused on the phone in your hand. People say that when someone stands between life and death, time slows down. Right, that person can feel the lightning strike and the rain falling at the same time. It can better control muscles, swords, and facial expressions. My senses and muscles now react so fast. Everything around me seems to slow down. Then he asked Sangrim beside him, what do you think the reason is? He replied that it is because you are focusing at a muscular level, and he can't see the reason. He said he could read faces better. Now my senses and muscles react so fast. Everything around me seems to slow down. Then ask Sangrim beside you, what do you think the reason is? He answered because you are focusing at the highest level. Right, you said he could see the reason, with a snap of your fingers. You explain it is not wrong to say. It is precisely the moment when life is threatened. The brain receives more stimuli, processing information faster. We have harnessed this natural mechanism to push awareness to its limit. He heard that and said, all right. I understand. But why did you say that? Then he exclaimed again. Impossible. You said it yourself. I placed myself on the edge between life and death, and I have been using that to see as fast as I can. Hearing you say that, his face subtly changed, thinking to himself, he is so caught up in the movie that he is now talking like he is in one. What matters more is what life or death situation he is in right now. Usually at such critical moments, a warrior can reach a new level or enlightenment that they would not achieve without facing death. How could he then use such power just to watch a movie? Ignoring his puzzled gaze, you simply said, then wrote down on a piece of paper the movies you used to love watching. After writing down a list of movies, he handed the paper to him, saying, here you go. And he asked in surprise, you have seen them all. Some of these are old classics. He clicked his tongue. Yeah, I have watched all of them too. He exclaimed in disbelief. You have only been in this world for a short time, yet you have already watched all those movies. And you just said, back then, he had already seen all those films. He said he had watched all those movies, then silently calculated 80 speed. 2 devices. Watching 128 movies a day. Then he feared and wondered. Wait, is this normal? Now you complain again. So boring. As if it is not enough. Sun Cream helplessly pleads. Please live a little more like a human. Then he suggested. Would you like to watch a drama film? You asked again. Dramas are long series with only 1 episode aired per week, so it takes longer to finish. Some dramas have over 100 episodes. And if you watch foreign dramas too, you will never run out of shows to watch. The moment he spoke, Regret washed over him. He should not have said that. The investor loved this film, then switched to long drama series, and soon became addicted. Side effects may follow. So-yeon suddenly entered the room and asked, "Do you want to order some food?" You answer, "Place it and deliver it here." After she looked at him, she froze in shock and exclaimed, "What is that?" You imitate the character in the movie again. Looking at her with loving eyes and forcing a stiff smile, she could not help but clutch her head and scream. Going mad. He keeps reenacting scenes from the dramas he has watched. This time, you are imitating another character. You are upstairs facing So-yeon, starting to speak. "Stop your hand. If she does that, everyone will die. She is so angry because you kept teasing her. Calm down. Come on." Then, constantly shaking, Sun Cream sitting beside said, "Dad, Brother Yukes is acting so strangely." He scowled at you, thinking silently, if he wants to imitate, let him do it alone. Why drag me into this act? The other day, I was almost caught by So-yeon while reenacting a famous scene with His Excellency. Luckily, nothing happened. I must warn him next time. Actions speak louder than words. Moments later, he put on a mask, mimicked walking alone, and even forced me to act along. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled him, and he hurriedly flung the door wide open. "Master." After waking up, he lay writhing on the floor, his voice broken and sharp. Sun Cream, surrounded by scattered belongings, his tone growing more urgent. "Lord Commander." Then he anxiously helped him up, saying, "Is this the effect of that life or death thing from before? I told you. Using it constantly is really dangerous." You struggle to speak. "I am such a fool. I can't believe I realized this so late." His face was drenched in sweat from worry. He replied, "Don't say that. Just stay calm for now." You cried as you spoke. "Sun Cream, I have watched every single movie and drama hailed as masterpieces around the world." He gasped in amazement, and Jun reached out to the computer, saying, "Besides those films, the rest are nothing but third-rate trash." On the computer screen, a passionate couple is shown. The male lead, a one-legged demon, kneels with a bouquet and whispers sweet words to the female lead. "I love you. The first time I met you, I already thought of naming our child Jun-ho. Marry me and let us see if the baby's name will be that," the heroine said, moved. "Jun-ho, the sight horrifies you so much that you scream and faint." Seeing you suddenly faint, Sangrim tearfully called out, "Sect leader." Since then, Yuzong has been going online at a normal frequency. Deputy Captain Kang Seryong sat before the computer, murmuring to herself, unsure whether to feel joy or not. You see a kid, and you do not know whether to be happy or not. You see a kid, not sure whether to be happy or not. You see a kid, not sure whether to feel happy or not. You see a kid, not sure whether to be happy or not. How can a mere kid keep running, asking, with steady determination? Deputy Captain Kang Seryong sat before the computer, muttering to herself, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. He stood tall, thinking to himself, after 2 months investigating the prince, I found nothing. I do not want to kill the one who saved me. But then, he slumped over the computer desk and said, it is still strange that nothing happened. The order on the page kept murmuring, to reach that realm, one must wander through the gate for a long time. If focusing on the gate, the information will appear immediately. Warsail said the same thing. Where is the prince, and what the hell is he doing? Then he cursed again. Crazy. Megan Mella, the 9th tier spiritual system prodigy, could not help but shudder in horror as she read the document in her hands. Headquarters, and even the agents, can't believe they have found someone who can infiltrate their minds. Then she stood up thoughtfully. Even though I had investigated all 200 spiritual awakening cases, if there is no result, the investigation will be forced to end. Then she looked at the photos in her hand and muttered to herself, this is the only evidence, and I do not even recognize this person. Now he is leisurely lying on the bed scrolling his phone, when Sungrim enters and says, Leader, I have taken care of the accident you caused at the dock the other day. You just calmly asked, she said, after you mentioned it. He replied, accidentally found a CV clip. Then his face turned troubled, asking why he could not endure showing your face. You suddenly sit up, confused, and speak out. Sungrim does not answer directly but shows a photo and says, look, this is a cafe combined with an escape room. Your face obscured by some stray light. You pointed at the photo and said, is not this just dust? It is my first time in Korea, and the air pollution is so toxic. Sungrim seemed to understand the issue and continued. Right. You mentioned using your skills to purify the air, did not you? Then he said, please stop your internal energy for a moment. I need to check something. Then he raised his phone to take a test shot, and you did not hesitate to agree. All right. After taking the shots, he carefully compared the before and after photos of your internal energy. Then exclaimed, so it is because of your internal energy. Then he reminded me again, if in the future you want to take photos, please stop using your internal energy. You sighed and replied, I guess I will have to live with it. He was startled by your words usually. A cult leader would think, why should I take a photo with a human? But now, things were different. After a moment of thought, he suddenly asked, why do you think people take photographs? The boy pondered briefly before giving his final answer. I give a... Then you say something that shakes Sun Greem to the core. Can I take a photo during this outing? As he was deeply moved, thinking the leader was adapting, the boy continued speaking, leaving him utterly stunned. Usually, in such case, a man or woman with a terminal illness is likely to appear, but since I am innocent, I need to take the photo with the brightest smile possible. Sometimes crimes happen, but it is rare. There is no way I will commit a crime, and even if I do, I won't leave a single piece of evidence behind. The most plausible scenario is that I am involved with some tycoon's daughter, and their secretary takes photos of me. Then, after they have proof, they will send an envelope of money, but how much? Sun Greem, all this time you have been rambling. Feeling helpless, wondering how you understood society so well back then must be those TV dramas. Suddenly, he was asked, hey, Sun Greem, are not helicopters really expensive? He replied, you are just finding that out now. You said it again. So I won't ask about the helicopter anymore. Your words left Sun Greem utterly amazed, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Thinking the leader has changed, he has even learned to appreciate dramas and movies. You go. Then I will buy a horse. He asked, puzzled. A horse. Then quietly calculating, if it is a female, I think I can afford it. Then, as if to be sure, he turned to ask you. You should know most places here do not allow horses. You calmly replied, I know. Hearing that, he smiled brightly and said, great. Then we will visit the farm together this weekend. I know a fantastic place. But you held your phone up to his face and firmly refused. I have made up my mind. He looked at what was displayed on his phone screen and could not help but exclaim, Wait, that is a parorikurma. Are you mocking me? Not surprisingly, he got beaten up badly, with a bruised face. He said, Leader, the problem is, you are actually only 18, and by Korean law, you can't drive. Hearing this news felt like a direct blow to the heart. He went on, by the way, you will be heading to school soon too. You asked again, do I have to go to the school? He replied, yep. Going to school will also help you create an alibi. That also helped you hide your identity from SG. No one expected a false awakening to sweep through the Seoul station gate. Triggered by a high school student, hearing him say that, you suddenly collapse onto the bed, saying, then there is no other way. Sun Greem could not help but ask. Thinking back, why do you want to hide your identity? You would become the strongest awakened one. Close your eyes and answer me. Do you want to be targeted by nuclear missiles all day? I was recognized as a celestial being by the Lama Protestant Church, which quelled national strife but sparked a holy war. They worship me like a god, and my power is so great that I must hide it in the heavens. The same will happen if I reveal my strength here. This will turn everything into a cycle revolving around the Lama Protestant Church. We cannot let that happen to this world. Hearing that, Sun Greem's mood slightly darkened before asking, how do you want to live now? You turned around and said, I will find out soon. He asked again. Like what? He hesitated for a moment, then replied, well, I give up, he said helplessly. Leader, you must decide based on your career path as soon as possible. Right, you said. Otherwise I could fight monsters at the gate, he said helplessly. Did not you say you wanted to hide your identity? You got frustrated and suddenly jumped up because of the Sun Greem. Then what? What is more important than bread and butter? He was startled when he saw you suddenly sit up, and he replied, that is true. In reality, becoming a fake awakened one brings in a lot of money, higher social status, and good earnings from raiding gates. Suddenly, he hesitated, thinking about the money from the gate, then quietly muttered, that is right. The sect leader can clear a gate alone. But how can I know what he will gain? After thinking, he excitedly said, Leader, may I take a look at your storage? Confused, I asked. You can. And why are you asking all of a sudden? He replied, I am just curious. You might share the list with others. So let me take a quick look. You did not hesitate to agree. All right. After carefully examining your inventory for a moment, he could not help but marvel. So many. What about the magic stones? Seeing the numbers before him, his face twisted in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. 24 kilograms of magic stones. Then he was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. Seeing his expression, you sat up and asked, why is your body so big all of a sudden? Ordinary people can only earn 10-14 grams from a rank gate, each gram worth about 180,000 troops. In the room, the two discuss magical stones. Eek asks director saying, how much is the magic stone priced? He explained that since he is still an unregistered scholar, he needs a broker first. Even selling at half price is enough to make a set. Eek replied. Half price. Sangram continued. Or you could trade it for other items. Like equipment. Ancient skill books can't be traded directly. We must find an agent first. And then deal with foreign bank accounts. It took time. But now that it is done, we can have any luxury car or private jet we want. Yuke interrupted. Why should I sell the spoils? If you want to buy something, pay for it yourself. Director Sang was startled and angry as he heard him speak. Even I am not trusted by you. This matter is not simple enough for you to handle alone. EQ said, so in the future, we will give someone 15% of the profits from the gate. And that person will use the money to shop on our behalf. Director Sang negotiated again. Give me 20%. I said. He replied. Impossible. Sangram still sets the price 30 parts, but do you still intend to conquer the gates in the future? Eek replied. It is something that must be done. I was supposed to act sooner, but my strength. He hesitated. Sang helplessly said. It is because you keep using your skills to watch movies. As if it is a matter of life and death. That is not it. He replied. Director Sang asked. How do you plan to find the gates? Eek showed Sangram something on his phone and said, modern problems require modern solutions. The original gate map. Gate map. Locating gates and finding safe hiding spots in real time. Sang replied. What is this? Did someone book you for an advertisement? If you want to take action. I know a place? Speculation. He asked. In a dark and filthy place. Sang from northern Gyeongsang noted that Songgrim Lake in Gyeongsang is a well-known winter fishing spot. Then this lake was occupied by a stone that could contain water. The locals wanted to quickly deal with the gate appearing at the lake, but Sti stubbornly ignored it. Hearing Director Sang's story, he wondered aloud, is it because of a manpower shortage? He continued. It is because the market intervened when the gate appears upstream. There is a 90% chance it will create a natural hot spring. The market wants to use those hot springs to attract tourists and boost credibility, helping him secure another term. But unfortunately, a young man discovered the market's schemes and sent a message to everyone. I will use the media to expose this to the whole country, hoping there will be no more corrupt officials. As stated in the message, I beg everyone to vote for him in the next term. That young man took a sip of wine and continued. I have never been a dutiful son, but now, I can't just watch them keep hurting Mom. I broke down and cried out loud. This kid could not even stitch a simple seam. He is so ungrateful to you. As for Yuzong, after hearing about the gate, he went there to conquer the monsters. The monsters here are terrifying, attacking swiftly as if they want to devour humans alive. Yuzong thought to himself, strange and eerie indeed. Their strength is overwhelming, so they are clearly afraid of me. Yet they keep wiping like that. Perhaps they are following someone's orders. An unbreakable command. But with his power, the monster was defeated in just a few quick strikes. As system notifications kept popping up, top tier, stats misallocated by an unknown error, attributes lost as user rank resets to 1. Then Yuzong said, I gained about 30 years of cultivation from this gate, while the lower tier gates only gave me a small amount of experience. But these guys are clearly worth much more than the monsters I faced the first time. The system gate announces that the player has conquered a rank gate. An absolute domination at that rank has been applied. Absolute control of the Gate of Trials grants 5% of the experience gained by others conquering it. But a fatal error has been detected. I think, hung. Before we were blessed with the ancient script. It asked if we would accept it. Do you want to accept this ancient script or not? So it just gave me this as a notification. Nothing different in the status window. Did I get it, or is there another error? Then the system displayed a message to the player. All monsters in the gate have been eliminated. You have successfully explored the gate. Mathach will be automatically distributed according to the punishment conditions. With 100% contribution level, players will be teleported out of the gate. Just stepped out the gate. Yuke fell into the water. He exclaimed. Damn it. I am soaking wet. First, let us dry the clothes. Then we will head home. So much steam. Just a moment. Before I finished speaking, the local spirit appeared, thinking I was calling him, and said, Are you talking about me? Yuke said, like a hero appearing. The native is angry, is not at me by chance. Someone saw the Yuke appear from afar and said, There is someone nearby, walking on water. Yua Song complains, saying the structure shift system feels too real. After being shifted, both perception and inner strength are momentarily blocked. Delaying detection. The young man ran up, bowed deeply, and said to Yu Song, Thank you for saving me. Yu Song, surprised, asked, Saved you. The young man explained, the one who conquered the gate and walked on water must be a savior. Are you Lord Jesus or Bodhidharma? I acted along to keep my identity hidden, saying, It is nothing much. I just descended to deal with the gate overflowing with my subjects. As a savior of the world. He calls himself the savior of the world. Yet why does he only stand at the gate? The young man hides his true feelings. My name is Kim Ancient. I plan to use the gate to end my life. Bahong asked. Why do you wish to challenge death? Ancient said. That is because when I was just 3, my father passed away and my mother had to raise me alone. She is a 26-year-old woman, as beautiful as a flower, working tirelessly to raise her son. I tried to be a good son to help my mother, so I found a job. But Mom, I finally got a position in SEAL. She lived a wasted life and passed away before she could have peace. Since then, I gave up my job in SEAL and devoted the rest of my life to tending my mother's grave. But the mayor of Jiangsan was blinded by power and tried to destroy my mother's tomb gate within the blast zone. But I could not get full clearance to move her in time, so I decided to entrust my will to various social media platforms and wait for the explosion to end my life. Why would anyone stop me from committing suicide? That is the easiest way I can fulfill my filial duty. How else am I supposed to move forward? Yusong advises, every life depends on God. What does that mean? Everyone is an agent sent to Earth under God's command. My mother is a good person who gives me the strength to live a good life until the very last moment. Ancient feels sad. Hides tears. But I do not want it to be like this. There are so many evil people in this world. Why do I have to be the only kind one? Why not? Yuseong replies, he is not the only good person out there, living a good life. Hearing this, I suddenly recalled my mother's words. My dear Ancient, always live your life well. Yuseong continued, do you really think that act was filial piety? You must know what your mother truly desires. I have removed the gate that troubled you. I will protect your mother's eternal resting place. So live your life in true happiness. Then Yusong walked away, suddenly remembering Sun Green. Oh damn. That bastard should not have anyone coming at all. He must have believed he was a god because I used mind transmission and energy techniques. But luckily, I have experience as a sect leader. Then suddenly he heard someone's voice. Why is not it working? Send someone quickly. But, Mayor, if the explosion is just delayed. The mayor was speechless. Do you know how much I have invested in this? If the gate does not explode, our political mission will fail. Hurry there and check the gate. Damn it. Yuseong think. Could that be the mayor? These bastards do not even seem to respect the dead. Mayor of Gyeongsang City. Park Tae-jin was indicted after the Sun Green Lake Gate was neglected following an overnight investigation of the Gyeongsang City mayor. Park Tae-jin admitted. Most of the management teams. South Korea is held accountable for using the portal as a tool to make money. Yuseong and director Sang are watching the news. Yusong sips his coffee, tasting both bitterness and sweetness. Sang Green says, I do not think the current situation will end with just the mayor's resignation. Just now, after Master reached that gate, he gave me some mysterious documents. Let the whole world know these truths, Sang said. Did you take them from the beginning? I thought you had already reached the gate. I refused at first because I thought the documents he brought would not sway the mayor of Gyeongsang much. No matter how strong the evidence was, the closed circle of politicians will never let this be exposed. They protect each other. It is simply impossible, the priest said. Just try it. You bastard, Director Sang said. Whatever. I feed my conscience by spreading this information across various social media platforms, unexpectedly. The mayor's sins have spread worldwide. It is effective. Seems the big players who once backed him have abandoned him. In the end, the priest's move was the right one. Looking back, these things happened quite often in the past. He always defies his own ideas. Even when everyone says they are impossible, Director Sang recalls the monk's words. Even if it seems impossible, always rise up, always be brave. And follow your ideals though. Of course, many things do not work out as expected. Even so, back then I would still say, I am glad that at least I got to try. The Lord symbolizes the ideal leader. Perhaps because the cult has seized the central region and tasted a hint of power. Teacher Sang Grim pondered alone. Eek asked. What does that disrespectful expression mean? Director Sang said. It seems that in the end, Kim Ancient's story never reached the people. Perhaps it is because his legacy has revealed much information about key political figures. Yuk said. Inheritance is to be executed after someone dies. He is not dead yet, so that is very hard to believe. Let us just take care of ourselves, Sang said. The problem is that a gate that should have been destroyed was cleared away. Many online have linked this case to the Gassian incident, though it is still just a conspiracy theory. Yuk interrupted. No need to worry. No one will find me. Even if my face is not caught on the surveillance system, the daylight surrounding him could become evidence, raising the risk of exposure even higher since he stole classified documents from the market. This time, I moved more carefully. At least I did not show up on any surveillance systems in Gyeongsang. What about the car's dashcam? How could it possibly evade every surveillance system in the world? Sangrim asked. He replied. Maybe tomorrow. Because we can hear the distinct sounds of old machines and vehicles. But a ship is far away. Just keep running back and forth to Gyeongsang. How can a day run so far? What does far away even mean? Honestly, Running around Haybook City wears you out even more, Director Sang asked. By the way, are not the positions of the city in South Korea quite similar? Looking back now, I realize I have walked down that street before such nostalgia. Will the day come when you can pay me back for the travel expenses I have covered? You respond. Well, Sang said. The day you pay it back, that is my money. I respond. I run to save it. It belongs to me, Sangream said. What day are you saving for? Someone said they would buy me a horse. But X said, I will buy a helicopter. He is a madman. This is insane. Does Anchian even realize what kind of assassin this is? After meeting Theanma, Kim Anchian lived on, carrying deep in his heart the words of his mother and the master. Director Sang said, But master, my wife wants an early family trip. Eek asked. A family trip? He replied. Yep. She wants us to leave before the school day begins, you say. Sounds good if we travel. It should be somewhere with water and fresh air. The SG Center leader asked a spiritual awakening expert to find information about the previous case. Emila Megan said, Done. They asked, What did you find? She replied, What he said was all true. The Sagan leader said the real target was indeed the Hunan people. Megan explains, Do not worry. He was not deceived. I used a mental test sharing memories, and even assessed his divine level. The person from SG asked if the memories of this Vosaker match those in the drawing. She replied, I can't tell. Because the skill only reads memories distorted by the observer's perspective. If I use the skill to share memories with 100 people who have met Director Boo, we will see 100 different pairs of eyes. The target in this Vosaker's memory has very distinct features and attire. It means that when focusing on clothing and speech, facial features might bear some resemblance. But there is no definitive proof. It is tough now. ASCII and the National Awakening Bureau in Korea each hold half the power. If they manage to capture the suspects in the Seal gas case before our agency does, the balance of power will completely collapse. But if the merger is feasible, it has to be. The Vosaker continued. Their skill in sharing memories not flawless, but rarely failing to recognize anything, although neither belongs to this SG branch. I cannot share information about the secret patterns. In short, could he, in this state, who has nullified his own spirit, be the one daring enough to steal the very essence of humanity's future? Something still missing. Then, Amelia Megan and the leader shook hands. She said, Sorry I could not help more. And they replied, Not all. You have helped us a lot. Amelia Megan. Two Suji leaders sit in the car, discussing how the fake awakening has conquered Jyeongsan Gate. Chances are they are not involved in the seal gas incident. That is right. We have investigated all the foreign guests recorded by Sec TV at the entrance to Jyeongsan. We should consider whether that person was already living inside the gate. The other hesitated, but then he continued. Do you think the conqueror of Jyeongsan Gate and Seal Gate is the same person? Think so too. If we assume those two are one and the same, why would he have to go all the way to Jyeongsan to break his leg? There might be a message here. I mean, he is not from Hunan. He knew our intentions. This could be false information to deceive us into thinking he speaks Hunanese. I see now he could be pretending to be from Hunan just to mislead me into thinking it is false. Or he is not from Hunan but wants me to believe he is, no doubt. This is the highest realm of a strategy filled with misinformation. He truly fears nothing. Damn it. That's like Sly. Back with Director Sang's family. Everyone is chatting. His wife says, Ani, how much longer until we reach Sokcho? It is your favorite dish. Looks like we will get there soon. It is simpler than I thought. Then she asked, What is that giant tiger over there? You say. That is the mark of the Triple Gate. Long ago, the Triple Gates appeared repeatedly in Sokcho, but no one dared touch them. So they exploded. Were they as terrifying as the Jyeongsan Gate? Not exactly. But if one of the three gates fails, it would be catastrophic. The false awakenings at the other gates would be caught in the explosion. So they abandoned the plan altogether. Thanks to the gate explosions, the debris formed a shield, allowing the ecosystem here to regenerate, so they say. Now this place has become a popular tourist destination, attracting many visitors every year. You keep talking. It is strange. Normally, the energy of heaven and earth is purer. But before he could finish, Soyan asked, Are you going to school next time? He replied. The white shirt flies across the four seas. That is home. Soyan is angry. What is this? Just old movie lines. Won't you get bullied at school like that? Whoever said that might get cursed at. But it is not enough to make them run away. Wow. Soyan asked. Sun Cream's wife replied. The boy is handsome. The girls will definitely notice. The girl gasped. What did you just say? Hearing my wife say, Sun Cream whispered. Driving like a madman, that makes your eyes pop. And hearing others praise a 150-year-old handsome monster feels like torture to me. Soyan and I are going to have lunch at a seafood restaurant by the beach. You and I heard there is a famous boiled pork stall. Right on the mountain trail, we will head there. She replied. All right. Just do not push yourself too hard while climbing the mountain. We are leaving now. You already know. Enjoy your lunch. UC turned and asked, have you prepared the money yet? Sun Cream responds like the mafia. Oh, and keep it down. I will send it right away. 2 million for successful training fees. You said it well. Follow me to that mountain, Sun Cream said. Please keep your voice down that day. You hold it and blow it all up. Move. Hurry up. Faster. We are going all the way to the training ground. You have to break through the gate of life and death, the Sun Cream director said. Help me. I feel like I am about to wither away. Then just wither away. This trainer is disappointed in you. Do you really expect to be ranked third among the demon cult leader's subordinates? Sun Cream exclaimed. Why do you keep stepping on my vital spot? He replied. Good question. Stimulating the Hui Men point temporarily restores a person's strength by harnessing the remaining energy in the body. Use your strength until the blood flows freely. The body reaches its ideal state. Understand. You are walking. Are you crazy? Sun Cream is powerless. You are the leader without a year. At this rate I will surely die. Suddenly, the director's blood surged. UC exclaimed with joy. Black blood. The time has come. Sun Cream, from now on, I will open the gates of life and death. To explain. The gate of death. When opened, links the inner energy. You said. When it ends, one will return. One will reach a transcendent realm. You sat down, placing his hand on Sun Cream, who lay unconscious on the ground. As he channeled his magic, he thought, once the accumulated poison in the body was eliminated, the real problem would begin. Remember, now you must reach the place where the pure energy flow of heaven and earth converges to attain the gate of life and death, so your cultivation won't be disrupted. You keep thinking, but then you realize, no matter the natural conditions, the ground is always shrouded in a veil of black mist. Back in the present, EU looked at Sun Cream and thought to himself, in moments like this, when the life force within fully awakens, that black mist will surely stir. Keep thinking it is like wearing white and stirring up mud. Expecting the shirt to stay clean is absurd. His eyes suddenly glowed, blue energy coursing through his body, a spark of excitement in his gaze as he said, interesting. I am the greatest master in the world. No, the true war god. You use your power to spread strength around. You said when you grow up, you will use your inner force to push back all this filth and chaos. Your power blankets the mountains and forests. Raise your hand and use your power. You think to yourself, if you do, making this place the center with a radius of 3 meters. This area will become the cleanest place in the world. You touch your finger to his body. Then focus. Channeling energy to stimulate Sunream's pressure points. His hands cast magic as he studied the body. Thinking silently. Just one cycle of internal energy completed a full life cycle. Repeat this process several times. Suddenly, Sunream woke up, his eyes hazy as he silently thought. This energy. He saw Yuzong casting magic to save him. Thinking to himself, the leader is going to such lengths for me. Tears welled up in his eyes. Deeply moved. He thought, I feel ashamed of the harsh words I spoke earlier. Master. Just as emotion surged, Yuzong dropped a bombshell. You miscalculated. After I am done, you will get an extra 500. He jolted up in shock, eyes bulging as he stared at you, mouth wide open, asking, what? Calm down. You have been betrayed. Cut to early morning in the mountain wilderness. After the cult leader healed him, Sunream still used his power to leap over the fence. He leaps up, spins a few times, and lands safely on the pole. He looked at his body and said, yep. This is exactly how I feel. He closed his eyes, harnessing the energy around him, and spoke. Though my inner strength was nearly depleted, the information my senses could gather surged to an astonishing level. Sunream turned to look at Yuzong and said, this sect leader. You look at him. Then ask. He chuckled, ran his hand through his hair, and asked, will this fix my bald spot? You snap back. Is that all you can say after reaching the peak? Calm down and answer, will the hair grow back? Though the gray hair won't turn black again. New hair that grows might very well be black. He is nervous, eyes avoiding mine, hands fidgeting as he stammers. All of that will come back. Right, you sneer, eyes judging as you look away and ask. That vitality. You lack it too. He was so angry his face turned red, stubbornly refusing. It is not about energy. I just asked for a little. You answer. It spins back faster than hair. Linked to inner power training, it is probably spun back already. Right, he was shocked to hear that. Hesitantly asking. In the future. You understand too? Right, you are just answering to get by. Whatever. Sangram Hying jumped down and asked. Master. Have you ever been married? You have lived in Central Plains for 90 more years. Have not you? You turn away. Close your eyes calmly. And answer. If I'm at the whole nation will fall into chaos. I have already been crowned a god. He listened and looked at you helplessly. You opened your eyes and said plainly, but He replied.
Yep.
Keep talking. Anyway. I have never been married or loved anyone before. He listened and said, I see. But there is something I have been wondering about for a while now. He turned around and asked, why did senior brother Do disappear? You suddenly froze when Sangram asked that, seeing you did not answer. He worriedly turned to call you. Master, you see. You said cultivation is a betrayal. He listened, then stared in disbelief at his own hands. He keeps asking, doubting if senior brother Do is truly the second strongest after the sect leader. You speak thoughtfully. Yet I still do not know. You keep talking. To me. It seems Du Trong has pushed himself too far because of me. He asked anxiously. What do you mean? You answered. I have surpassed the final realm and attained an eternal body. Yet the soul within still slowly fades. Even though its pace has slowed. You keep talking. Because if it dies, I will be lonely too. You say it closed its cultivation to reach the same realm as me. You remember. But even though you can't surpass the final trial, and its soul returned to the heavens while cultivating, back to the present. Sun Greem listened and felt a deep sadness for him. Yu Xiong continued. It is all in the past now. Is not. Haven't you also endured many hardships over the past 22 years? He bowed his head, looking dejected, and replied. Actually, it has only been about 17 years. The last 5 years. I have been living well and eating plenty. You turned away. Then said. You have done very well. He looked bewildered the moment he heard you speak. He calls you the sect leader. You suddenly turned your head when you reacted against society. Sun Greem cheerfully says. Let us go home and enjoy some delicious food with the family. Yuzong looked at him and replied. All right. It seems cuisine has evolved greatly in this world. As they walked and talked, he explained that those were just artificial flavors in the spices. Not good for your health. You just replied. Whatever. My body will detoxify itself anyway. He asks again. Or maybe you could show a bit of positive emotion. You asked about it. That is a lunar eclipse. We played into the night at the beach house, where the table was set with an array of stunning, mouth-watering dishes. Hawan stops hesitating. Yuzong, I am telling you, that is an alcoholic drink. You look surprised at the glass in your hand and ask, is this it? You see, it is not that this is a positive feeling. You know, she heard it and asked in surprise. Sumac is a spice. Right, you shook the glass, smiled, and said, some might think that way. Soyun, with a helpless look, said to him. Everyone can see that is just a lie. You speak cheerfully. But this is a magical elixir that has achieved perfect harmony between yin and yang. Soyun said irritably. You are rambling again. Haiwan applied the potion and said, magic potion. When suddenly a man with bloodshot eyes came running toward her. It turns out to be Sungri. He hurriedly snatched the cup from Yuziong, his face dripping with sweat, panting heavily from running too fast, and said, Yuzong, you should not drink that. He told you. Did not you see in the movie? In this country, underage people are not allowed to drink. His face showed discomfort, clearly asking, well, what is the reason? You are hesitating, but speak up. A thing. That is the law of this land. You replied. So that is why they call those people politicians. Ha Yuhun faced the writhing figure and said shyly, wait. It is a bit cold tonight. Let us go inside. You and Sungri, the four-eyed Sungri, exchange glances. You stand up and say, Sung Suha, let us take a walk. She frowned, still holding her glass, and turned to Sung, saying, why stop? It is cold to be out walking at this hour. He quickly took off his jacket and wrapped it around her, leaving her stunned and speechless. You grabbed her hand and said, is that warm enough? She shyly looked down, blushing, and said, you are such a bother. Suddenly, he turned around to look behind him. Sungri carries his wife like a princess. She gasped in surprise. Oh my. He looked at you and nodded, as if you two had planned this all along. Then you turned around, raising your index finger as if to imply the cleaning fee is 100,000 bucks. Sungri's eyes welled up with tears of emotion as he silently thought. Thank you, master. Cut tonight at some beach. Soyun walks along the shore, clutching her jacket, embarrassed and deep in thought. It is too cold to stroll by the sea at night. He looked toward Yuziong, wondering how this spy was not feeling the cold. His eyes gazed seriously into the distance, silently thinking, the night sea. It has been a long time. You recall the old days, when you and your two disciples were fleeing through the dense jungle. Sungri looks back, his face twisted with annoyance, and says, so they finally chased you all the way here. Yuzong said from behind, out of all the people we could meet, why does it have to be them? He continued, the three swords of Hainan and the head of the Hainan sect. He saw the old man's face, eyes glowing, and startled said, whoa, his face looks fierce. All three sprinted forward, racing toward a cliff over 100 meters high. All three stopped. Sungri turned and asked, what now? Leader. There is a cliff ahead. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. You have come this far. The bloodthirsty sect leader, the old man behind, continued. Now you have no way to escape. Sungri and Yuzeong, furious and helpless, could do nothing. Yuzeong thought silently, now with no strength or energy left. Is this truly our final moment? The old man said. The two disciples looked cruel and cunning. But why did he shed tears? He continued. Are you afraid to die? The sect leader is a ruthless, bloodthirsty man. Hearing the old man speak, both disciples suddenly turned to look at him. Yuzeong paused for a moment, wondering, am I crying? There is no special reason. It is just you gaze upon the vast ocean and say, for the first time, witnessing the sea stretching endlessly before me, so immense it overwhelms the soul. Hearing this, the old man said, a sharp blade clashing like a person moving against the vast sea. This is the first time I have seen such a thing from you. You remain silent. Saying nothing, the old man stared at him with a grim face. Suddenly, the old man closed his eyes and bowed his head. The old man turned and said, let us head back. The disciple saw this and said, sect leader, why did you order them to turn back? He replied, there was no special reason at all. He continued, your presence is so vast. Even my eyes can no longer see through you. 12 years later, the top swordsman of the Hainin sect sat stroking his beard, a cup of tea in hand. He drinks tea and speaks. Yet I still can't grasp the predecessor's true intentions. He looked at him with suspicion and said, in terms of relationships, there can indeed be conflicts between the Hainin sect and the Orthodox sect, but you should not have let us survive that day. You think I cried that day just because? He immediately asked. You still do not know. Leader went on, saying that day you did not shed a tear. You were surprised and turned to look at him. Back to reality. He glanced over at Soyeon. She looked at him and asked, what are you thinking about? You answer, just a few old memories. You keep talking, and I just remembered the one who saved me. She raised her hand to her mouth, thinking to herself, he speaks in a rather confusing way. I need to pay close attention. She asked shyly, wait, did not you already have a girlfriend before? You turn to the sea and say, father and son ask the same question on the same day. She stared at him, confused, not understanding what he was saying. You cast magic with your hands while pondering the treasure trove. Suddenly, a glowing purple circle appeared on your hand. You gave her the colorful bracelet and said, here. Surprised, she asked, what is this? You think to yourself, if the sinews of the heavenly beast and the celestial wings are soaked in gold and boiled for 1,000 days, they will create the eternal golden wings. Bracelet woven from the 7 rarest gemstones in the world, the 7 stars. You are deep in thought at first glance. It is stunning. She must be surprised to see this gift. Her eyes gleamed with desire as she saw it. Mouth watering. She whispered, it is so beautiful. Is this string your story? You look at the bracelet and answer, a child named Zhu Haimi gave it to me. Remember, Zhu Haimi told you, this is a small gift from me to you. You wear it on your wrist, looking puzzled at the bracelet. Then say, a simple gift, but this bracelet must be worth more than a whole mansion. Right. She covered her mouth in embarrassment and said, if you are the owner of this gift, then the ribbon has truly fulfilled its beauty. You think silently. Zhu Haimi, the girl who has deeply loved my soul, she shyly said, even if a shooting star only passes through the night sky, I wish your life to endure forever. You think, when I felt her heart, my feelings turned toward her. Close your eyes and answer calmly. My life won't last forever, just a little longer than others. You secretly think, if I choose her, no one will match the power of the clan and the sect. She took his hand and said, if after I die you continue to live in this world, she shyly asked, whenever you see it, do you think of me? You look at her and answer, I will do my best. You think she knows it too. As they hold hands together, you silently think, from the moment I turned 20, she could never appear before me again. From a distant horizon, I still watch over her. Suddenly, flames engulf the entire room, as savage laughter echoes through the air. Haimi lies on the ground, burning in flames. A voice echoes, you are not fit to be emperor. Before you die, would not it be better to quietly hand over the gold to me? The man said joyfully, now I am the emperor of the great my love empire. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, whose decision is this? Turns out he loves you. You jumped into the room through the window, soaking wet, and saw you and anxiously stammered. Sect leader, you were so angry your eyes turned purple, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, saying, I never gave you permission. The sky unleashes heavy, relentless rain. You wonder silently, have I ever asked myself deep within if accepting Du Haimai's feelings could have saved her? The rebellion led by her treacherous brother ignited a fierce fire within me. Since taking office as the cult leader, this is the first time I have lost my composure. With that immense power, I was hailed as a god. The last subjects knelt before him and said, O great God, please calm your wrath. I think I have become an existence drowned in terrible madness. I thought I have become an existence immersed in terrible madness. Almighty God. The people weep and say, "Oh God, if you wait just a little longer, all those bearing the due name in Central Plains will vanish forever." The people bow their heads in respect. "So please, you baby, do not be angry." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Snapping him back, he was lost in his thoughts again. So a young clapped her hands and said, "You have a girlfriend named Juhai Mai, right?" She looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Hey, how have you been feeling at my place lately? Anything bothering you?" You stared at her silently for a moment, then replied, "Everything's fine." She asks you, "What are the good things?" You think to yourself, what is so good about it? Everything is fine in this world. It is already a blessing when no one recognizes you, and the freedom to speak your mind, to reconnect with Sun Dream, to have someone to share your feelings with, and so much more. You answered cheerfully, "Everything's fine, both uncle and aunt. And her too." She shyly looks at him. She suddenly turned around, holding her jacket, cheerfully saying, "Hung, what is this? You sound like some middle-aged uncle." You stood beside me, closed your eyes, and said, "It is. Let us go inside." She shouted, "You are cold too. Go grab your jacket." You just replied, "No need." A voice echoed. Sect leader, Sun Dream is driving and asks, "How did you know I would become successful?" The guy in the back immediately replied, "Keeping the capable ones and leaving behind the useless." He looked at him irritably and said, "Please do not talk nonsense anymore. Be serious." You snapped loudly, "I do not know." "How would I know?" He frowned and said, "Back then, there was no infrastructure, and the number of awakened ones was small in both quality and quantity." He recounted it. "And moreover, we could not even discern the value of the items within the gate or foresee the dangers it unleashed. By then, the world had already fallen into apocalypse." He went on, "South Korea is a bit better, but the situation is the same everywhere in the world." He spoke again. "Yet even in such moments, some never give up hope." He kept speaking, and that person was none other than, he smugly declared it, while I, Yuko, sat behind, powerless and speechless. Sunream hesitates to speak. "I am not boasting." He just sighed deeply after listening, his eyes steady. He said, "I am not viewing the situation with pessimism." You ask, "So what is the reason?" He replied, "I have learned martial arts. I believe in the limitless potential of humanity." He kept speaking, and gradually, the number of false awakenings grew. Power would increase if knowledge was shared among all. He spoke again. "So I jumped straight into business by selling what I got after raiding the dungeon, and my number of improvements increased quite a bit." He said, "The business idea is simple. Disaster recovery after gate failures. I built the first residential complex in the area affected by the dungeon gate explosion in South Korea." He continued, "Then, on the land where the gate explosion with Gangnam happened from a wasteland, I built luxury homes for the wealthy. Many believe another gate will appear where the last one did, so they keep digging and asking if I was crazy back then." You go. "Conversely, studies suggest that the land where a portal once appeared is safe, so my business thrived instantly." He said seriously, "I have lived in a safe Gangnam district where I have both wealth and success. But aside from me, most of the influential people in society gather in Gangnam's Apgujeong area." He said, "I bring this up because it relates to your future school life." He stared at Gang Rim in confusion, then asked, "Is this my?" He replied, "Yep. The students are very immature, perhaps because of their background and maybe also due to financial abundance. They throw birthday parties. I heard they even rent out an entire villa for it." He said again, "The real problem lies with their parents, who often say that once the Moffice people show up, chaos erupts. Prime ministers, deputy prime ministers, CEOs of major corporations, executives, and many others." Sangrim continued, saying that even in school there is a hierarchy, perhaps because they are still young. It seems important on the outside, but he heard it and instinctively reached out, lost in thought. You ask, "Is not high school always like that?" "From what I know, it is." He said, "That only happens in movies. In real life, it is different. The important thing is you have to communicate verbally, even if you do not like it." Sangrim looked at him helplessly and said, "Sir, you must never use force." He sighed, resting his hand on his head, and replied, "All right." He said, "It. Really? You promised." You said, "I know already." Cut to a school in the city. In the hallway, students stroll and chat. In the counseling room, a voice spoke up, and the teacher, looking at the file, asked, "You grew up in a Korean-American family since you were young, right? So your lifestyle is quite similar to that of Americans." Sangrim sat across and said, "Because my foster parents run a business in China, my lifestyle is a bit mixed too." The teacher adjusted his glasses and said, "Interesting." The teacher handed him the file and asked, This is a question I prepared for student Jin Yuzyong. Would you like to take a look? He looked up. Sangrim picked up the file and looked, then stopped and said, What? It says. The question is, if you could write a rule in the laws of the world, what would it be? Angel of the Palace. Answer me. Worship the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Question. Please envision the future of South Korea amid the international chaos following the gate incident. He thought Yuzyong would laugh and joke, envying the Earthlings. But you replied that the future will be bright, because I am here now. Sangrim looked at the answers Yuzyong wrote and immediately said, That one. He just keeps staring at the file, laughing helplessly. The teacher said the results of the personality and intelligence assessment are outstanding. The teacher continued, based on the intelligence assessment results, he ranked in the top 5. His face showed doubt and thought the leader's intellect ranks among the top 5 stars. He would not act rashly just because something seemed troublesome. The teacher continued, saying that in terms of cognition, he ranks in the top 1%, which at this level is a sign of ASD. In other words, the degree of someone with autism. He listened and looked at the teacher with a bewildered expression. He said, So that means? The teacher adjusted his glasses and said, Yep. Not yet realized. The teacher raised his eyes and said, In the top 0.1%. I have never seen a student this brilliant since birth. He looked at the teacher helplessly and asked, Isn't this just a test for kids? The teacher stood up proudly and declared, This high school test was developed by top experts. It demands complex and diverse abilities at an extreme Mensa level difficulty. Scoring in the top 0.1% a challenge even for professors. He jumped in surprise the moment he heard it. He was so shocked and worried. He stammered, Mensa. Then I love you. Sir. You stared blankly at the teacher and asked, What about my daughter? The one who took the test for the bus driver. The teacher stared blankly at him and said, Yep. Flustered. The teacher held the calculator, scrolling through it, muttering, Is the student in love? Wait a moment. The teacher thought to himself, even if they are just relatives. His reaction was a bit too fitting. The teacher suddenly froze. The young man seemed to have uncovered a shocking truth. The teacher looked confused at him, then said, Sir. Sangrim stared seriously at the teacher and replied, Yep. The teacher approached the computer again, revealing a hesitant expression, and shyly said, Our students' love for learning is the pride of our school. He shouted. What does that expression mean? The teacher was terrified, but the girl spoke calmly. She was incredibly beautiful, super talented, and a great personal connections. He ignored the compliments and asked, What about the test results? The teacher, adjusting her glasses nervously, said, Let us focus on your child's enrollment today. Sangrim raised his hand to his face, crying silently, then hesitated before saying, Is that? He is deep in thought. Girl. Teacher glanced at the phone and said, By the way, intellectually, Jin Yuzong ranks in the top 1% of Ivy League students. The issue lies in awareness. The teacher continued, In the personality test, you scored unusually high in sociability, ethics, and perseverance. The teacher said again, pointing out the common moral awareness of society and consistency in behavior. It foretells that Yuzyong will go to save the world. The teacher handed him a paper and a calculator. Completely unlike the students deemed slow learners, lack of common sense may not be a mental issue, but rather the result of inadequate learning. The teacher continued, Starting next year, we plan to hold basic classes for third-level students with insufficient academic performance. He stared at the paper in his hand, confused and lost. He smiled, twirling his pen, saying, Student Jin Suwang needs basic classes. No big deal. If he can't study enough, he just needs extra lessons. The teacher said, And so did the student Yuan Soyan. That sentence hit you like a rock falling on your head. He is on the U side. Soywang strolls through the schoolyard, making countless girls fall for his charm. You keep overthinking it is just a regular high school. You look up, still lost in thought. Deeper and more complex than I imagined. He thought to himself, Is this where students gather to fall in love? This is the most common motive in schools. Affection. Suddenly, a group of students was jogging, counting as they went. You stopped glaring immediately. While they were panting, running and counting, suddenly, a strand of hair swept by with a falling drop of water, and he stopped. Staring intently, you watch their backs as they run together. Counting, after a moment of hesitation, he said, Looks like I will be witnessing this scene for quite a while. I already have my own interests here. You just stand there frozen, watching them. At a barbecue joint, flames roaring, Yuzian asks Sun Greem about his personal life. How did he and his wife meet? Sun Greem is carrying meat. Hearing that, he wonders, why suddenly ask that? Yuzian does not beat around the bush. He says, Just answer first. Sun Greem now sorts through memories, telling him about the first time we met, when I was still a construction worker on site. More precisely, It was right after I returned from military service and started doing manual labor. Yuzian. Hearing that, wondered, were you once a soldier? Recalling those harsh times made Sun Greem tearful. Yes. When he first arrived in Korea, just before the gate incident, surviving under a different identity was not as easy as it is now. Back then, I did not even know Korean, so they treated me like an illegal migrant worker. I endured a lot of injustice. After working like crazy for a month, they paid me 800,000 kwon and said it was my winning salary. I can't live like this. From then on, I began to buy an identity as an official Korean citizen, even if it meant selling some jewelry. So after finally securing my place, yet at the military barracks, a man with a long scar on his cheek stormed in, shouting, "A new recruit's here. Ah, let us get acquainted." In the corner of the room, Sun Greem sat there, brooding, but suddenly he raised his hand sharply. Ready, Private for Ijong T. On March 7, 2001, I received orders for immediate deployment, but money could not exempt me from duty. Though overage, Sun Greem must serve, leaving his comrades puzzled by his seemingly out-of-place presence. Since Yuko opened up like that on Sun Greem, let me ask, what was it like in the military? Was it really as tough as people say? Sun Greem stuffed food into both cheeks, chewing as he spoke, obviously much easier than defeating the Demon King. Those guys there still looked a bit like raw eaters, so I kept bullying them. He was surprised to hear that. You mentioned your predecessors. Recalling those guys, Sun Greem's face darkened. Yeah. Those brats seem like they would explode under pressure, so dealing with them is pretty troublesome. Yuko repeats his earlier question. How did you meet your wife? The child approached the beautiful woman beside him. Sun Greem's face softened and brightened. I was working when a billboard fell. I saved her and got hurt in the face. The hero picks up a piece of meat, a gift in return. The one who saved her from danger. Sun Greem, with cheeks flushed like a young girl, reminisced. Back then, my wife was studying at a nearby university, and we met often. So I mustered all my courage to invite her for bubble tea. Yuko eats and replies at the same time. You two should meet more often. Sun Greem has been sharing his story. Now he turns the question to the protagonist. Why ask that? Do you already have someone you like? Yuko stopped responding. Sun Greem, hearing this, got excited. Really? Who's it? Yuko asks. Do you still remember the beautiful girl who ran into the school? Sun Greem immediately replied. Are you the top runner in the class? Yuko blushes, turning away to avoid the direct question. Sun Greem laughed out loud at the leader's reaction, just as expected, but suddenly, he paused, wondering if Soyeon's classmate became the cult leader's wife. What would happen to Songho? That girl might not even be her friend. I think she is the stepmother of my daughter's senior and junior. Yuko speaks up now, feeling shy. But what do Korean women really like? Sun Greem replies. That is a tough one. Leader, how could I understand today's youth? Confessing love on social media is so common now. You showed the leader an anonymous letter. As an example, there are that many. And you have watched plenty of movies too. I wonder what the girl in the leader's heart looks like. Seeing him take the initiative like that, I am a bit surprised. Yuko said. Is appearance really that important? What matters is the soul itself. Sun Greem took a sip of water and replied. Just one look at the past month reveals the soul's true nature. You have to get to know someone to really understand. After eating, the two of them went outside. Still chatting, Sun Greem asked, since when have you had that talent? Yuko replied, since reaching the realm of transformation. Perhaps he has already surpassed the same sect. Vital energy is the purest source of life. It cannot be replaced or discarded like other skills, for it accumulates from one's way of living and values. Those with corrupted energy often have wicked natures, while those with pure energy live very positively. Speaking of which, the artist we met in Itaewon was just as elegant and radiant as the woman we saw today. Sun Greem said, let us collaborate on business soon. Leader, I will handle recruitment, so we can find the potential candidates the company needs every day. This company needs someone truly cunning. That one wants someone clever. How about next week you come to the company as the expert interviewer yourself? Yuko heard that and asked again. What about the interviewer? Sun Greem replied. I will cover all the expenses and still earn a good salary. So the protagonist agreed. At that moment, Sun Greem asked again. But what about my energy? Yuko quickly replied. I am not sure, for it is hard to see through those with such inner strength like you. So what about the first time we met at my Wangdong? Sun Greem asked the male lead. Yuko, overwhelmed by questions, grew angry and snapped. So many questions. Old men shriveled like deflated balloons. Just as I thought. Exactly like those wizard eunuchs poking around. Sun Greem, that is just heartbreaking. Impossible. Yuko ponders deeply. Though a master might find it vague, after a decade of life and death, he still does not know the true nature of his own energy. A person is a sword forged in fire, outwardly seeming like a fool, but deep inside hiding a sharp Blazing blade, now the fire has died. The sword worn after 22 years without cultivation. The primal energy remains unchanged. Perhaps because of that person, the emptiness of loss is felt only when one loses their most precious possession. But your martial arts transcend all rules, granting you the power of choice. This phrase does not imply wholeness or choice. It means one must lose their most familiar part to gain new awareness and change. As for Sungream, driven by his passion for martial arts, he lost something tied to it, so what is it that I vowed to protect? And have I truly safeguarded it intact? Sungream opened the car door and said, "Our leader, let us go home." Seeing him still standing there, he urged, "If you do not get in today, I will leave without you." Yusung remained lost in his thoughts, unable to recall whatever it was. No matter how hard he tried, the story shifts to another character. I am Kim Seong-dong, young yet already a renowned writer in the world of science fiction. Sometimes, when I am bored, I visit forums and by chance, a question caught my attention. Suddenly, I have to go to school, but I do not know what school is for. Does anyone know what we do at school? Enlightenment awaits, my exalted lord from another dimension. Surely some author is in trouble. Poor soul, feels so familiar. Now they see me as famous. But there was a time I struggled with ideas too. Then Seong-dong answered, "Do you want to hear my opinion? The old school is a bit outdated, but old cliches are very useful for new writers. This way, you can surprise with old cliches if you want." The answer appears. School is a quieter place than we think. Its members like hamsters on a wheel, endlessly repeating the same actions, so focus on the students here, not the environment itself. Yuseong sat across the screen, seeing the answer appear already answered. On the other side, Seong-dong smirked wickedly. The first thing a noble must do when going to school is... Yuseong's eyes lit up as he read the comments. He knew this was important. In another realm, masked figures whisper. Green hair says, "Soon, parents with those traits will birth children awakened with power." Blondie. That sounds promising. Phase 2 must be about to begin. And something strange is happening in a small East Asian country. Hearing green hair say that, blonde hair asked, "You are talking about South Korea, right? That country is lucky to be the best adapted to the system." A gate opened without any warning, and the boss monster was about to awaken. At this moment, the red-haired man also wore a mask and stepped forward to add, "I hear people say boss monster sounds just like a human speaking. While working with, I learned some common human terms. Now, I will set things right with a selective monster." Green hair speaks. That selective monster is an immortal hero who rose from the Nuka tribe after 500 years. Red hair said, "I remember him. His name is Linka." Blondie continued. "Did the system choose chaos because the selective monsters are trying to awaken? Then there must have been a dungeon explosion." Hearing those two, green hair replied, "No. That gate has already been swept clean." Blondie and redhead were shocked. Swept away just like that? Are there many fake Korean awakeners around here? Toksan replied, "Not that much. Because as such, even the South Korean government could not determine who had awakened. The incident did involve a human-like awakening, but he left no trace and showed no sign of leveling up." Red hair asked, "Do we really need to worry about such trivial matters? At the end of the day, he is just an ordinary man." Hearing that, Toksan replied, "If necessary, love is meaningless. Have you forgotten the existence of a supreme being in Trung Nguyen? He is human too." Red hair said, "At first, we were all human too." Blondie added, "If the gate has been swept, the selective monster should still be alive, right? Or should we clear the corner houses?" Redhead immediately wondered, "Isn't that part of the plan for Phase 2? Blondie continued, "It is time to cause a big shock in Phase 1, because awakenings in Korea have dropped sharply." Hair said, "Well, we have to do it anyway. Taking out the corner house." "I agree." Toksan now added, "If you both agree, then so I will handle the South Korea area. If the other person agrees, I will take care of the corner house. Let me know when you need me to start the selection process, so I can prepare. It has been a long time since I have had a proper meal. May the rich spiritual life of the Korean people continue to flourish. For the gods." And then the three of them vanished into the darkness. Back to the male lead, now in the vice principal's office. Sungream's wife has brought Yuzian here to enroll. And the two in speak up. "Oh right, since becoming vice principal, I have thought it best to keep Soyeon and Yuzian's cousin relationship a secret." The vice principal asked, "What is it? Is there a problem with that?" Hayin said, "There is no problem. She is probably just going through puberty and does not want others to know about it. My husband and I have been close friends with our son's parents since childhood, so our families are very close." Hearing this, the vice principal pondered, realizing it was not necessary to announce it to the entire school. But keeping secrets is complicated. Yet, the rule at Didong School is to treat the words of wealthy families as pure gold. The woman right before my eyes is none other than the wife of the construction group chairman. The Lawyer Construction Group is a pioneering force leading the way in post-genius restoration projects, even without ties to politics. Having a voice in this field is possible. With heart. There is a way I will strive to make a good impression on them. Then, Ahung said. Can I separate the two kids into different classes? Suncream's wife immediately objected, saying, I think it is better for the two kids to be in the same class. Hearing that, the vice principal rubbed his hands and said, I understand. What you said makes a lot of sense. Then the two irons turned to Yuzong and said, from now on, you must never strike your signal just because someone dislikes something. Do you understand? The moment Yuzong heard the code words, he felt something strange. The two irons laughed uncontrollably and said, no. I mean friends. In the classroom, while friends chat lively, Suncream yawns and complains. Forced to leave early because of Yuzong, though there is no real reason to. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, greeted everyone with good morning, but Suncream noticed the other's absence and grew curious. Where's Yuzong? Mom said we are definitely going to be in the same class. Should I text her to ask? Just then, a figure stepped into the classroom, and the students wondered, who are you? Suddenly, someone outside the classroom shouted, honestly, this class is amazing. Seeing Yuzong act so strangely, Soyeon immediately snapped. Are you crazy? Yuzong muttered something. Nelnaya, making Soyeon snap. What are you saying? You fool, the teacher, seeing his student overact, asks, what is going on with you? Realizing she overacted, she quickly explained. I just had a fierce bet with him yesterday, so I joked with him to do it this way. But I never thought he would actually go through with it. Then she smiled awkwardly, and the teacher said, so you have already known the new student who just transferred here. Interesting. Soyeon never joked. Does she? The students turned back to the girl, smiling joyfully. Then Soyeon stood still, pondering deeply. They truly believed this. Of course, this school is full of Traman's kids. It is a prestigious place. After all, what a relief. Class was over, and at recess, Soyeon pulled Yuzong aside, asking, you really did what you saw online? Do you actually believe those prank articles meant to fool readers? Yuzong wondered aloud. Even animals rearrange their hierarchy when a new member joins the pack. Soyeon snapped back immediately. Are humans animals? If you are going to do that, at least wait until the teacher is not in the suit, you pig brain. Then she swung her arm to punch, but Yuzong quickly dodged to the side. All right, I won't do that again. Soyeon feels exhausted. I knew it after watching that damn drama. He did the same. Or is that just normal in North Korea? Yuzong saw her holding her head and thought, I can't beat Soyeon, so I guess I will have to give up. Putting that aside, why does a child of noble blood look nothing like their family at all? In the first battle to choose the strongest leaders of the Destruction Army, made up entirely of blind orphans and slaves, Sun Grim was the strongest back then. I think I was ranked 10th. At this moment, the wind began to rise, and Nam Chesun sensed something was wrong. He felt a strange aura in the air. Just like the first day I arrived on Earth. It feels like the moment I encountered the gate at Gasul Station, heading in the same direction as Gasil. No matter how great your talent is, you can't stand here and know what is happening in Seal. However, Sun Grim once mentioned that the gate won't open twice in the same place, meaning the gate currently open is not in Gasul and it is very powerful. Soyeon looks up at the pitch-black sky, wondering, is it about to rain? Eddie, have you eaten? Let us go together now, or we won't be able to later when it rains. But the person beside her had disappeared without a trace. Soyeon was surprised. Where did he suddenly vanish to? Elsewhere, Sun Grim sat in his office, head in hands, pondering. Today was the first day, and he wondered if the leader was alright. His phone just buzzed a message. Looks like we are about to enter the gate. Sun Grim reads the message in surprise. What gate? How did it suddenly open? Yuseong replies, the gate first opened on the day I traveled through time. Sun Grim was surprised to hear that at Duko, Dejong High School, Gasul and Yuseong replied. Sun Grim immediately stopped him, saying, you must go for real. You can't just stay idle. There are no elders awakened here. If the gate is tied to the survival mission, or if you have to attack and seize the fortress, it will take you days to get out. Today is the first day of the new cycle, and you have already rested for a whole week. That is strange. Yuseong and Sun Grim. That sounds reasonable. But it is not enough reason for him to watch others die. Even those rogue cultists, no matter how reckless. Cornering is a serious crime. Yuseong recalls the past, when he saved the innocent. Frail woman bowed her head in gratitude, saying, we do not know how to repay your kindness. Yuseong said coldly, I demand nothing. Do not worry. The one beside the sect leader wondered aloud. The day before yesterday, I fought a tiger to save the healer. Now I must deal with this bandit preying on villagers in the rice fields. Why do you help those who have nothing to do with me? If you leave any trace behind, the martial world will hunt you down, Yuseong replied. Because I can handle matters like this. I refuse to turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people. In South Korea, a vibrant festival unfolds as parade after parade marches down the streets. A stern, burly police officer raises his gun and fires a dazzling burst of fireworks lights up the sky. The crowd around watched in awe, their eyes shining bright. Even Major General Han Jae-woo joined the ceremony. Yet he seemed far from pleased. What the hell is going on? This is where the pro-SG and pro-Korea factions gather. Pro-SG values world peace above all, while pro-Korea prioritizes South Korea's peace first. In truth, false awakenings pay little heed to these differences, lost in the power struggles of political factions. But because of that childish rivalry, as many as 90 top-ranked players and valuable talent are concentrated in Seoul. The pro-Han faction staged a protest disguised as a funeral, claiming that the UNSG branch leader had arrived. Pro-SG gathering the most skilled fighters to showcase their overwhelming military power against the pro-Han faction is a pathetic move. Even the awakened ones must feel ashamed. The top domestic ranker in Suik and the high-ranking ranker Jong Maya-wong feel confused. Why must we do this? Suddenly, the ground trembles. Suik's shield flares up, and Jong Maya-wong draws her knife, ready for battle. The general was horrified to see this. Were they drawing weapons? Could this really turn into an armed protest? Two high-ranking rankers sing out. All awakened gather, ready to move. The gate has opened. Those standing around were surprised to hear that another gate. In Gaseon, the people are now fleeing in panic. The selection begins. The false awakenings are drawn into some kind of portal. Jong Maya-wong was furious at not being pulled into that space. Was she not chosen? Then, he ordered the bodyguards to count the people. They announced that 47 people have been chosen, all of whom are false awakeners. The name Jong Maya-wong strikes fear. Just a select few awakened souls taken from such a vast crowd. Before, Iwong ran from his school to this spot, climbed to the tallest building, and took in the surrounding view. Seems I am a bit late. They heard I was coming right away, so even if I arrived, I probably would not be allowed in. Energy is a force of nature. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, but never truly understood. But as the gate opened, a surge of dark energy poured out, clearly the work of someone with sinister intent. This time, I have no choice but to draw my sword. Looking down, the male lead sees Zong Maya-wong holding a long sword by chance. A fine blade lies nearby. Then he rushed down to Zong Maya-wong's place, borrowed a bit, and no one noticed. But Zong Maya-wong sensed something behind him, turned around instantly. Who could it be? Among these people, there seems to be a strong one, trying to dodge my counterattack, the hero said with a smirk. Zong Maya-wong raised his sword to strike, but Exy-wong was ready, seizing the sword from his grasp. In a moment, my weapon was taken. Zong Maya-wong was stunned. The thief wielding my sword moves at nearly the speed of light. At this moment, the bodyguards realized it was the fake Zong Maya-wong awakening, and someone attacked the fake Zong Maya-wong. The hero stepped through the mysterious door, instantly sensing the sword's power, unique, yet seemingly usable. Then he used the secret technique of the first law of the table. Beautiful. After careful consideration by the Hainam sect leader, Exy-wong retreated to a nameless island to recover. Here, he once again faces unexpected mysteries. First, the ability to enter the board. And second, how to wield it. Mastering the art of life and death, he will gain the power of reincarnation, and thus dominate the martial world of Central Plains. The first half of the ritual has 6 steps, combined with 6 steps of the second half, totaling 12 steps. Beauty, death, entry, and void, 4 profound states, shaping the skill of seamless integration. The first head is beautiful, irresistibly so, yet it can cut through anything, granting it the power to expand the black hole of this gate. Exy-wong used this technique to advance deep into the gate, but his sword broke. I thought this fine blade could hold, yet it seems I will need a sturdier one. I pity its original owner. Then suddenly he realized something ahead. The monsters there. If this overwhelming aura comes from a single creature, it is truly terrifying. A monstrous face, filled with fangs, wielding a massive blade in hand. Those pulled to the ground looked around, worried and cursing. Damn it. It is the train station gate again. Don't worry, Kim and Chang, said Trenan. Stepping forward, most awakened here are top 20 talents, including Chae Jung-mong and srank Moon Suik. Conquering this place is a piece of cake. Chang immediately countered with 200. Saji does not rank players to avoid internal conflicts, the redhead said. That is how it seems on the surface. But I still have my hidden barriers. Although Kim and Chang is new, he has potential. If he is lucky, he might get promoted to a... I have high hopes for him. Hearing that, Chang fell silent, pondering deeply. Moon Suik, a fakest rank, was likely the strongest in the country. Yet somehow, he seemed no match for Wang Hu. At that moment, a giant figure appeared, greeting everyone. Those around were astonished. An administrator. Really? The mysterious figure in the cloak spoke loudly. I am the administrator in charge of this mission. This is the sssrank gate 3S. First of all, congratulations to those who have been selected at the gate. There are currently 48 people here. Chang was shocked in sssrank portal. In history, sssrank portals have only opened 6 times. Is this the 7th? From what I know, the pass rate for this level gate is 0%. Even though everyone here is a veteran and not scared, can we really leave this place? Elsewhere, Yuseon stood before a massive building, strikingly similar to one he would seen in a documentary. The notification appears. The conquest mission system has not yet begun. The protagonist approaches the door and says, "The door must be locked." It seems there is no other way in. Suddenly, Yuseon struck the door directly to test it. The structure was oddly arranged, likely taking quite some time to open. I need to return before the break ends. But first, let us break the door down. Then he immediately activated his inner power. But the system announced that before starting the mission, a password is required to enter the Garden of Eden. Do you want to enter the password? Yuseon wondered. What password? How could I possibly know it? At that moment, a memory surfaced in the protagonist's mind, a blueprint for transmitting magical power. What is this memory? It must be mine. That is right. This is the memory of the woman I met in Etaewon. Back then, I had not learned the new language yet, but I saw some strange drawings. At first, I thought they were just related to language. But could this be the password? It looks exactly like the drawing in my memory. Guess I will have to try it to know. Then Yuseon placed his hand on the door, revealing a magical seal that required immense energy to unlock, so much that most ordinary people would not dare try. After a moment, the door slowly opens, and the system announces, the player has proven their ability. Energy will be restored. Gazing at the power flowing into his hand, Yuseon realized the energy he sent to the door had returned. Seems like only that person is inside. Inside the building, a massive monster stands ready, wielding a gigantic blade over its shoulder, exuding menace. Then suddenly, it lunged toward the protagonist, letting out a terrifying scream before slashing down with the knife. Immediately, Yuseon leapt high, dodged the strike, and countered with a straight kick to the stomach. But he was amazed. Despite his relentless punches, it kept staring right at him. Struck by his kick, the monster was sent flying far away. Yuseon lands confidently, saying, "Today is full of surprises. I want to fight you a little longer. What is your name?" System alert. This is a hero of the Nuka tribe, the Star Linker. If you are from Nuka, have you heard about the monsters we faced at Gaishian Gate? Looking back, we are sharper but look alike. Maybe we are more indifferent now. Back then, we spared no one. Humans had to die, but I respect your revenge. Then he said coldly, "From now on, I will fight fair." Hearing this, Lincock's eyes gleamed brightly. Claws unsheathed, ready for an unrelenting battle to begin. Lincock swiftly swung his hand with sharp claws toward Yuseon. The force of the strike so powerful, it seemed to create a whirlwind within the hall. Yuseon remained vigilant, secretly admiring Lincock's incredible power and almost perfect stance. Moving at the speed of light, the beast once again channels all its strength and power into its hands, the fierce grip of its left hand forming a deadly vice. Yuseon calculates that if he uses footwork to dodge the strike, his shoulder will be injured. But if he uses body movement, the momentum of the sword will send it flying straight toward him. In this situation, even the sect leaders must brace themselves to lose an arm. But while Lenkose has reached a realm close to perfection, Yuseon is the very definition of true perfection. Yuseon, unwavering, strikes head-on to the world. He is an existence beyond even the gods. Facing such a formidable enemy, seems Lincock is out of luck today. Yuseon's attack speed was swift and fluid, like a python ready to strike its prey, locking down every move of the opponent in an instant. Both sides fought fiercely until Yuseon ended Lincock with one hand. The beast spat fresh blood and collapsed to the floor. The system reports the elite monsters have been defeated. Yet even Yuseon must admit Lincock's previous strike was truly impressive. Just a shame luck was not on his side. The current selection progress displayed by the system is 33%. The master player is in the process of absorbing pure energy. After slaying the beast, Yuseon absorbed the enemy's raging energy, feeling an unimaginable power surging through his veins, pure and intense beyond measure. Even the energy from the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng he once consumed pales in comparison. Yuseon sat cross-legged, eyes fixed, hands placed over his abdomen to sense the spiritual energy. After absorbing the new power, his body now contained a vast reservoir of inner strength. Because the energy is so immense, anyone else's blood vessels would have burst by now. Yuseon's inner strength has now recovered about 30% compared to when he was in Chongugain. Suddenly, a faint rustle alerted him to danger. The awakened ones Yuseon encountered in Gaisel had arrived. He was so focused on absorbing energy that he noticed them a bit late. First, he had to hide the uniform he was wearing. As for the false awakeners, an hour, the administrator set the rule that from now on, They must unite to fight monsters for 12 hours straight. The deadline forced the fake awakeners to act swiftly, not a week, but only 12 hours, perhaps because it isn't sssrank gate. The time has greatly shortened, and low-level awakeners hesitate, not daring to think they can make it out alive. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. We must attack immediately. And Kim and Chang stood up and declared boldly to the crowd, courage has its limits. And right now is when we are at our bravest. But this idea quickly met fierce opposition from others. But Kim, we can't just think about whether we can conquer this gate. If we all die, the gate will explode too. We have to give everyone time to evacuate. Kim and Chang replied. The blast radius of the C-grade bomb even extends beyond Gassen. So instead of waiting, should not we act now to reduce the affected area? Annoyed by the Suyuk match, seeing everyone clash before even fighting, he could not help but laugh. Whether you choose to continue or give up, what Kim and Chang said is true. We must act while we still have courage. With those words, everyone turned simultaneously toward the ancient palace ahead. And Chang asks about the strength of this monster, and Suyuk replies, is this your first time fighting a monster? They are different every time. Some face forward like warriors, others hide in shadows like assassins. And there are also witches and wizards. Suyuk spread his arm to show everyone a deep scar and said, do you see this scar on my arm? It is so deep. I am surprised I still have this arm. This wound is from 6 years ago. During the A-class monster extermination on Juju Island's 70 participants, only 6 survived. I still can't forget that nightmare. After a fierce struggle, he and the other awakened ones finally defeated the monster. After waiting a long time without seeing it move, everyone thought it was truly dead and breathed a sigh of relief. Even Suyuk believed he had succeeded and said, thank heavens. I was worried because this was an A-class monster. But luckily, it has been eliminated. But he sensed something was off. Wait, the boss is dead. So why has not the gate opened yet? Someone else guessed that maybe the gate only reopens when time runs out. Everyone should rest first. Suzy still felt something was off. And sure enough, teammates' alarm rang out. 10 fake awakenings had been murdered. That shocking name sent everyone into panic and fear, only to discover it was a person. There is no way it is justice here. Right. I do not see any monster at all. Even Suyuk was caught off guard and nearly lost his life, urgently shouting a warning to everyone. Something strange was going on from the very start. The monster's body was fake. And just as they said that, another person among them was attacked, plunging the crowd into even greater chaos. Someone had been stabbed again. This only strengthens Suyuk's suspicion that the monster is still lurking among us. Just the thought of that horrific scene makes me tremble with fear. Quick, apprehend any suspicious awakened imposter, or everyone will die. Even now, when I tell Kim and Chang the story, Suzy still haunts me. I pretended to be calm, but ironically, this is the place I fear the most. Kim and Chang bowed his head in thought. A high-level monster, cunning and smarter than ordinary beasts. It can use illusions and tricks to disguise itself as a human. What should we do now? Suofi raised the golden shield, gleaming brightly in his hand, and said, trust in this shield. Like the magical sword that Cha Jongmai and I have, this is one of only 2 grade items in Korea. The Aegis shield. It could protect my entire body. If I had the Aegis shield at that gate, I would not have been so easily deceived. When I give the signal, you must attack without hesitation. Even if the target looks like a colleague, a loved one, or a friend. The door creaked open amidst everyone's tension. But instead of a fierce enemy, they were greeted by the very gaze of the boss itself. The pig-like creature touched my whole body. This scene mirrored that nightmare day. The only difference being this one was waiting for me. Next to the main figure stood a person in a tight black outfit. BB said, I have been waiting for you all a long time. I remember Sun Green once told Yuzeong, Master, whenever you need to disguise yourself, you must change your style. The way you speak sounds strange. Yuzeong was so busy eating ice cream, he did not even hear those words. No way. Not a chance. Sun Green could only shake his head in disbelief. No one in Korea talks like you do. So next time you need to hide your identity, try mimicking someone else's way of speaking, like someone you see on TV or online. Come on, leader. You know better than I do. Yuzeong just said to give it a try, never expecting the conditions to apply right now. Hanfu is not much different from the ninja ladies roaming Hanoi's streets, flaunting mystery with fake awakenings. I have been waiting for you all a long time. It seems Han Ha's suspicious behavior has put the warriors on high alert, ready for battle. Could the one speaking to us actually be the boss? Unluckily, after all these years, Reci faces the same fateful night again, struggling to steady himself and avoid panic. Stay calm. I am not the same person I used to be. I will never be shaken by any temptation or illusion, contrary to their expectations. This Yuzeong guy just smiled awkwardly and acted clueless. Why have you come here? Oh right. I ordered. But this boss is my doing. Their fake love makes you want to keep an eye on them. In their eyes, Yuzeong is the sneakiest, slipperiest boss they have ever seen. At the shout of attack from the unlucky Aussie, Everyone simultaneously swarmed to gang up on the stranger. Yuzeong was startled and hurt, thinking he had made a wise choice. But why did they react like that right now? The unlucky one is Yuzeong, the boss disguised as a human. No more talk. Just fight to the end, hurry. You must leave. The elders need to go. Being disrespected by rivals stings worse than chili. What is this nonsense? Am I that bland? The weak must perish. Saying that, Yuzeong suddenly jumped up, ready to take on the whole Jang with fierce determination. Unexpectedly, Sui raised the Yaga's shield, its radiant glow blinding as it converged into a fierce beam, shattering Yuzeong's spell. Yuzeong hurriedly raised his hand to block, but the beam of light, seemingly a powerful attack, did not faze him at all. Still confused why I am unharmed. The system alerts. The dispel effect has nullified all ancient shields, buffs, and equipment effects. It seems the other false awakeners have also understood Yaga's shield mechanism, so they took the chance to rush and beat each other with Yuzeong. The moment has come. This boss can no longer use its skills. But they had no idea what they were up against. Yuzeong did not even need skills to grab hair and slap every one of them. Even the unlucky Yos has to be cautious. He is too strong. Yuzeong is the type who lives by the motto, come to confront, clash to fight. After beating the whole crew down, he taunts them with a cocky stance. For him, defeating them all was just a matter of time. But unexpectedly, every awakened one fell with a single strike. Damn it. Alici is furious at Nine Jiang and Lel. What kind of cursed skill is this that breaking my spell has no effect on it? Yuzeong takes down another armed awakener with one hand. Now, bodies lie scattered around him. What seemed overwhelming at first was crushed with a single move. Yuzeong's antics with Suosi destruction and salvation. Mysterious energy, watch me now. But he probably acted too bland. So Xuedru's face has become utterly hideous now. Xuedru slammed his shield to the ground and said, I was once powerless because of my weakness on Jeju Island. So for the past 6 years, I have trained relentlessly to overcome it. I have no choice but to use my ultimate move, an attack and defense strike all at once. Then a dazzling beam of light shone, making Yuzeong marvel as a giant golden aura of the Buddha Tathagata appeared before him. Kim and Chang watches in awe. For the wisdom and virtue of the Buddha Tathagata is a technique that can block every attack in the world. Swing unleashed his move while covertly assessing the situation. The boss cups can't die immediately, but he will suffer mortal wounds hard to recover from. And at that moment, the awakened Kim and Chang will finish him. But no matter how much I planned, I never expected my opponent today to be Yuzeong. He only said one thing. The playtime was over. Then immediately gathered strength in his palm and struck head-on. After an unbelievable moment, Suidosi vaguely sensed he was facing an entity more terrifying than any boss he had ever encountered. Even the Buddha himself would be at a loss standing before him. The strongest spell in the world shattered with just a single move from Yuzeong. If he is the real boss, then everyone here in the False Awakening Council is in for a cold, hard exit. He is a force of old, striking so hard the entire palace trembles as if about to collapse. Dust swirling thick in the air, and Kim and Chang hoarsely coughs from the dust, his voice trembling as he anxiously calls out Mu and Suyuk's name. As the dust settled, Yuzeong stood towering before In Chang, uttering a dangerously chilling line. Only one remains, outwardly mysterious and calm, but inside Yuzeong is laughing uncontrollably. Kim In Chang, you are the master of fake smiles. Even in tough times, you always smile. I believe you will understand my joke. Come on. Laugh. He is up to his tricks again. Brilliant. Just lightly flaking those fake awakeners. Kim and Chang recklessly charged at Yuzeong with his sword, a futile resistance easily overcome with a single hand. System. Boss defeated. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Demon stones will be distributed based on your raid contribution. Yuzeong just finished dealing with the monsters and conveniently took care of the fake awakeners here too. After all the fighting, hunger finally hit, reminding him to head home and eat. A prompt to exit the gate appeared. Yuzeong and the other awakeners were all expelled by the system, but if he left, everyone else would remain unconscious. Just before stepping through the gate, he heard someone scream, "No way. How could the pure soul vanish like this?" Before Yuzeong could even recognize who it was, he was pulled out through the gate and sent back to school. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Soyeon is looking around for Yuzeong, only to find her classmates gossiping about something online. The station reports receiving notice of 47 false awakenings outside the gate at the exact moment it was destroyed. All unconscious, the students groan and whisper among themselves. But hey, there is only 1 week to rest, so just relax a bit. If you are planning to deal with it, better do it now. Soyeon, unable to find him, stands frustrated with hands on hips, muttering, I am starving. Where could he be? Could he really be eating alone in the bathroom? Just as I was thinking that, Yuzeong suddenly appeared and asked, "Who ate in the bathroom?" Soyeon looked back at him and asked, "Where are you going? Because of you, I only have 15 minutes left to eat." Strangely, Yuzeong still had the mood to tease her, asking, "Do you think 15 minutes is enough?" Sram snapped. What movie is this line from again? Lately, I have been watching films over 180 minutes long. He just shrugged and said, figure it out yourself. Soyeon looked at her phone with surprise. Just as two boys in class caught sight of the pair walking together and started whispering rumors. Soyeon and the transfer student are dating. I have my doubts, but I heard they have been close since then. Now, another mysterious figure seems to be harboring resentment towards Yuzeong Ji Jong-soo, a second-year student at Daejeong High School. He glares at Yuzeong with anger. That transfer student just seems suspicious no matter how you look at him. Not long after, in a major city hospital, Moo Soo-hyuk jolted awake from a nightmare, thinking he had been buried, only to open his eyes and find himself in a hospital. The tension made him blind, drenched in sweat, his breath shallow and uneven. Right beside me was Kim In-chang. I had been asleep for so long, yet now I was back in the hospital. All 47 awakened subjects alive and receiving the utmost care from the doctors, truly fortunate. But Soo-hyuk felt this was no simple matter. It was not luck but intention when Aegis unleashed Verukana's wisdom and virtue. An attack from the boss shattered it. Truly astonishing, yet I took no critical damage at all. Suyosi looked at his palm and muttered, Aegis's, I can't hold the top spot anymore. But Father Rong Myong still has the demon sword. Suddenly recalling this, he snapped back to reality and laughed at himself. How ridiculous to still care about rankings at a time like this. Meanwhile at school, Suosi just drank milk and scrutinized the new transfer student, Yuzeon. On his 4th day attending, he still can't fully adapt, but he has gotten used to school life, still mimicking lines from TV at home. Every time there is a chance, he starts rambling nonsense. Yet somehow the girls still gather around to listen, even praising him as funny. No, I mean hilarious. Suan, frustrated, thinks he might finally understand why the girls like him. I care a lot about looks, but he is really not my type. Even though Yuzeon is tall, smart, and bright, a natural speaker with the solid physique of a spy, he is definitely every girl's ideal type. Being good at sports is also a plus. Most students here come from privileged backgrounds, so academics are not the main focus. They also care about looks and athletics. These innocent young ladies are head over heels for Yuzeon. Their tears enough to cook noodles. Wonder if he has any extraordinary qualities. Suyeon did not notice that from some corner came a sharp sour vinegar smell. Xi Zongshu, who was teaching, peeked in. Struggling with the sting, he immediately badmouthed Yuzeon in front of his friends. I guess Suyeon and Axi Yangshu are living together. Does not this plot twist feel straight out of a movie? But in the eyes of his friends, the name Xi Zongshu was nothing more than a troublemaker lost in illusions. Are you still thinking about that? I have already told you to let it go. Zongshu still stubbornly screams, unaware that my 2 years of unrequited love for Suyeon is a clear sign from the universe. I do not get it. Since when did unrequited love become some kind of math equation to be declared so boldly? Her friends were helpless too. The number of people who had crushes on her could form a whole soccer team. And it was Suyeon's mother who took him home. They said they were shocked for each other. Zongshu was stunned by those words, his mind racing with wild imaginings. Could it be that only the two of them walked along the shore, draping coats over each other and sharing their secrets? The guys hesitated, saying, maybe. He is the son of a construction company owner, and he is pretty sensitive. Zongshu was so jealous his eyes burned with fire. I was the one who arrived first. So how could this be? Despite friends saying it is water under the bridge, his jealousy blinds him, grinding his teeth as he says, Yuzong, you will pay for this. Just hearing this, I already sense trouble. I wonder what other schemes this guy has up his sleeve. That very day, Zongshu confronted Yuzeong for a showdown, and by chance, my team was short a player. Yuzeong replied with interest. Football. I want to give it a try too. Outside, Zongshu acts like a friendly, lovable buddy, coaxing him with lines like, playing soccer is really fun, you know. But inside, he was grinning ear to ear. Having trapped the goat, this was his first time playing football. After all, every week, I play alongside national defenders for major tournaments, and on my days off, I even join the English football camp to train. When it comes to skills, who among ordinary people dares to challenge me? I will take him down. Right in front of Soyeon. While he was all fired up, trying to show off to the girl, Soyeon stood in the distance, completely indifferent. The match begins amid the lukewarm cheers of the girls on the sidelines. Yuzong's team wins with an absolute score of 12 goals. Zongshu, who once shouted so loudly, now cowers in silence, stunned and overwhelmed as he is brutally beaten. Meanwhile, Yuzong stood there, thinking soccer was not as fun as he had imagined. Only when his friend ran over excitedly with an envelope in hand, saying it was Yuzong's prize money for winning this round, did he realize the game was not that dull after all. Because the high school he attends is for the wealthy, all the students exude the scent of money, so they are all exceptionally tall. Yuzong's eyes lit up, saying, next time, Just call me if you need anything. Hearing that, Zongshu understood it as a challenge for a rematch. His fierce spirit ignited, demanding a life or death battle next time. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. After this humiliating defeat, what more could he possibly be scheming? The next day, Zongshu was back and even more useless than before. The high school soccer team combined with key members of the U18 national team, with such talented comrades by my side. Zongshu holds his head high, determined to teach Yuxiang the true meaning of a festival today. Coach William, I will show what you have taught me earlier. The coach said Zongshu's reflexes are sharp, but his thinking is not his strength, so he must do his best to block shots and set up his teammates. But when the match began, things were far from simple. When the match begins, Yuxiang, bathed in the protagonist's glory, becomes a war god on the field, his speed and reflexes reaching unparalleled heights, leaving everyone else far behind. Zongshu stared in shock, mouth agape. Was this really a counter-defense? Their defensive line was pierced far too easily. Yuxiang effortlessly cornered the opposing team, pressed close but failed to score, then delivered a stunning assist, perfectly deceiving the goalkeeper to net the goal. Such an easy victory made him lose his mind. The goalkeeper's moves were way too obvious. Zongshu gave up after losing by 30 points. Moments later, fans swarmed Yuxiang and Tungho, lifting them high into the sky, while he watched on with detached amusement, secretly thinking my skills were sealed. Yet I still easily leapt up to score with a header. Meanwhile, Soyeon quietly approached and asked, "Lately, how come you are so close with Zongshu?" Yuxiang asked blankly. Zongshu. He is just the guy I play ball with. It is not like only the two of us play together. Meanwhile, Zongshu is completely devastated by the crushing defeat. But the master has taken it all back. We followed you, but could not persuade you. Just wondering, what does love have to do with football? Meanwhile, from afar, a mysterious man watched the incredible match. Stunned by Yuxiang's talent, he has arrived. The football genius has arrived in a gloomy school. The roof is covered with countless bean pods. Yuxiang sat imagining what would happen at school. With the class fund missing, someone had accused me. A man cast a sharp, accusing glance at Anne, while Yuxiang could only stammer in denial. I am not the culprit. Violence among friends. A suspicious senior's visit. A place where parents often appear. I thought school would be like that. But reality is so dull. Nothing like in the movies. It is a pity. But I actually quite enjoy going to school. That is a life I will never have if I become the leader of the heavenly demon sect, especially sports. An incredibly exciting source of funding I have gained to be. Yuxiang has a conscience, so he does not use internal energy or martial arts to play soccer. By limiting both sources of power within his body, it helps him understand himself better. Because of the overwhelming inner strength and willpower I possess, so far, I have never used any physical strength at all. Yuxiang sat in the living room, practicing internal energy while deep in thought. Even though he had not fully optimized his physical strength yet, though it is just a small step of mastery, I have truly become stronger. There is still room for improvement in physical strength. Makes the potential of martial arts limitless. Soyeon called out, "Hey, if you are ready to go to school, get in the car." The moment she saw him, she eagerly asked, "How do I look today?" Yuxiang did not hesitate to say she is far away. Yet she is still deeply charming even today. Though he blocked her view, Soyeon smiled with pure happiness. Lately, if I do not hear you say that, something just feels missing. Kaohsiung Daejeong is a prestigious school for elites recognized by Korea. The first step into the vast world of Daejeong. Accordingly, a project was carried out at Kaohsiung Daejeong to select sports prodigies. Once, a confident coach claimed they were trying to buy the optimal axis. I am the coach of the national team. It is not just money and power, they put in a tremendous amount of effort too. As a result, General Kaohsiung Daejeong seized full control over the international sports world. Many contracts have been signed. Starting tomorrow, I will go to Kaohsiung Daejeong for training. Naturally, many talented sports coaches, including national team managers and trainers, have gathered at the school. A football coach jumps up, slams his hand on the board, and shouts, "That is how it is. Student Jin Yuxiang has to play soccer. Do you know what the greatest talent of a football player is?" The molten ball coach answers frankly, "Tax evasion. That man slanders my profession." The football coach retorts with a sarcastic tone, "This name. How can such a small alchemist coach speak like that?" The master flew into a rage when he felt insulted. "Small? You say small?" And so, they had a fiery argument about how many professional baseball leagues exist worldwide. The molten ball coach immediately retorted, "In molten ball, the Korean professional league is internationally recognized. What about football? We can't even play as well as those kids in the alleys of Brazil." Another alchemist stepped forward and asked, "What is Yuxiang's greatest talent in football?" The football coach immediately listed the guy's strengths. He dribbles the ball effortlessly, truly scoring every time. You want to know why? Because his balance is extraordinary. Even if I break my shoulder to bring him down, it would be useless. He weaves through the chaos, slipping away from the dirty tricks with ease. A chubby coach stood up and declared, Talent is the most essential thing in wrestling. The football coach spoke with disdain if sports are just luck. Why bother playing at all? He quickly responded. Really? Wrestling has always been the spirit and soul of the Han people since ancient times. Becoming a football coach, ignoring everyone's explanations, stubbornly saying, I do not know. Instead, I would suggest he join the football team. Another voice spoke up. Is not this going too far? Just as the words were pulled back, that alchemist coach struck straight at the head of the H-key scout. Everyone was stunned by this move. He just grabbed the golf club and swung. Another contender has entered the battle for the uke. That kid was destined to become a golf prodigy. The debate rages on. No end in sight. He will forge a new future for basketball, track and field, swimming, tennis, archery. While everyone else is arguing, one person sits outside, raising a hand, asking for forgiveness. Can an average student join the sports team? He did not get in through any special sports program. I heard his family is quite wealthy. He will probably take over the family business after he finishes his studies. Everyone rushed to misinterpret the intentions of student Jean Uke. You have not asked for her opinion yet. Have you? This is the manager of the esports team. Despite being beaten until bleeding, the football coach still speaks up. Managing the team, the Jean Uke family. You do not own any business at all. After investigating, it seems her parents left a sealed inheritance before passing away. Everyone, upon hearing those words, began to suspect and realize. He continued, because she showed no real interest in anything specific, or in studying. Wouldn't sports become an appealing choice? Let us set aside this pointless debate, and I will ask you directly. Let us see which sport he is most passionate about. The very next morning, those alchemists came searching for a... After hearing the whole story, I now understand their intentions. Are you suggesting I join the sports exchange and alchemy together? Suri looks away, silently thinking, even though no matter how good you are at sports, this has already attracted this much attention. The teacher kicks the soccer ball, swaying the body of Uke. He tried to convince the guy. Right. I have a God-given physique. Wasting that would be a national loss. He still keeps that blank expression. No emotion at all. This situation, watching the manager, reminds me of the old days. There was a time like that back in our university days. The elders of the ancient sect taught me swordsmanship, spear skills, archery, and assassination techniques. On the day of the martial arts tournament, as everyone chose their fighting style, 8 masters came to me, urging me to join their disciplines. Your teacher stood still like a statue. The football coach shouted at you once more. Student Jinu, are you interested in any sport? Is this football? No matter how much the master begged and pleaded, the answer he got was a harsh, resounding no. The football coach was out of chances. The running coach stepped up and said, then it is your move. Runner, during lunch last time, I saw you threw the ball fast and hard, at a speed of 170 kilometers per h. But you still have only one answer. Do not you? The wrestling coach quickly squeezed in, excitedly asking, it is wrestling, right? Suddenly, a sharp remark from the teacher hit me like a blow. Lifting the weight, he said fiercely, I like weightlifting. Everyone is spraying glue thick in the air. So curiously, I wondered why weightlifting. You have never lifted weights before. From afar, someone rushes toward him at the speed of light. A student. Sir, you have made the right choice. Brother, he is the real weightlifting coach. He did not come because he was not confident he could convince him. He ran over joyfully, placing So-un down and Yuck on the shoulders of giants. Gratitude shines. Let us lift the whole world together. Let us make history together. So-un, sitting helplessly on the side. Why even you? After recruiting the talented contestant to his team, the coach sprinted away with all his might. What are her strengths, impressions, and poses? Other coaches sprayed strong glue, pouring their hearts into persuading him, yet lost to a newcomer. A few days ago, So-un, inside the room of Yuke, he showed me a few things. Here, if you do it like this, I have already created an account for you. If you say you do not know me at school, you will be treated like a snake. Follow my account. Be good and follow along. Follow. Follow. Suddenly, he discovers something. Suggestions for you. The 2 eyes of Yuke. This morning, this girl, truly, found her joy. Yuri, the 53 kilograms weightlifting champion, a sophomore at the university. My love from the very first day of school. The young man smiled softly, as if lost in thoughts of her. The scene of him lifting the ceiling with a determined face was truly beautiful. Despite the wrinkles of boredom, he recalls what Sun Green once said. It seems today's youth express their feelings on social media. He said this is how you approach a girl these days. Right. So I immediately typed out a really long message. You radiate a straightforward and clear energy. Let us share more stories together. I will be waiting to hear from you. After sending the message, he sat humming happily, feeling it was enough. After reading that message, Joy Yuri suspected Jin Ibasi's account. You belong to a deceiver. On the streets, members of a cult gather to spread their message. drawing others to join them. Do you believe in something called fate? Your face is filled with worry. If you follow the ritual passed down by your ancestors and perform it with me, everything will become clear. Passersby felt deeply uneasy as someone kept trailing behind, incessantly whispering nonsense into their ear. Miss, you look truly kind-hearted. I could tell just by looking into your eyes. Seeing them, the girl panicked and quickly moved away, not wanting to get involved. Hearing those words, everyone's face turned pale with fear. If you follow the path of ultimate truth, you too can live a life as healthy as mine. Suddenly, someone mimicked the three of them, speaking in a mocking tone. You are a person with incredible inner strength and a pure soul, and I see that you live a well-disciplined, virtuous life. The moment I sensed your strong inner strength and spirit, my curiosity about you only grew deeper. Your inner strength and soul can be forged from the breath of life. This directly reveals that everything is reborn from the very moment a person is born. Yuzong just needed to say a few words like that to make those scammers run for their lives. This guy's a real preacher. Run now. After dealing with those guys, Yuzong stared intently at his phone, as if waiting for something strange. Even though I have commented and messaged her every day, why is there still no response? Could it be that I praised her too much, making her uncomfortable? But having a beautiful soul and eyes is not deceitful, is it? Her soul and eyes are as pure and white as snow. It looks like nothing I have ever seen before, even in the martial world. Seeing you standing still like a statue, Sangram approached curiously and asked, Sect leader, what are you thinking about? Yuzong honestly told him she felt uncomfortable because of the overly generous praise I gave earlier. Sangram then suggests another way. What about giving a gift? Receiving a gift usually brings a sense of relief and comfort. A gift on the very first meeting might be a bit much. How about giving some food instead? Yuzong immediately thought of the luxurious dishes from a bygone era. Reading his thoughts, Sangram spoke up. It is not about those things. After school, Yuzong heads back home once again. As soon as Haiyan saw him, he called out, Yuzong, and he hurried over to respond. Yep. Haiyan pulled out his phone, showing him a hilarious photo Soyeon had sent. She said her Instagram account got hacked. Someone's using my account to send inappropriate messages on someone else's post. Yuzong curiously glanced at the phone to take a look. He asked in disbelief, how can this be considered hacking? I am just being honest. You wrote that? Haiyan's face went dark with disbelief at what he had just heard. His own nephew wrote these things. Wow. Why did you write it like this? By the way, Yuzong asked Haiyan's opinion. And in your view, praising someone like this might be a bit too much. Her aunt's eyes widened in shock, silently thinking the boy was starting to take an interest in this girl. So this is how he thinks compliments should be given. Even so, if you do that, you will just kill the mood. After the conversation, Yuzong hesitated, then turned away. I will have to buy her some food next time. At Daejeon High, Choi Yui trains so hard in the weightlifting club that her face is drenched in sweat. She sat down to rest, whispering to herself, this is so exhausting. But others also wake up early to train or study, and doing intense workouts with equipment like this, I have to try harder than anyone else. After psyching herself up, Choi Yui summoned all her strength and struck with a fierce blow. As the coach watched every move from outside, I felt a bit worried because Yui had changed weight classes due to her weight gain, but she seemed to be adapting well. The coach has great faith in his trainee. Yui, she can do it. Yui will surely win the gold medal at the next Olympics. As everyone trains intensely, the teacher announces, after this exercise, morning practice ends. Let us go have breakfast. Everyone did a great job. The holiday has just begun, and everyone is filled with joy. Yuri picked up his phone, utterly shocked he had sent another message. That person again. It has been a few days now, but why does he keep coming up to me like this? But his face looks really handsome. That is why those fakes always use pictures of beautiful women to deceive people. The afternoon class has begun. The teacher stands before the students, asking, have you all eaten well? They all answered in unison. The teacher is strict and serious. The exam is approaching. We must do our best. If anyone is facing difficulties or problems, do not hesitate to speak up. And one more thing. Starting today, we have a new member joining our afternoon class. I am not some kind of special student. Everyone has a rough understanding of the situation, so there is no need to be too surprised. Choi Yuri's friend was babbling nonsense. His taste was truly unique. An ordinary student takes up weightlifting. She glanced at her friend and said, don't say that. The teacher is still introducing the new student. I am sure everyone has heard his name around school, if they have been paying attention. Everyone, send your greetings to each other. Yuri's eyes widen in amazement as he sees the new student. It is him. Yuri waves from above, smiling warmly. Nice to meet you all. I am Junior. I am here because I am passionate about weightlifting. I hope to earn everyone's support. A guy standing in the crowd muttered, crazy. Thanks for liking weightlifting. Yuri is still stunned, so he is a student at our school. Yuri's radiant, handsome face has captivated countless hearts. He stepped in front of Yuri and handed her a bag, saying, I picked this out for you. She goes from one surprise to another. What? The two friends behind kept poking the rice. What is this? You two know each other. After giving the gift to Yuri, she turned and walked away, saying, "It is nothing much, so do not feel too pressured." Everyone felt a bit disappointed when they saw the gift he brought was just a skewer of grilled chicken. Since that day, Yuri's gift-giving spree began, and at first, the trainers tried to stop it, but Yuri waited outside the gym to give the gift. He smiled and said to Yuri, "I bought this for you." She hesitated to decline. "Thanks, but I just had dinner not long ago." A handsome young man, with a face full of regret, asked, "You can't eat this." But in the end, Yuri still sat down to eat the dishes Yuziang bought. Really delicious. "Where did you get them?" He smiled brightly, answering from a stall deep inside the market. She ate quietly, thinking to herself, "This hamburger is pretty expensive." Suddenly, both turned their faces as if they saw something. A few seconds later, he turned to stare, and Yuri replied seriously, "I went there and bought it for you." Yuri could only gasp. "I understand now." In the living room, Yuzong lay stretched out on the sofa, thinking, feeling like he has gotten closer to her recently. Suddenly, and rushed in, aiming a punch straight at his face. Yuzong snapped up like a shrimp, her rough actions matching her rugged appearance. She is furious. "This damn genie. Why are you teasing Yuri like that?" he asked irritably. "Teasing," I said. "When did I ever tease her? Soyeon always says it straight to my face. Offering food is just a way to tease me." I did not know she had to control her diet for training. Yuzong was honest too. She did not seem to dislike it at all, but Soyeon's answer shocked him awake. It was because she did not want to see him lose. Training fees for special students come from regular students' fees. Both sides need balance. So she is probably just being careful not to offend him. A few years ago, there was a clash between an ordinary student and a special student, and then the school had to intervene, making the relationship even more tense. I did not know that the tuition fee for our school's trainees was like this. "Then why did you bring food for Yuri, the shining one?" He answered from the depths of his heart, saying he did it to win her favor. Soyeon curiously asked, "To make a good impression?"
Well,
Without hesitation, he gave his answer, for she was pure, kind, and beautiful. "Anyway, thanks for letting me know." So unfroze for a moment, hesitating, and said, "Wait." She stood watching Un's retreating figure, unable to utter a single word. Un really likes Yuri. In class, the teacher stands here passionately lecturing on the history of human understanding of beauty. So Un sits among 100 eyes fixed on the board, but her soul drifts with the clouds and wind. She recalled the words Unning said yesterday about her radiant nobility and her beautiful, approachable appearance. His heart burned with questions. Did he really like Yuri that much? It is possible. Yuri does not need makeup. She is beautiful with striking dark eyelashes. Has she mentioned recently that she weighs 53 kilograms? The teacher tirelessly continues to teach, showing how the standards of beauty for both men and women have constantly evolved over time. Idol groups have been really popular lately, have not they? If our friends, with their modern looks, were born in the past, would they be considered attractive? A cheerful student stood up to continue, saying even in another dimension, the oppas are still very handsome. The teacher chuckled and said, "I do not know about other dimensions, but back in the day, they probably would not be called handsome. Back then, only those who could survive dinosaurs and predators were deemed handsome. The scholarly man, the strong woman, the handsome guy, the beautiful girl. Right? The four great beauties of China, Cixi, Wang Zhaojun, Dao Chan, and Yang Fei. Their appearance deviated from the current standards. In truth, those paintings from back then have been restored by people today, possibly altered to fit modern standards of beauty." Soyeon startled, realizing she was just like her, learning something very much like Yuri. He continues to lecture at length so everyone understands. Even now, beauty standards still exist, and you might be very close to that standard. Where could it be? Soyeon immediately thought of South Korea. The teacher smiled and said, "That is right. While our studies on South Korea have yet to fully understand them, their standards of beauty seem a bit different from ours. There, the women seem tougher and taller than women today." Lunchtime arrives. Soyeon's meal is piled high with food and plenty of rice. She tries to finish all the food on the table. Even her friends could not believe their eyes. "Soyeon, what is wrong with you? You are eating a lot right now," she mumbled while chewing. "It is nothing. I am really hungry today." In the training room, Yuri's beauty shines like the sun. The claymore echoed throughout the entire room. The alchemist's eyes widen in astonishment. As a metalworker, how heavy are the weights over there? 130 kilograms. Everyone was stunned by the weight of the barbell. 130. But in use, he gently reminds it with a tender touch. Yuri stood outside, unable to help but exclaim, "Amazing." The alchemist coach stood silently, observing him, a man unrefined by proper alchemy. He can effortlessly lift 130 kilograms with ease. He is truly an unstoppable force in his weight class. He turned to his colleague and said, "Let us add more weight for him and see how he does." He grew confused. Adding more weight? Really? But that would be too much. The serious coach said, "It is." Just look at his expression and you will know he is basically lifting lightly. But that is not even his full strength. The coach is under so much pressure. How many more kilos should we add now? Our master firmly commands. 20 more kilograms. Is Ulsung truly a pretender? Nowadays, every high school student's dream is to become a detective. If he were one of the students, he would have told everyone around. Ulri became a national athlete with number 53. And Ulseong also became an athlete with number 77. I am witnessing a weightlifting legend. Just imagining it. Tears of pride are streaming down his cheeks. Ulseong sits in a corner. Deep in thought. Weightlifting is a good exercise. It helps control the concentration of power. Even when I am not using my inner strength, that kid has trained 2 hours longer than the others. She possesses a remarkable strength of reason that matches her own abilities. Hearing a noise right behind her, Yulri turned her head to look. Turns out Ulseong took the initiative to start a conversation with her. I have also been training with weights, and want to share a few things with you. Yulri asked curiously. What is that? I revealed a secret to her. When you lift weights, your breath is always with you. Your breath holds your inner strength. In martial arts, inner strength means focusing on your breath. The grandmasters of external energy cultivation do not merely train their bodies to the extreme. They know how to use minimal internal force, delivering moves with the weight of 1,000 pounds in a single motion. My internal breath training is focused on building strength over time. On the other hand, external energy wields power in a different moment. Try breathing in just half a breath. Yulri stopped and asked again. What do you mean? He patiently explains. Try reducing the amount of air you inhale at once. Ulri immediately tried it, lowering herself to grip the barbell tightly with both hands. Ulseong guided her step by step, saying, don't hold your breath. Try breathing deeply, but only halfway. I should keep it to myself. I can tell she does not fully grasp what I am saying. It is hopeless. I need to strike the pressure point that controls her breath. Yulri musters all her strength to lift the weight, her grimacing face revealing just how heavy it is. Suddenly, she lifted it effortlessly, as if it were just a sheet of paper. Ulri smiled at her uncle and asked, is the replacement too difficult? Yulri immediately replied, it is still the same. You have decided to raise the difficulty, so add 20 more characters. Yulri weighs just over 20 kilograms, delicate and shy. Ulri carefully guides him, eyes closed before lifting the weights. She can easily lift 200 kilos in a single breath. She just has not learned to use her breath properly yet. As she closed her eyes, Yulri softly placed his hand on her shoulder, transferring a surge of strength. Now take a deep breath and exhale it all out, not with her nose or mouth, but with her arms, shoulders, and back. Just now, she mentioned the collarbone, and Yulri's face flushed red. Yet in the end, she still easily surpasses this heavy weight, 100 kilos. That light. Ulri smiled brightly and said, actually, it is 110 years old. Yulri clenched her teeth and asked, did you add more weight? Have I just broken my own record of 105 kilograms? He replied immediately, that is right. The distance between them had closed, and they shared moments of joy together. In the distance, a mysterious figure hides behind a pillar, spying on the two. It turns out that person was Jongsu, crying silently in anguish, calling out, Jinul. Unable to hold back his emotion, Jongsu slammed his fist hard against the wall. Jinul. Why would someone give up football to take up weightlifting? Confident and sharp, his finishing is precise and powerful. Was it all just a joke? He said as he slammed his head against the wall. The other students watched in confusion. What is wrong with him? It seems he has lost something. Jongsu still has not gotten over the hangover. I have tried focusing on sports, gaming, and even drinking wine from my father's cellar. That is what he did. But the memories of playing soccer with Ulri still can't be forgotten. No matter how much he cries and begs, he can't hold on to these tattered memories. Seeing Jongsu writhing in agony, his friend suddenly had an idea. I have got it. The friend standing next to him asked curiously. What is that? He said excitedly. And hearing that, I thought I could make money by short-selling stocks. When Jongsu inherited his father's company, his friend immediately stopped this crazy idea, saying, stop. You fool. Jin gently placed Ulri's tiny hand over his heart, then opened up his feelings. You are my present. Truly the perfect plan. So all this time, Appa was just imagining things about Ulri, secretly admiring her. But they barely got closer. And he has not even asked for her number yet, still dreaming big. The noisy crowd ahead suddenly draws Ulri's attention. Congrats, Ulri. So soon. And you are already heading to the National Training Center. What about school? Ulri stands with her classmates, her face bright as she looks at her friends. Ulri's expression suddenly changed. She hesitated and said to her friends, what should I say to Ulri now? Hearing those words from Graco, the bright sky around Ulri suddenly collapsed, plunging his heart into despair. His feelings for Ulri were so obvious that even she could sense them. Ulri hid in a dark corner, lost in thought. Thanks to Ulri's grandfather, she could finally find some joy instead of endlessly pushing herself to train. Thanks to you, she got the chance to join the National Olympic team and train at the center Ulri always dreamed of, but now she feels strange, An unsettling feeling. Yulrai lay her head warily on the pillow as Yulrai's father opened the door and spoke. I was wondering where you had gone. Turns out you were in the warehouse. Before Ulrai could answer, he coldly blamed her. So boring. I am telling you. Even weightlifting is just as boring. There was a time I loved playing with mortals. But I think I got too lost in it. I do not want to bring this up again. Now on. Stay out of my sight, taking Ulri's words. He tossed her a bag and quietly walked away. Ulri watches that figure. Voice trembling. Tears slowly falling down her cheek. Thank you for everything. I will work really hard. Thank you, on this side. Even Yulrai's tears have been falling for some time now. This is perhaps the most unforgettable moment in my heart ever. Cut to the classroom, where classmates are focused on the lesson, while Soul quietly opens Ri's ig. Peeking inside, his mind is filled only with images of Ulri, making her unable to hold back her complaints. You promised to be a good student, but instead of studying, you threw yourself into love. So Ul started feeling uneasy, probably because she never dated them before. Yet Ulri went ahead and did. So Ul went online to find a friend. Didet. 1 second later, she discovered Ulri's husband posting a new photo with 2 streams of tears down his back. And he even deleted all of Ulri's pictures. With a daughter's sharp intuition, so Ul quickly figured out what was wrong with Ulri and sat giggling. So she decided to cancel her date with Didet to cheer up her best friend who was about to lose it. At the family dinner, as usual, Ulri and Soul bickered loudly right in front of their parents. Why did you do that at school? I even warned you. Then stop pulling those stupid stunts. You do not realize how your careless words can ruin you. They both grabbed her hair, fighting like children, until their mother's voice broke the silence, asking Soul. And only then did they quiet down. Next test. Do not be overconfident, or it will be tough if you end up last again. Ulri's sly grin made Soul scream out loud. Ulri regained his serious expression. They say beauty lasts only 50 years. But knowledge endures for a whole century. So Ul just smiled when teased. But bet the next test score will beat yours. So Ul's father chewed his food, lost in thoughts of his beloved daughter. Lately, my daughter has been a bit down, but thankfully she is back to her usual self. The leader's arrival truly lifted the home's atmosphere. And now everyone is full of life. So Ul frowned, mocking those cheesy love lines on his profile. Contrary to her expectations, Ulri's calm attitude drove her crazy. And to make matters worse, her mother reminded her she was at the bottom of the class, leaving Soul speechless and unable to defend herself. Ulri was smirking, feeling defended, when suddenly he sensed someone nearby. He cautiously scanned the entire house, suddenly feeling a wave of unease. Ulri could feel the power of a martial arts master who had reached the pinnacle, senses fully awakened to their limits. This person can detect the faintest sounds, like insects crawling on the ground or leaves falling, gathering and interpreting information from them. These are the exceptional ones. They can remain hidden, silent amidst nature's chaos, waiting for the moment to strike through their prey's heart. Ulri turned on the alert mode. The opponent, an extraordinary figure, completely blended into the surroundings. This person's skill makes even martial arts masters bow in respect. He possesses the aura and strength comparable to the leader of the Heavenly Annihilation sect, Ulri. He has begun testing his power to find that person. Foolish one. You think you can deceive me? The leader of the Heavenly Annihilation sect died by my hand. I will find you in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, fireworks burst into celebration, revealing a large sign that reads, "Congratulations on welcoming a new son to the family." Soyun's father froze for a few seconds. Soyun asked in surprise, "You have a sibling now. You do not like it? What is there not to like?" "I am just a little surprised." Her father was so overwhelmed with emotion, he was left speechless. This feeling of becoming a father again moved him deeply. Ulri looked at his mother's belly, silently wondering if it was because of the child inside, then turned to tease Soyun. "Do not worry. She will be a good older brother." Soyun grits her teeth in frustration. "Wanna die? What does my brother mean by that?" Soyun gritted her teeth in frustration. "You wanna die? What do you mean?" "Brother, a wife must cherish her husband. Yet I still do not know the baby's gender." Soyun stands outside, pointing the beacon. "But mother already knows your true gender." Then he turned to ask Yuzong, "Are you over your heartbreak now?" Yuzong sneered. "I am not someone who drags up the past." So Soyun subtly questioned him, while pulling down one side of his shirt. "How do I look today?" Yuzong sweetly responds in kind. "Looks much better." "Really, why is that?" Yuzong resists forcefully, responding calmly. "Today, knowing I have a little brother, I will give a few extra points." I thought these two were up to some scheme, but it turns out they are just teasing each other. Soyun scout, flipping the middle finger in defiance. "Thanks, you bastard." Her mother had to stop her. "Oh my." Soyun, saying that is not good for the baby in your womb. Early at school, the homeroom teacher shares a few important announcements with the students. "You all know the final exam is just 2 weeks away, right? This time, as per the principal's directive, the students' scores will be sent directly to their parents' phones. Last time, Many of you tried to fool your parents. So fake report cards won't work anymore. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's faces turned pale. Except Yuziong, who remained calm and unfazed. Next exam. I am only interested in the natural science subjects. After performing the rites on behalf of the people, I realized that conducting life-praying ceremonies after earthquakes or tsunamis is truly meaningless. I find the natural sciences truly useful. But I believe I can handle the other subjects as well. Next, a group of students study together, including Jongsu. I can't imagine Krat Soi-un missing a single day going to school with Yuziong. He barely paid attention to what his friends said, only speaking up when Yuziong was mentioned. Alright, let us come here with Jin Yuzong. They say when you are happy, you are careless. And that is when we will find out what is going on between him and Soi-un. Jongsu's wicked face made his friends refuse to believe their best friend would really do such a thing. And just as Jongsu said, Yuziong left, while the two close friends kept talking over here, leaving Jongsu at a loss for words with Yuzong, making the farewell awkward. At last, you finally speak first. Hey Yuziong, what is wrong? What do your parents do? Yuzong answered honestly. My parents? They passed away not long ago. Really? You seem surprised. Turns out that gloomy look comes from an inheritance. Passing by the familiar punching machine, Jongsu invites everyone to play. As this machine is famous for being reserved for top-notch boxers, it is extremely tough to score over 900 points. But last time Jongsu scored 950. So he is confident he will win. I will use this to defeat you and win Soi-un's heart. Lost in thought, Yuzong struck first, reminding himself to punch lightly or it might break. Unexpectedly, that gentle hit scored a whopping 979 points, leaving the two friends wide-eyed in admiration. Far beyond Jongsu's highest score, Jongsu stood to the side, silent as if struck dumb. A boy eagerly runs in to tell the building manager that scoring over 950 points means a reward. Meanwhile, Jongsu, frustrated, punches the machine with all his might. That boy returned to the landlord, who could not believe anyone could score over 970 points. He must be a professional boxer. The landlord just stepped out and immediately saw Jongsu's pitiful state, scoring only 899 points. The boss's face darkened as he recalled being threatened by those big-shot thugs. You said my nephew is deceitful. If this leaks to the press or any other sources, the building owner will become our target. Understand? Yus gently spoke up. What is the price? A seemingly ordinary sentence, yet it weighs heavily on another's heart. He carefully pulled out the gift list notebook and cautiously called out, Young master. After scrolling for a while without finding any, reluctantly the boss took out a brand new handset from his pocket and handed it to him. Originally, this was a gift he wanted to give his son, but protecting his own life comes first, so he surrendered it. Seeing the expensive handset, the friends outside whispered in awe. This is the latest handset model. You got this just by using a punching machine. Yu-si was pleased with the gift he received and left with his friend. They moved on to another game. This time it was Jun X-Cape with sharp intelligence, quickly wins and leaves, his companion praising him admiringly. Just a few steps in, they met the game room owner, who was nodding nervously, coming over to return their money with a deeply worried expression. His friend, bewildered and clueless about the strange events unfolding, saw Rongsu dart out from the opposite side like a flash. First question is, you still have not been released, right? The four of them continued playing shooting games. Yu-si kept hitting the center target with every shot, leaving the boss there in awe of his incredible skill. Then he sent staff to bring out clown gifts as a reward. Three friends carrying gifts in their hands and arms. Have you noticed anything strange? Everywhere we go, they are overly enthusiastic, like they have only been like this since you arrived. Actually, most things around here belong to use, which is why all these strange events have been happening. Dongsu clutches a giant teddy bear, his face heavy with sorrow, walking while sighing. Speed, balance, impact, strength, strategy, focus, and a fortune to top it all off. This is what failure looks like. Night has fallen, and they all head into the karaoke bar to sing a few songs. Yu-si just sat with arms crossed, watching them with no emotion, for his strange music did not resonate with them. Dongsu sneers mockingly. You do not like any of the songs. You really shared honestly. Not exactly. But Sang Sol Wyan told me not to sing anywhere at all. This girl seems on par with Dongsu. The guy imagines them sweetly exchanging private songs, so he persistently handed the mic to Yusa, kneeling down and begging him to sing. Moved by Yuka's heartfelt passion, he could not help but stand and sing. Come on. The song I chose is classical music, even named 500 Years. The two friends finally understood why Yu-si does not like singing here. Only Dongsu's heart was pounding wildly, as he thought this was Sol Wyan's favorite song, and decided to use it to confess his feelings soon after. The result was outright rejected. It is strange indeed who killed Lin Isiike and took the soul. Don't tell me it was Jin Yusuf. An emergency meeting is taking place at the Left headquarters. The reason is that 2 unusual gates have opened. Could they pose an explosion risk, like the Ion Station? The key project will most likely be the restoration of the railway line. The man with glasses turned to ask Director Jiang for his opinion. He calmly replied, "We should focus on the more remote areas first." At the same time, he relied on the intuition of a seasoned entrepreneur who had led the company to this day. To reassure everyone's spirits, Director Jiang thought that with a few more tricks against the EUC sect gates, he could handle everything cleanly, so there was nothing to worry about. Having said that, he ended the meeting and stepped outside, where the old man questioned Director Jiang. "Tomorrow, May will fly to China." General Jiang responds, "My nephew grew up in an orphanage for the blind. I heard his parents are in China and do not plan to return to Korea, so I have to go there myself for him." He says that, but his real goal is to sell the cult leader's magical stones and items on the black market. Mastercoin's value is about to explode. Just thinking about it drives General Jiang crazy with joy. In a corner of some third-dimensional space, 3 masked figures are plotting together. Found nothing, no sign of leveling up. Skill sage? No items? Or maybe he avoided confronting the powerful beast we unleashed. Fighting without leaving a trace is impossible. After receiving the final 10,000 lights, they finally got the power. There are 3 names. From left to right. A blonde, redhead, and blue hair. The young man with the gloomy mask said, "But I do not know anything at all." Blondie's laughter fills the air all day long. "How the hell did we tame that monster?" After connecting to the portal, it got way stronger. Even if it were us, cleaning up the scene would not be easy. Toxan reveals shocking news. More importantly, someone has stolen the elixir. Hearing this shocking news, the other 2 began to doubt their own existence. Toxan reveals that a person's true nature is the supreme ruler of the mortal realm. The 3 agreed it made sense. But with their current strength, they could not win without working together, so they split up again. Green hair goes to investigate, while the other 2 prepare for phase 2. What that is, you will see next. At the Safe Gate building, Seal Branch, the 2 strongest in South Korea sit together. First-ranked Chae Jung-mi-wong and former top-ranked Moon Soo-yuk. Seal Branch Director Han Ji-hoo enters, apologizing for being late. Jung-mi-wong speaks first. "Director Han Ji-hoo, why have you called us here?" Jae-hoo asked directly, his expression serious. "Has anyone recently felt like they are being followed or pursued, including forms of surveillance like eavesdropping with specialized devices or secret monitoring?" Jung-mi, feeling belittled, reminds them that even if they fail at the Seoul station, they are still senior rank awakened. Suo calmly replied, "I do not see anyone following or spying, and as for recording or eavesdropping devices, I am not sure. Overall, everything seems normal." Jae-hoo, have any of you ever been approached by agents from the anti-SG organization? Jung-mi-wong wonders if the person from SG is actually SG Taegi. Jae-hoo immediately denies it. No, SG Taegi is a spontaneous awakening group in China, with no hostile attitude towards. After Director Lim Hyen saying, "You 2 are the first to see this document. Besides you, I trust no one. You believe us?" Jae-hoo replies with a hidden meaning. "I am counting on about 80% that both of them are truly trustworthy. If they both side with Sis Taegi, everything's basically ruined." Jung-mi, you asked carefully. The reason they eliminated Kian Aegis and wiped out the demon sword was to ignite conflict between the SG faction and the South Korean government, right? Jae-hoo did not deny it. "We must organize against SH. After all, they are just a small elite group, and even if we win, controlling those 2 will be nearly impossible." So they conspired to sow discord within, aiming to lower the guard of both sides. Jae-hoo approaches the 2, urgently pleading while holding their hands. "I hope we can work together to protect South Korea's SG from those mysterious forces. If you both agree, I hope we can work together to protect SG Korea from those mysterious forces. If you 2 do not agree." Jung-mi-wong quickly pulled her hand back, shyly replying, as if becoming an S was easy, "I understand. But if you both support each other, who knows what might happen?" Suo cast an awkward glance at Jung-mi-wong, and Jung-mi-wong felt the same. Both turned away. Jung-mi-wong deep in thought. "No matter what, I have to rank up to SS. Being number 1 in Korea does not guarantee a top 3 to 5 spot in another country. But what if I share my experience and he levels up while I do not? What am I supposed to do then?" In Jung-mi-wong's imagination, Suok mocks him for being stuck in ranks forever. Suiok cuts through the opponent's thoughts, breaking the silence. "When I held the Aegis ring, I realized that skills are just mathematical formulas. And if you delve deep enough, you can prove them. We might be able to showcase our skills in many other ways. For now, I can only use my right hand, but without needing the Aegis ring. I have already wielded Vira's great wisdom blade." Jung-mi-wong is taken aback. "This is not just about professionalism. Why would he reveal this top secret to me?" Suiuk continues speaking. "The monster we encountered at the gate was actually a disguised trap. If he wants to level SG with our strength, we can't help but accept it." I believe that. Jung-mi-wong no longer hesitates and openly shares her experience. "Have you acquired the 2 skills, perception fusion and resistance yet?" Hill. Next. Buy the fear-inducing a-level spell in the Awakening shop to simultaneously activate perception, cognition, and resistance. Then use it to sow fear within yourself, so you can endlessly upgrade your sensory perception. Suiuk was cut off abruptly by Zheng Maiwang's sharp rebuke before the explanation is finished. Just listen, Ji, who standing outside has already met expectations. Put on your hat and smirk. At last, the path to victory reveals itself. In the early stages of the crisis, as the gates appeared, China faced a threat to its very survival. Amid the chaos of Taiyang, the awakened false ones gradually make up a portion of the population, but the bigger challenge is protecting the vast territory. To address this, China sought national relief aid from the UNO Secretary-General, and the United Nations approved the request to provide assistance to China, because if China collapses, it will deal a significant blow to the global real economy. As the global economy teeters on the brink, China's collapse could push everything into chaos. This is an act of God. However, what surprised everyone was that China struggled to overcome the crisis and withdrew from Xi shortly after, with a thank you to the United Nations. Shortly after, they founded an organization called sssrank, applying Xi's expertise to China. China sees it as a practical choice. When the crisis ends and the era of false awakenings rises, they confidently believe they can gain the upper hand through sheer numbers. However, even with the sssrank, there are aspects they remain dissatisfied with, like the absence of markets for fake awakenings to trade stones, magic, items, skills, and more. This is a disadvantage because the fake awakening market is controlled by the shareholder with a large stake. This place is highly reputable, with no issues like counterfeit goods or scams. The true power of the false awakening market lies not in the goods, but in its promise of economic gain and the illusion of fulfillment. You need the confidence that you can earn more money, more power. Even false awakenings can show creativity and skill to boost their military value. As they spread the word, the more dangerous the mission, the greater the reward. However, since they withdrew from Xi, the false awakenings inside cannot use the false awakening market, leading to lower financial satisfaction and a drop in their work productivity. The security forces have been deeply worried at this rate. We can't guarantee national safety for the next decade. Recognizing the risks involved, SSRank set a new goal. They aim to create a new market that far surpasses Xi management's fake awakening market. To achieve this, they deploy 3-person teams to consume more awakening products. The trio's reckless buying of fake awakening products is all for this purpose. Yuxian and Suncream carefully cover their faces as they enter the black market. Yuxian asks quietly, "Shall we go sell a few things now?" That day in Shanghai, under the bright neon lights, the cult leader glanced around as he walked with Suncream. Wow. Because you will always have someone who cares about you. But when he looked around, everyone was wearing masks covering half their faces. With all this dust in the air, everyone just looks the same. Suncream watched carefully, then reluctantly agreed with him. Well, that is true. Right now, they are standing quite far from the big city. Yusun recalls memories of the past. This is the eastern outskirts of Nanjingli, so everyone calls this place Shanghai. Historically and geographically, this area is known as Jiangnan, now part of Jiangsu and Anhui provinces in China. The official document uniting the capital of a region in Jiangsu province has now become Shanghai. I remember when I lived here, this place was a fishing village and a community of locals. In this ancient space, I once clasped my hands, gazing at the great river before me. Just like now. One day, a man from a small sect came to see him, and Yuxian asked if that place was called Tang Yugia. Even one who has traveled through the Central Plains like me has never heard of this martial arts sect. Yuxian glanced at him, thinking, "You suddenly come here making extreme demands. I have no mood for these games, especially after my old friend just passed away." But the young man bowed seriously and said, "If I may cut a corner of your garment, I hope to make a request." No other choice left, so Yuxian agreed with him. Fine. The young man drew his sword from his side, attacking with all his might. He had almost poured his entire soul into every strike of his sword. His face was serious, as if this was the last time he would ever fight. His latent power already captivated Yuxian. He marveled, sensing a martial art like a pure radiant weapon. Indeed, though still unrefined and rough, it is precisely that which makes it truly remarkable. Yuxian calmly dodged his move, thinking in surprise, a martial artist from an unknown sect is stronger than the grandmaster of a former great sect. He smiled knowingly, saying, "Remember, I have not asked what your demands are yet." Time has passed, yet the young man still swings at empty air. No strike of his reaching Yuxian, so the young man made an irreversible decision, igniting his danshin to unleash his power. Yuxian watched in stunned disbelief. The young man, disregarding everything, poured all his inner strength into a loud shout. Yuxian asks why suddenly one would burn their own inner strength, someone willing to risk their life for this high-stakes fight. He did not answer me. Instead, he charged forward with his sword. The sword's mighty slash carried away all his inner strength and life. After passing by Yuxian's people, the young man stopped. The sound of waves crashing grows clearer in the silent air. At this moment, Yuxian speaks up, asking what the person's request is. The young man was on the verge of collapse, blood dripping from his mouth. Ready to listen at any moment. Though I can't even touch the collar of the heavenly demon sect's leader, let alone cut it, he sighed. That is true. But for now, Yusun is willing to heed his wishes. The eastern coastline is constantly invaded by foreign ships, causing the coastal people to endure great suffering and humiliation. His voice sincere. He said, I only hope you can handle these foreign people. Yusion asks, how can we do this without approval from above, with my limited knowledge? This is the best I can come up with. He used the little time he had left to speak. Yusion knows he is dodging the question, but the court has clearly ignored him. The leader of the righteous sect's determination leaves me no choice but to accept. The funeral director's determination made it impossible for me to refuse. The young man smiles, knowing he has succeeded, but at the same time, his life was burned away, and his long black hair turned pure white before closing his eyes and falling. He still managed to say thank you. His sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight. Since that moment, I vowed to serve the people with all my heart and soul. But when my closest friend was lost, that determination slowly faded away, and such a noble warrior died because of me. Yusion lifts the body of the Tangwai sect leader in his arms. The sacrifice of the one who awakened me. Centuries have passed until today. Yusion wonders if that person watches from the celestial realm. The leader of the morning sect. The history of this place differs from the world we know, and the people who once lived here. He gazes upon Shanghai's bustling skyline, yet wonders could that village, sharing culture and land, also rise to such grandeur. Right at this moment, Sunreem called you. We are here. My love. This is the meeting point. Before them stood a 4-story building, looking truly dilapidated. Yusion said it was ancient, and perhaps the houses in this quiet alley were all the same. As they entered the building, a scar-faced punk greeted them, asking who sent them. Yusion responds, the seismic wave in Beijing is incorrect. Sent me there. The leader immediately recognized him. So you are the guest from Korea, he said, guiding the two down the stairs to the last room. Before following him, Yusion whispered to Sunreem, have you ever been grateful to me? He did not understand and asked why suddenly feeling shy like that. Yusion stretches out his hands and says, look up. Do not just stare blankly. He pointed at the ringleader, witnessing the fate he barely escaped. Immediately, Sunreem had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. The two were swiftly led to a room downstairs to begin the deal. The buyer sent 2 representatives, a leader and a young man wearing a helmet. So you guys came here through Lu Chan's introduction. This is the buyer who directly deals with the seller. The guy with the spiked hair asked, across from Sunreem. He trembles uncontrollably, as if forced to answer under duress. The young man with the matching hat next to Han will be the one reviewing your products. You can call him the appraiser. Jai explained to them the method was simple. If you share the inventory list with the appraiser, we will set the price and trade the items. Yuzong and the appraiser just shared the inventory list and was surprised to realize that Yuzong had brought something to exchange here. The shoes are shouting, 34 kilos of mana stones. The skeptic asked the assessor once more, are you sure? And estimates the current market price of a mana stone at $148.8. Even our direct sales team can only buy them back at 45% of market price, $66.96. So the entire amount should be around $2.26 million. Roughly 2.66 billion Korean won. Right, the shoes do not matter much, since the mana stone's value more than makes up for it. And looked at Yuzong, thinking silently. But if awakening requires carrying that mana stone, how much more valuable will the other items be? At this moment, Sungream spoke up from beside me. I want to share the list too. After reviewing Sungream's warehouse inventory, Jai was even more astonished at Jinara Shield. Highly effective in battles against night monsters. Gamma Dragon Fang absorbs the enemy's life force, converting it into magical energy. An Ogatonic spear can freely extend up to 4 meters in length. The leader was stunned into silence at the sheer number of weapons. How are there as many as 9 rare shields like this? Items like these are really hard to find on the market. But how do they have so many srank items? The shoes wonder who they really are. The appraiser confers with Jai buying all the mana and items from Dan B would cost at least $30 million. Nearly 35 billion Korean won. At least $30 million after Jai. Now counting. Even though money is still coming in from Skaku. But the greedy eyes of Jaidi flared up, knowing these 2 items could earn him a fortune. Facing him, Sungream sat trembling. The old man is trembling. Can't you see? The man slowly stood up. Could he be a false awakener too? Right now. Sungream suddenly made a strange sound that caught Gaia's attention. Then he mysteriously told them, there are too many items. So I think we need to check how much we can pay. Alright. Sungream's voice restrained, replying, it is. The shoes and the appraiser left the room immediately afterward. As the door closed, Sungream exhaled sharply. He angrily pulled down his mask. After days of teasing me like that, the days keep sending strange sounds through telepathy. You do not care. Just rest your arm on the chair and say if it is funny. Then laugh, he asked, provoking the Samapui gang. What do you think you will gain from this? You might even drive the prices of the items down. You are so calm saying that, so all we need to do is just make up for it. Right. Sun Grim is powerless against the sect leader, oh god. Please stop your nonsense. But why do you keep trying to make me laugh? Just be honest and answer. Because I am tired of this. A few minutes ago, while the lead was poking the kid in the trading room with them, UC used telepathy to send Sun Grim countless vivid schemes. Lift your head and look. Fate has been escaped. The fate you once fled now shines brilliantly. The future the man fled from is tilting 15 degrees to the left. The season of decay is slowly taking shape over the old fate of man. Water flows from the barren land, a true miracle of nature. Sun Grim weakly stifles a laugh, struggling to resist. That is enough. You crazy cult leader. Finally, as Guy stood up, accidentally blocking the ceiling light. You see past Sun Grim the lead total solar eclipse. That very sentence made Sun Grim burst out laughing, spitting water and letting out a strange cry from laughing too hard. He had to brace himself to answer GI. Outside, after leaving room GI, he reports back to his higher-ranking leader. Leaders and evaluators stand in the narrow corridor, discussing matters quietly. He asked the evaluator what she thought. I think only one of those two is a false awakening. The direct sales broker leader is the direct sales team leader, named Young. The appraiser nodded, saying, I think so too. They seem completely unaware of the true value of the item. Still, if we want to act, we have to assume both of those guys are fake awakenings. The appraiser pondered, then said, it must be. False awakenings posing as 2 strings or higher won't need the black market, and the number of items they bring is too many for an A-rank individual. Young nodded, assuming both were ST legends. Back then, the younger one stayed silent but still shared the list, so he must have awakened the pseudo-spiritual system. Young smiled wickedly, knowing the psychic system is at a disadvantage against humans, so we have the upper hand. Remember that they must not die. They still hold valuable information. You know, an item can only be traded if its owner agrees. Right. Young twists his wrist, unleashing items like drugs or torture tools easy to use. First, just knock them out. He arranged the plan, initially bringing some food for them, and took the 2 eldest siblings aside to explain the market value of the items in detail. The appraiser asks if we should treat the food with medicine, but Young shook his head. Do not rot. We will make the girls behave professionally. After the mishap, Yuzong and Sun Grim's guard was down. The moment the 2 girls opened the door, Young's men storm in with weapons to subdue them. The leader will command his followers. Proceed to step 2 as planned. A grenade was thrown into the trading room. They definitely won't make it in time to be safe. Young's men will throw a few more grenades, tear gas grenades included. A loud explosion echoed. After everything went silent, the thieves kicked the door open. Young ordered the soldiers to use Kasu bullets to suppress them. He sneered. These fools. Just 2 sssrank guys think they can guard all those items. His men watched as the smoke in the room slowly faded away. The Young skaters sensed something was a little off. Through the smoke, a shadowy figure stands, asking, are you done yet? Young unleashes a stunning dual-style martial art to clear the smoke in the room. He smiles provocatively, lunging in and out, ready to show you the true meaning of power. Poor Sun Grim, caught in smoke bombs and tear gas grenades. Why hesitate to save me? It was the Central Plains Unification Sect. The heavenly demon cult gathered the ancient martial arts, secrets of the great sects, as their tribute. Thus, Yuzong mastered every martial art, Sherlin's 100-step divine fist, Wuding's Taiji sword, and Hoshin's plum blossom sword. Among them, he favored the Taichi Sai sword technique of the martial Dang sect the most. Yuzong's words are dangerous. It seems I will have to show you who the real boss here is. He kicked the metal chair beside him into the air, then used his hand to break one leg. Yuzong wielded this leg like a sword. He grabs the chair leg and buys a short, ultra-cool sword set right in front of Young's men. The reason he is fascinated by Tai Chi swordsmanship is that the true Tai Chi is not a single great flow, but countless small streams converging into a greater current. Only Yuzong could recognize the brilliance of this sword technique, but the main reason he liked it was because it looked cool when he performed the martial arts. Yuzong thought to himself, how awesome am I? Young orders the soldiers. We must stop them before they unleash their ultimate attack. In the late hours, he raises his hand, unleashing a deadly barrage of bullets. Each bullet is marked with a single hole. The whole group fell instantly. Young smiled, satisfied, and folded his hands. Only at dream did I ask why you switched from the extreme sword technique to the divine bullet art. He honestly admits it because we have already nailed all those cool moves. In the trading room, Young's entire gang was forced to kneel in punishment in a corner. Yuzong crossed his arms and said, these guys really need to be punished. He waves his hands with Young, the bald guy shyly nodding along. Yuzong acts like he is being generous by letting this slide. As promised, we will exchange mana stones and items. Young asked in surprise. Really? His tone shifted to a threat, like someone who must prove sincerity by buying as much as possible. Got it. How much money does he have? Young thought he had just been forgiven. Young respectfully clasped his hands and said, if we drain the entire organization, we will have 17 million. If you say that with such a stern face, I will take twice that amount. His voice echoed with silent pleas. Would he truly show mercy? He is begging desperately, But this way we will suffer heavy losses. He slung an arm around him and asked, "What is wrong? Don't tell me you do not realize I am being generous here." His fierce face asked, "Shall I drill a hole right through your forehead?" Dupyong immediately begs for mercy. "Please do not." Now he opens his inventory again and gently says the person just escaped a disaster. Instead, we will let them choose their reward here as compensation, because I am not a bat moved by feelings. Really? Can I choose an object? Yuzong firmly confirms the answer. I am not some kind of profiteer. You know. Sungream stays silent on the side, watching, unsure of what he is doing. Next, he pulled out a lucky spin wheel. All right. The life-changing numbers for the beginner. This thorough preparation made him wonder if the Lord's treasure trove always looked like this. Yuzong says, "Choose the right price now. If the item you pick is legendary, it could cost me dearly." His soldiers behind cheer loudly. "Come on, Captain. You are our hope, Captain." In the chant, Dupy's fierce spirit rises like the shield of a warrior goddess, or the hammer of the dawn god. We will rise in value, and I will surely choose jackpot. He closed his eyes and pointed at the lucky spin. Still, the item worth risking your life for is only valued at $12 million. In the end, he still could not recover the $5 million loss. Inside the building, Dupyong keeps complaining nonstop. "It is driving me crazy." He was nursing a beer, muttering, "Where the hell am I going to find $5 million to cover that now?" Dupy clutched his head in regret. If only he would known how badly things would turn out. He would not have touched that guy. Just dealing with him would have sufficed. But greed got the better of me. Suddenly, Dupyong stood up and revealed a secret chamber within the trading room. How fortunate. A wrought iron door embedded in the wall swings open, revealing stacks of cash. "I have secured a $2 million loan from this quick sale syndicate." Dupyong smiles sly. "Should I just grab the money and run away?" Suddenly, his weakness was struck at the nape of his neck. He lay motionless, face down on the floor, his body still. A shadow carrying a large bag approaches to inspect his money. Dupy, furious, shouted loudly, "Who's it? Please do not touch it." Surprisingly, Dupyong saw the visitor take only half the money. This mysterious figure is none other than Duchu Yuseong. "I only took half of his money. Why do people do this to me?" He lies helpless on the ground, cursing. "You bastard. Show me your face." Back at the hotel, Sungream counted the total money he had brought back. So this was the amount he had been hiding. He nodded. "I knew it was there all along." You asked, "What is the total sum?" Sungream said around 22 billion in the middle, maybe even more. The boss asked if that is too much. Sungream simply explains that even in dreams, people would not dare to dream of that much money. "Tridi Yusong really is someone with a lot of money," he replied as if he were a company. "And I still have to pay that employee's salary." Yu Seong lies down to rest. Sungream, "We can't make a deal with the Fast Selling Association after this, right?" He nodded in agreement. "But China is vast, and there are many black markets out there. I will go out and search some more. If you agree with this opinion, so before you close your eyes to sleep." Sungream has already called the leader. He glanced over to see Sungream's sparkling eyes signaling him. The young master waved his hand. "Understood. Just take the 20% as promised." Sungream is filled with joyful happiness. Then Yu Seong reminded him. But does he still remember what he promised to do first? How could Sungream ever forget? "We have to buy him a Ferrari. I still have more than 4.5 billion. Hold up your phone screen for him to see. I have already picked the horse. So no need for you to waste time looking." He leaned over to look. "Which one is it?" He said the car was made to honor the founder of Ferrari. "And I like it." Sungream in sight. $44 million. This time, the earnings are 4 billion Korean won, while the cult leader's car costs 4 billion, totaling the losses. Sungream was stunned inside. Damn it. I am going to have to cover the loss. Another peaceful morning in Shanghai, China. Early dawn. Sungream dressed sharply, ready to step out for business. Before leaving, I told Yu Seong to stay home. My master stepped out for a moment. Yu Seong just woke up, still all messy and disheveled. Yawning as he bluntly asks where he is supposed to go, Sungream replied, "By the way, during this trip to China, I have a meeting with a business partner. While I am away, you absolutely must not cause any trouble abroad." Why does Yu Seong risk his lifelong honor to guarantee this? I am not a child. But these words only make Sungream more worried. Trung Nugian says they cook for the cult leader first, then use the leftovers for the emperor. But the truth is different. It is just a metaphor about the supremacy of the heavenly demon sect. After all, every dish Yu Seong ever tasted was crafted by the finest chefs of the royal palace, meaning they were all exquisite delicacies. So even when he went out and tried the scorpion, he could not stop comparing. "The scorpions I ate before were crispy outside and tender inside. But here they are dry and tough. I have eaten at many places, but none compare to Trung Guyan. Truly disappointing." He wandered the streets until his attention was caught by a reputable-looking restaurant sign called Nin Thi Ven Feng. You see, the Imperial Kitchen is the palace department responsible for the emperor's meals. And it is not just the name, the faint aroma here is just like the food scent in the celestial palace. A hunger for food urged Song to open the door and step inside. But it was locked strangely. Someone was clearly inside. Dressed as a chef, he tasted the dish, then angrily threw the spoon down, saying, "This is not the real flavor, damn it. This is not authentic Sichuan cuisine. Just some trash pretending to taste similar. This man is Hong Hong, the Imperial Kitchen's chef. But his complexion looks rather unwell. Our royal kitchen, founded by our ancestors who were imperial chefs, has been passed down for over 500 years. But my father suddenly passed away before he could teach me the secret recipes. So those secrets were lost. I did my best to restore the secret recipe, but there were still many flaws. So even the most loyal customers gradually stopped coming." Hong Hoi helplessly shouted. "In the end, what is the difference? Isn't it just that everyone has different tastes?" Seeing the opponent so troubled, I immediately told him the reason it is only because he made a mistake. Yu Xiong appeared suddenly without a sound, like a ghost of the 7th lunar month, making the chef so scared he almost dropped his pants. Hurriedly grabbing a kitchen knife and pointing it at him, asking, "Who are you?" Yu Xiong strides straight to the pot of food, assessing it. "Tell me, do you know? Are you trying to channel the spirit of Ming Bao Tang?" Hong Hodi asked in surprise. "How did you know the name that no one uses anymore?" "That is right. I am making Bat Bao Tang." "Why can you tell the problem just by smelling it? The order of adding vegetables and meat is wrong. The mushrooms were not stir-fried but just soaked and taken out. And you even salted the meat," the clueless chef said. "But the book says the meat must be salted first." "Why explain it right away? It probably means to put salt under the meat." The chef could not help but wonder who this mysterious young man was, and how he knew the secret family recipes. Breaking into a closed restaurant, a mysterious stranger suddenly appears here, seeming to understand the kid's thoughts. Yu Xiong uses his flawless 10 out of 10 reputation to assure him, "Just do as I say." Just like that, Hong Hoian cooked the Mein Bao Thang dish again under the guidance of a secret relative. Perhaps Yu Song's appearance was no different from a fairy godmother. Yu just kept cooking out of habit until the mushroom saute. When Yu Song suddenly yelled, "Scaring the living daylights out of me, did not I tell you not to saute the mushrooms?" Hoian casually explained he was just following habit. While Yu Xiong wished he could punch him. How could he torment the mushroom like that? Even the yeast strain never wore me out this much. Yi, having savored the finest delicacies of the world for years, is renowned as a true gourmet. Though he does not cook himself, he guides the new chef with meticulous detail. Hoian asked again, "What do you mean by putting salt under the meat?" Yu Xiong calmly clasped his hands behind his neck and replied, "I do not really know either. Maybe it is some kind of salt stir-fry." There were moments when Yu Xiong doubted his own recipe, but as the dish neared completion, its aroma grew richer and more intense. When Min Bao Thang was unveiled for the second time, even Hoian was moved, never expecting to create such a masterpiece. He scooped a bite with his spoon to taste it, but suddenly his mouth sealed shut, stiff and unresponsive. Why did Xiong ask if it was delicious when he did not even flinch? Then he asked if Han also wanted to try it. Why did not Yu Xiong say much and just grabbed the bowl to approach? "Of course. I only showed you to do exactly that." He took a bite and silently judged this as delicious. Truly the essence of the Ming treasure soup. Meanwhile, Hoian on the other side was so moved he shed tears. This was exactly the flavor Min Hang had been searching for. The flavor his father once made. The flavor of the Engyuthen room. Yu Xiong pays no mind to the boy moved to tears, and instead begins preparing the next dish. The 12 flavors of Ming summer. Just as he suspected, the chef kept cooking his own way, always missing something in the dish. Hoian explains that since his father passed away from a stroke before passing down his cooking secrets, he ended up creating unique Bun Duong dishes on his own. "Why do you always sigh so often?" "Fine. I will teach you, just give it a try." Hoian's eyes lit up as he vowed to Yu Xiong, obedient as a puppy. This time, under the guidance of a culinary soul. The once exclusive dishes of the Engyu Thin Room have all been recreated. Why even try when you already excel at training? You are doing much better than before. Hoian immediately brought out a small vial, inviting Yu Song to smell it, instantly recognizing it as the precious Longzi essence. Hoian immediately introduced, "Honored young master, from the peaceful spring of the pine spirit. These are all fruits offered to our benefactor. You also know this kind of gift, do not you?" Yu Xiong swallowed his rice quickly and said, "You know why, do not you? The precious Longzi is fermented in a ceramic jar, while the pine spirit taping Springzi is aged under the pine tree roots. Need me to show you how to ferment them? I never expected you, the kitchen boy, to kneel and pay respects to Yu Xiong. No need. From now on, I will make up for all shortcomings myself. The grace bestowed by our ancestors today, I will remember forever." Yu Xiong was startled and stiffened, not understanding why he was suddenly thrown onto the altar. After just a few bites, what the heck is this ancestor business? People argue, saying, "Isn't it strange? You appear mysteriously and eat almost 10 meals without showing any sign of it. I will uphold the tradition and honor my family, becoming a worthy royal chef." "Thank you. Your Majesty, only hearing Yu Seong reply with a single sentence. Then I wish you good luck. By the time Hoi looked up, Yu Seong had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pile of empty dishes, no leftovers. No waiting well. At least they got a free meal. So it is all good. Yu Seong wandered the streets, gulping down the gifted bottle, thinking, free food is not so bad after all. But happy to taste the flavor of memories once more. After tasting the wine, he silently judged it. But the Zestor wine still seemed better, maybe because it was sterilized, making it taste good, not because it was truly good. Meanwhile, Sungream has returned in waves, calling out, Yi, where are you going? Leader. Yu Seong honestly replied that he had just come back from eating. Sungream sighed. So soon? Then I do not need the lunchbox I bought on the way back. Saying that, they both walked into the apartment building. Those who understand can eat endlessly thanks to inner strength. I did not mean that. Why do you keep wasting your inner strength on things like this? A morning like any other. Sungream sat cross-legged practicing, while Yu Seong watched him intently from the chair opposite. Yu senses that Sungream's martial arts have grown much stronger than before. This is a mindscape he has already entered, so it should be over quickly. Sungream was practicing, but someone kept staring at him like that. It really killed the mood. You just opened your eyes and said, why does the sect leader keep staring at me? Whenever Seong recalls an event, he immediately shares it with Sungream. I just encountered a false awakener in Gassen. I am watching to see if he is stronger than a human. It is hard to judge someone's strength with just a few glances. Indeed, they possess hidden skills. Items and unique talents are hard to define. Someone might lose to him. This sentence seems to strike at Sungream's pride. He burst out laughing loudly. You think I will lose? Do not you? I am Sungream, one of the 3 genius commanders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yu Seong never hesitates to pour cold water, even if by strength alone, he would not make the top 20 warriors of the Central Plains. Sungream was deeply shaken when the sect leader denied his true strength. Master, I once defeated an awakened one without even using martial arts. May I have the honor of laughing in your face? With just a bit of my inner strength, that man might be one of the top 10 ranked in the Central Plains. Sungream, tears falling, stubbornly asks, what if I were still in the Central Plains? Yu Seong softly sighed, saying, that definitely needs to be reconsidered. Sungream may look fierce, but his soul is still like a child. Hearing that, I smiled wide with pride. Yes. If it were me at my peak, that guy would be nothing but a speck. But if Yu Seong reconsiders, Sungream could rank 12th to 21st. And it would not even matter if Muok were thrown into a deadly battle. No more than 5 people in the Central Plains could defeat him. Years ago, after mastering the secret art in Hunan, Yu Seong returned to the Central Plains to seek revenge. His targets for revenge are the former great sects and the 5 major clans. Though he inherited the power of the demon sect, he still felt his strength too weak to stand against the top martial artists, so he infiltrated alone, intent on killing the elite warriors of the former great sect, driven by a relentless desire for revenge. So he broke in alone with the intention of killing the martial arts masters of the old great sect by surprise. Always wanting to take revenge on the old great sect, a fighter who loses his arm and destroys his dantian is no different from a walking candle. Rumor has it that the former sect leader, targeted by a terrifying bloodthirsty foe, fortified defenses to the max, yet still suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jin Yuxiang, losing many disciples. The remaining are the Wulin elders, guarded by hundreds of disciples and 18 Shaolin Arhats. This is the daunting challenge he must overcome. Earlier, Yuzong had a secret meeting with the Shaolin abbot. After a fierce battle in the cave, the abbot was no longer a match for Yuxiang. He looked at him with bitter hatred and said, Heavenly demon, what dark magic did you use to pierce through countless Shaolin disciples and their impenetrable formations? Yuzong did not hesitate to reveal that it was precisely because he relentlessly pursued me, cornering me, that I encountered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can control life and death itself. From what I have learned, I have created a new martial art called the Heavenly Demon Stealth Technique. The Heavenly Demon Concealment Technique is a martial art that allows the user to hide in the shadows, exploiting the target's blind spots to kill them. Even when he never took his eyes off me, he still could not know where I was, and to prove his words were no idle boast, Yuxiang vanished before the sect leader's eyes using the art of invisibility. If this is truly war, who knows how many lives he has lost? He knew he could never win, so he burst out laughing, a moment unprecedented in history. Alone, you have driven me to the brink. You win. I surrender. I will destroy my own dantian. Having spoken, the master still forcefully pressed into his palm, then struck himself. Then Yuzong defeated the martial alliance and unified the Central Plains. The Heavenly Demon Sect has ruled the martial world for a long time, unmatched by any rival. The only thing is, this cult leader keeps sending warnings. Even in the calmest homes, chaos can suddenly erupt. Hearing a loud noise, Sangrim rushed out. What are you doing? Lord Commander. That was the time Sangrim caught Yuxiang playfully insisting on driving, only to crash into another car. Yet still trying to keep that innocent, blameless look. Should I just come clean and say I used the celestial demon's stealth technique to steal his key? Yuzeong explains he just wanted to test drive before buying, realizing driving is not as easy as he thought, and that achievement is Sangram's two beloved cars, which are about to meet an early demise. Sangram could not hold back tears, flowing like a river, not because of anything else, but simply because the leader could not drive, and to ease Sangram's sorrow, Yuzeong covered all the car repairs, living expenses, and even the tuition fees. Meanwhile, in the training room, two sssrank awakened ones, Mon Suyuk and Jong Mayong's father, are dueling, each wielding a single sword. Seizing the moment, Jong Mayong closes in with lightning speed, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes. Susi remained calm, only noting how swiftly and gracefully he moved without using any weapons. He dodged all of the opponent's moves, then leapt high to avoid a deadly strike from Jong Mayong. The two clashed with earth-shattering fury, evenly matched until their swords finally broke. Jong Mayong strengthened her fist to be harder than steel, punching with one hand as if the gym wall was about to collapse. The manager stood outside, watching in stunned silence. At last, the two of them had hoped to surpass the SS level. Even without the ghost sword or Aegis shield, they still used their skills well and maintained flexible distance. Even without the magic sword or Aegis shield, they still used their skills very well and still used distance flexibly. After a point-scoring strike that ended in a draw, both warriors focused their spirits on the battle, as if the swamp's sweat had dried. Suioc just said today's training ends here. Done. Sir agreed to. Then looked up and said, Manager, please contact the Skeet headquarters. We are both signing up for the promotion exam. The manager is surprised so fast. Indeed, the righteous hearts of the two who vowed to protect Korea are truly immense. Suioc chuckled. What justice? We have been training and sparring together for quite some time now, so I think we are ready for it. The flight manager chuckled. Do you two really think you can defeat a fake awakener from the anti-SG faction? Songmi shrugged, smiling shyly, admitting honestly that he was not sure he could win. Suisei adds to your point, but at least I won't lose hopelessly. I am confident I can hold him off until the other false awakenings arrive. The manager smiled and replied, given the current situation, that is good enough. Yan team, we will protect Korea from you. We won't let you carry out your plan. At the same time, at school, you soon felt an irresistible urge, wondering which scoundrels were bad-mouthing him. False awakeners are those who accidentally step through the gate and gain extraordinary powers. While the media portrays the awakened as victors bestowed with wealth and power, there is a dark truth the public does not know. The main side effect is that false awakeners will suffer excruciating pain if they do not regularly accumulate experience points. Instead of debating this issue, ST enforces strict controls to keep false awakenings below 0.4% of the global population. But that number is just data calculated by scholars. Maintaining it is essential for managing the under-limit gates, balancing the real world's economy, and keeping the awakened satisfied. Meanwhile, in a cramped, dimly lit room, a man in pink shorts sat before a computer screen, speaking with the authority of a judge. Some people like to eat street food while discussing national affairs, but these tyrants are manipulating the country. It is so unfair that I can't become an awakened one. You have to enter the SG Academy to become an awakened. So why does the government steal this chance from its citizens? Abolish this unjust law. After spitting out a cool rant like a congressional candidate, he looked in the mirror and admired himself, thinking, damn, I sound awesome. He returned to gliding his hand over the keyboard, silently thinking, how unfortunate the intellectual capacity of humans is nowadays. Then he turned back to his computer keyboard and thought to himself, what a pity for the intellectual capacity of people today. After a while, the uncle leaned back against the chair, sighing deeply, thinking, if I could awaken, I would definitely be sssrank. Sitting alone in sorrow for a while, the uncle suddenly remembered something and hurriedly jumped up, opening the status window. The rooms remained silent. The uncle clicks his tongue in frustration. I have been calling the status window for 465 days straight, and the system still does not respond. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the system status window appeared right before his astonished eyes. On the real-time search rankings, there are search terms like false awakening without contact, false awakening stage 2, sudden awakening, and more, and the clouds drifting endlessly. The population rate of false awakenings is 0.4%. As Soyeon stepped into the living room, happily singing and ready to watch TV, her mother suddenly smacked her on the butt. Soyeon, sulking, hugs the pan and asks, why did you hit me? Her mother scolded her again. Soyeon, do not you have a test tomorrow? As a student, you need to study. Soyeon flicked her hair confidently at her mom, saying cramming knowledge on the last day before the exam means nothing, and the result? Another kick from mom's fierce spirit. Are you proud of that? At least pretend to study. Will you? Soyeon's silent tears could not change the course of the river. Hyun turned to Soyeon, who was calmly sitting cross-legged on the chair, and asked, Soyeon, you have a test tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Grandfather. I understand, sang Soyeon sneers, mocking him a few times. Thinking he would actually study, he only watches useless stuff. I am confident I will score higher than Din Soyeon on tomorrow's test. We are betting everything on 0. When teacher Soyeon ignored his words, Soyeon taunted him. Are you afraid you will lose? Little did he expect the man was not so easily fooled. Losing to a mere taunt is defeat in itself. Soyeon chuckled slyly. So you are saying you fail at everything you do? Ah, what a loser. Yoo-sung felt a sharp sting in his eyes. This reminded Han of Sungream. He always rattles his opponents with sharp words, before the match truly a chip off the old block. Yet Hyun seems to support this fratricidal showdown. Fine. You two can bet your points the loser must fulfill the winner's demand. Soyeon boldly declared war, saying we must follow the other's demands. No pushover. Accepted the challenge, fine. But do not regret it later, that is my line to say. The next day at school, the students buzzed with excitement. Whispering.
Wait.
Have you heard the news about the fake awakenings that do not connect to the gate in the world? About 1 in every 100 people is a fake awakened. While in South Korea, the rate is 1.4%. Our school has 4 people. As the two boys were chatting, suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Move aside. Only weaklings babble on test day. That voice sounds familiar. When they returned, a fan nearly had a heart attack seeing it was Ye Zhongshu, but in no time, he transformed into a tall, dark, and rugged man. In a situation like this, you must have studied already. But Ye Zhongshu's face seemed to rise alongside the sky truly. With such vast knowledge, it cannot be hidden. The first thing he did was go to Ye Zhongshu, looking sharp and confident, and said, Hey Zhongshu, did you study at all? Ye Zhongshu calmly said he is just a beginner. So he only skimmed through it last night. I said it right away. Then laughed until tears streamed down, just skimmed it yesterday. But this is the most ridiculous thing on test day. Bullet glanced at Ye Zhongshu with a loving gaze like a bullet. I acknowledge the speed, balance, and destructive power, awareness, focus, and finances are your strengths over me. But a student's duty is to learn. If I win this test, it means I am way above you. Good luck. Do not lose. After rambling on for a while, Zhongshu suddenly took off, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Ye Zhongshu complained. Gonna so why young and everyone keeps bothering me. At last, the moment of reckoning has arrived. Each faces the test with a heart uniquely their own. Ye Zhongshu worked silently on his test. Sextu Young cheered loudly for hitting the jackpot, while the fool Zhongshu laughed like a fool, boldly claiming this exam would be as easy as pie. The next day, when the exam results came out, things went completely downhill. Zhongshu's friends were speechless at his showmanship. I feel he is overconfident. How could he fail a tablet test? This is what happens when you start dating early. Thought you would studied hard. But turns out Zhongshu ranked last from the bottom up. Now, with a heart heavy with death, I tell myself I am truly a failure. Can I become an awakened one? Back to Yuzong. He ranked top in the school this time. Who would have thought? That rough-looking guy was secretly hustling all along. Meanwhile, Soyeon had to wear a dozen pairs of pants to save face, since she ranked just 1 spot above Zhongshu. Yuzong got the chance to laugh in my face. But I told you looks do not last long, while knowledge stays with you for a lifetime. Soyeon got so annoyed. She snapped. Damn it. Why do not you go use it somewhere else? Yuzong keeps pestering and teasing. Truly not only bad at studying but also rude. Soyeon clutches her ears, hoping if she can't hear, her heart won't ache. She was so down. She went out to the hallway and happened to sit right next to Zhongshu, making the fool who was just brooding now light up like a car's headlights. Oh my god. Kojito is sitting right beside me. Yuzong even taunts. The test was so easy. How did anyone still fail? Soyeon, disgusted, turned to Zhongshu, saying, that line is meant for the last ranked person. It is you. Right now, Zhongshu is completely overwhelmed by the storm of love, accepting every jab without complaint. Am I his punching bag or what? But honestly, I kind of like it. The friends shifted the topic. Luck ran out after the test. Tomorrow marks the start of the break. Are you going anywhere during the holiday? Yuzong nodded in agreement. But when asked where he planned to go, both Yuzong and Soyeon unexpectedly said the same name. The mediator boy. The guys were shocked. Are you two really going together? Soyeon suddenly realized water had seeped into the ground, quickly explaining that her mother thought Yuzong would be happy to come along. Just that was enough to make the fool Zhongshu explode with jealousy. What? Only the two of them came to inspect. Soyeon quickly clarified that her parents were there too. Yet Zhongshu still frowned, imagining himself and Yuzong going to such a romantic place, and ended up overthinking a bit. Yuzong thought silently that this rank 97 seemed even more knowledgeable than rank 96. He then turned to Soyeon and said, By the way, here's the 10 billion as promised. Soyeon, furious, lashes out at him. Are you crazy? Summer vacation brings Soyeon's family and Yuseong to Prague, a Czech Republic, where the four of them admire the breathtaking views from the famous Esquelhel Bridge. Yuseong suddenly thought of Mander, wondering if he was in a place like this. Mander's homeland, 7, is known as Spain in this era. After a while of walking, they felt hungry. Yuseong eagerly searched for a good restaurant. He stopped by a street vendor to ask about the elderly man, who still looked remarkably dashing. Do you know any good restaurants around here lately? The man laughs heartily in response. Of course. There is, just do not run out of patience. Soyeon was surprised when did Yuseong learn to speak English like that. Yuseong replied calmly. I skimmed a quick guide on the plane, and took the chance to tease Soyeon a bit. Usually, being ranked 9th in class means you can speak any language fluently just by glancing at it. Got it. Rank 96. Clearly Yuseong was joking. But strangely, Soyeon took it oddly seriously, even seeing it as a compliment. Isn't this what you would call excessive optimism? After eating, the four split into two groups. Sangrim with Yuseong, and Mess Hyun with Soyeon. Sangrim plans to visit a sports bar tonight to catch the Korea vs. Republic of Set friendly match, hoping to place a solo bet. Out of options, Hyun reluctantly goes to admire the scenery around the clock tower with Soyeon. Before leaving, she warned her husband to have only one glass of wine and not to drink with Yuseong. Just after hearing his wife's reminder, he turned pale at the market, sweat pouring all over, making an absolute promise to his wife. Only then was Miss Hyun satisfied to leave with their daughter. Goodbye to both of you. Sangrim then turned to ask Yuseong. You learned this language through magic before, did not you? Master. Yuseong does not deny it either. Sangrim asked if there was any way to learn, only to be met with a blunt refusal from Yuseong. Most magic skills focus on offense, but my fists are far stronger. Even Sangrim, overwhelmed by the cult leader's terrifying power, was partly afraid. Yuseong continued. Actually, I think I should learn magic that can control the weather. You really have it. Suddenly, Yuseong sensed a sinister aura, wondering if it was the approaching twin tornadoes, still less threatening than the monster gate, so he chose to ignore it for now. The breath you sensed earlier truly came from a place far from good. 3 masked men hide in the ancient ruins, plotting their next move. They have not returned yet. After all, it is a remote place. To evade the False Awakening Management Association, one must traverse dozens of sub-dimensions to get here. They will return before Phase 2 begins. They will not be confused. At last, the second generation of the Awakened has been born. Soon, the third generation of awakened humans, inheriting from their parents, will be born if we believe in humanity's ability to adapt. It will probably take 5 to 10 years for a new transformation. Or they might return after the reconstruction phase. And the biggest issue is Akasa. Golden Rice smirks, comforting his comrades. Don't worry. Akasa has no will of his own. Time will solve both problems. Rockefeller hinted. What if the first person we send never returns before Phase 2 begins? The golden-haired man answered honestly, his words laced with playful affection. In that case, I think we should enjoy dinner. Just the two of us. And everything will go as planned. I am off. Our plan is flawless. So do not worry about unnecessary things. Happy New Year. The golden words slowly fade into nothingness. Rockefeller contemplates. They travel across the lands to identify newly awakened entities, preparing for Phase 2 to begin. My dear, can this really succeed? But even if I worry, life will go on regardless. Lost in thought, I failed to notice the intruder until they spoke up. What is this place? Why is it so dark when there are windows here? My dear, can this really succeed? But even if I worry, life will go on regardless. Lost in thought, I failed to notice the intruder until they spoke. What is this place? Why is it so dark when there are windows here? My dear, can this succeed? But even if I worry, life will go on regardless. What is this place? Why is it so dark when there are windows here? It is how we touch fingertips. Turns out even the cult leader has fears. Yuseong gently poked Rockefeller's finger. Rockefeller does not speak to you. Muttering some kind of chant under his breath. Yuseong could not identify the language he was speaking and suspected it was Mander's magic. As Rockefeller read, the space suddenly darkened, his eyes slowly igniting with dark power. Yuseong crouched down and discovered a giant demonic machine. Judging by its energy, he needed to be at least twice as strong as he is now to face it. Back then, when I faced that mysterious entity in the Angel's Sanctuary, no opponent I would ever met had the power to kill me except this one, who possessed a strength that could end me. But Yuseong stood up, a victorious smile spreading across his lips. The gap between Jiguksek's ability to kill and actually killing is worlds apart. Yuseong launched into the air, igniting his power. When in Trungnian, Yuseong could have gained much greater power if he had the determination. But now he does not need to. It is pointless to seek more strength. After 3 steps, even the sky must bow before me, Yuseong declared boldly. then struck the 3 steps of the heavenly palace straight at Rockefeller. The mask shattered instantly, revealing the true face beneath. The strike just now tore a huge hole in the floor, leaving Rockefeller unconscious in the center. Yuzong scolds sharply, calling him rude for knowing only attack, not defense. From deep within Rockefeller's body, a dark, black mist slowly escaped as Yuzong forced a smile. It is weaker after entering close combat. So this is its true form, an ugly monster, its body covered in skulls, growled deeply as it spoke. The absolute ruler of Trungayan. The 3 masked figures are actually called the triplets. Legend says they are demons who could wield dark magic even before birth, tearing flesh and drinking their mother's blood out of suffocating rage. Cap Senba has ruled the western lands through fear for 100 years since birth, a place filled with dread so great many chose suicide over dying by the tyrant's hands. Records show that Cap Senba died while trying to open a gateway to another dimension. Still, this information is false. The 3 births did not fail. They simply could not fully open the gate. They stepped through the gate and encountered a strange entity, a realm of loss itself. The strange entity demands they leave behind their most precious essence to pass through here. The 3 birth eaters, driven by lust for murder, power, and primal pleasures, have arrived on Earth, their bodies stripped by a strange entity. Upon arrival, witnessing humanity's magnificent civilization, they conspired to destroy this beauty of life. Yet they could not inflict any great harm on Earth, for the world's will, known as Akasa, holds back the dark power of the 3 scythes. The moment they used their power to defy Akasa's will, they were banished from the physical world forever and erased from existence. In the end, they borrowed the power of deadly bodies and amassed a colossal fortune. Through their wealth, they achieved their desires. Yet having lost their true bodies, they slowly felt an unbearable emptiness. There is only one way to satisfy this relentless craving: transcend human limits and become a god. Back in the battle, Yusuke was stunned, unable to understand what the monster before him was saying. The supreme healer of Trung Yen, I have faced many enemies before, but the atmosphere now is completely different. In the monster's eyes, Saimba looked like a small penguin, wide-eyed and curious. What has one sacrificed in the realm of loss to arrive here? Yusukon does not understand the space of loss. Sunbei does not even bother to ask another question. What drives a person to pass through the gate? Which gate? Seeing the opponent could not answer a single question, the monster cursed silently within. What is this? Is he always this troublesome? Now it is Yusukon's turn to ask. Then answer me first, what are you planning to do on this earth? A sudden monster. You do not remember me. Yusukon has no memory of this monster at all. It continued speaking. Have you lost your memory as you passed through the realm of loss? Annoyed, Yusukon pointed directly at him and spoke sharply. You bastard. Do you even know why you keep dodging instead of answering my question? Because people are afraid. Just 3 words ignited the monster's pride to a fever pitch, and it roared in fury. Stubborn bastard. You are the one refusing to answer me. It started to roar. It started roaring. It lashes out with its own tendrils at Yusukon. He leaps back swiftly to dodge, but still gets struck by one whip straight on. This made Yusukon smirk coldly, instantly counterattacking. The monster took a magical hit but remained unscathed. Instead, he laughed heartily, taunting his opponent. Your attacks are meaningless. It unleashed a blinding magic, binding Yusuke's hands and feet midair, then took on a lecturing tone. Your strength once matched ours, but that is all in the past now. The fact that you were once on par with us is a thing of the past. Then it began using a secret technique to summon countless phantom personalities of Yusuke on within its dream. The goal is for ghosts and humans to fight, ending in mutual destruction. But it did not expect that all the restless ghosts would remain still, while the child smiled provocatively at it. Now Yusukon steps up to deliver his fiery lecture. When the emotions of the heart and the mind unite, every action can reach its highest perfection. When the emotions in the heart align with meaningful actions driven by good intentions, and the mind is committed to carrying them out, peace and clarity follow. When emotions in the heart and every action become independent and unhesitant, one will achieve a state of perfection in every aspect. While Rockefeller stood dumbfounded, Yusukon's spirit sword struck straight, cleaving him in 2. Rockefeller is taken by surprise. Why was I defeated? He can strike even when I do not have a fixed form yet. This is absurd. This is not a power that humans can attain. Yusukon asked where they had met before, but he refused to say. Done. It seeks a way to escape, hoping to reunite with its 2 brothers in the future. With a blink, Yusuke was gone, and the platform shattered to pieces. He deliberately sabotaged the radio tower to escape. Yusukon sits atop the rubble of the broadcasting tower, letting out a heavy sigh. They have escaped. I used a lot of inner strength but still failed to stop them. Suddenly, a flash of light bursts where he sits. The color and nature of the darkness Yusuke just slashed are shifting. A beautiful new day begins as Soyeon stands at 4,000 meters, while Jun's limbs scream endlessly. The bodyguard behind her offered a few comforting words, but it was insignificant. Then, without warning, he jumped from the plane, making Soyeon scream in terror. Today, the whole family went dancing together, which is why the initial incident happened. Now it is Sunreem's turn. Standing in the sky, He finally realizes how high up he really is, recalling the words of Master Yusukon. I wonder if he can really jump higher than this. Or if he was just joking, but at this height. Even the mighty Sunream cannot escape the fear that screams within. The last one is Yusukon. His cold gaze fixed ahead. The guard standing behind it needs to ask. Hey man. Are you scared? Yusuk replied with a single no. Leaving the guy no time to react. He leapt into the air and then rocket speed dived down. The first to hit the ground, he anxiously asked. Yusuk, are you okay? I am obviously fine. Not showing a single emotion on my face, Yan continues. Auntie has been watching everyone from down here. And I see you respond much faster than the others. Even the person dancing with you is still in shock. At this moment, the guy's face was pale with fear, drained of all color. Then Aunt Hyan showed Yusuk the photo captured by the camera earlier. While he flew so fast the camera could not catch him. Soyeon looked truly timid. Looking at the photo, Yusukon came up with a bold idea. Posting Soyeon's picture on her profile with a truly seductive caption. If the world tries to blow you away, I will stand in its way. Yusukon finished with a sly grin. And to top it off, he had Aunt Hyan's support. If you keep doing that, you will get caught sooner or later. You need to turn off all notifications and log out immediately. The two exchanged sly smiles. While innocent Soyeon eagerly ran over to ask about the video, Mom showed it to her too. Completely silent about that status update, Yusukon stands alone, reflecting on the scoundrel from yesterday. Is he? He seems to know me from before. But why do not I remember him? That face is not easy to forget. I have searched through my memories. But he is nowhere to be found, according to his aunts. That dark thing likely originated from Central Plains, and once traveled through a dimension like mine to get here. Anyway, thanks to it, I have accumulated so much inner energy. Who would have thought it would cling to me like this? Yusukon spoke out. We will meet again in the not-so-distant future. Soyeon accidentally overhears the question. But he remains silent. Speaking of the monster from yesterday, it was writhing in exhaustion, endlessly dying before Yusuk. How could a mere human influence an invisible entity like me? It is an uneven battle. The inner energy he steals is the result of my years of absorption. The one who killed Link Up and absorbed his energy must be Jin Yusukon. The bigger problem is if the other brothers find out I have awakened. Things will get complicated. They will force me to join their ranks, to unite against Jin Yusukon. Only then can we gain the upper hand. But I might lose my personal freedom. My energy is in chaos right now. I have to kill Jin Yusukon, reclaim my inner power, and seize his as well. The other brothers always hide their trump cards. The moves I unleash later will leave everyone dizzy. This act is about to end. I will rise like a god. Rockefeller blazed a fiery trail back to the Sun Green family's mountain retreat, while Soy Yusukon stormed in, slamming the living room door, demanding answers from Yusukon. The photo on her profile caught the attention of her classmates. Soy Yusuk threatens to tell their parents about what Yusukon dared to do. Yusuk calmly hands Soy beer, inviting her to drink with warm enthusiasm. This beer is no ordinary brew. It is a masterpiece crafted meticulously by artisans from the Republic of Books. Can you smell its heavenly aroma? Swayed by such sweet words, Soy Yusuk naive and simple took a sip from his beer glass, then slowly drank 3 bottles. Seeing Soy Yusukon's happy face, one can't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder she is the daughter of Sun Green, known for his legendary drinking skills. He once declared, even if he lost the duel, he could still beat the captain in a wrestling match. Glancing at his watch, Soy Yusukon stood up, using the excuse of going to the restroom to leave. Soy Yusuk was happily drinking beer, thinking his parents would not be home for another 30 minutes. So he could easily rush to grab the evidence only to hear his mother's sharp voice right in front of him. Thanks Soy Yusukon. His mother appeared, her face burning with fury. Teeth clenched as she questioned him. I will give you 1 minute to explain all of this. Soy Yusuk stood up, stammering as he recounted everything. I was not planning to drink at all, but Jin Yusukon invited me. Really? So where is Jin Yusukon? He is definitely in the bathroom. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yusukon appeared looking like he just came back from a group workout, saying, I ran along the riverbank. Then added countless guilty expressions while questioning Soy Yusukon. I smell alcohol around here. Did you drink it? Soy Yusukon. Just one sentence was enough to make Aunt Hyaeon blame all the sins on her beloved daughter. After hearing the news, Yusukon felt like going mad, clearly betrayed, now forced to bear the blame alone. Her frustration overwhelming. Seriously? Aunt Hyaeon scolded again. What is so good about drinking this? Yusukon sided with the enemy, pouring fuel and fire, deepening Soy Yusukon's guilt. Without studying, she just sits drinking, tearfully pleading with Yusukon in silent sorrow. Stop talking. Next came a burst of hearty laughter from Yusukon's spot. At Braha Mall in the Czech Republic, Soy Yusukon radiates an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Hyaeon strikes up a conversation with the protagonist, Yusukon, inviting him to go shopping together. I will go shopping alone, the young man replied straightforwardly. Hearing that, the woman suggested, all right, take this card with you. Hearing that, the woman suggested, okay, you take this card. Hearing this, Hyeon raises a question. Does he have the money to contribute? However, she offered no further help and soon left with Soy Yusuk on. I know. See you in a bit.
Yep.
Yusuk on the tongue of magic responds. Right after, the guy glanced around. Long wondered where Sun Greem was. He wanted to ask him a few questions. At the same moment, Sun Greem clutches the ball with a troubled face. Thinking, what did I just eat? In a clothing store, the protagonist is captivated. Unable to look away, clothes in this world are stunning. Remembering the old days struggling with martial arts uniforms in the clothing store was truly amusing. Gold Sun Greem brought could probably be exchanged for $1.5 billion time to show off now. Walking down the street, Yusuk-on was suddenly drawn to a brown handbag. Seeing it, the guy imagined Soyeon giving a speech. From now on, do not talk to me. To prepare for the situation, he decided to buy another one for Soyeon. That lady who keeps nagging all day. Please pay for me. Moments later, the Sun Greem family stood in stunned silence at what lay before them. They seem like they want to confirm. Did you really buy all this? The young man quickly replied.
Yep.
This is a gift. I am going to the restroom. Meanwhile, Soyeon and Haein shouted in unison. Yusuk-on. Where did you get such a large sum of money? Then they cast sharp glances at the person beside them. Sun Greem is cornered. Sweating with worry, how am I supposed to explain this? My parents' insurance money, it is no good. It does not fit. What about the inheritance? But suddenly inheriting it feels strange. At this point, the cramped man came up with a clever idea. Oh right. When he arrived in Shanghai, Yusuk-on used the excuse that he was going to find his relatives. Right after, Hokan spoke up. Then he said, Yusuk inherited some money. Suddenly inheriting, his wife wondered. Sun Greem begins to perform a brilliant play, originally intending to keep it secret, revealing that the Yusuk-on he met in China might be his relative. Haein's sharp gaze pierced through. Questioning, is that really true? Sun Greem hesitated to answer. But it seemed that for some unknown reason, they did not want to contact Yusuk-on, leaving Yusuk-on hurt. Morally, that person returned Yusuk-on's parents' property to him. So the money might have come from that. Why is not he speaking? The girl wondered aloud. The young man could only hesitate, saying that Yusuk-on said it must not be spoken of. Haein asks again. In the end, did he cut family ties to quickly spend all the money? That is right, Sun Greem replied, secretly sighing in relief. Thank goodness it is true. Right after that, he excused himself to use the restroom. Needing to speak with the sect leader again to avoid any slip-ups, he suddenly ran off somewhere. Unaware that Yosun and Haein never believed a word he said. Who would believe that lie? Your father was foolish. And because of his mistakes, you ended up struggling in school. Right. At this point, the woman sneered. You should be proud. Ranked 97th. Hearing that, the girl quickly retorted. I am ranked 96. After all, Haein thought to himself. After all, not long ago Yuzong went with him to North Korea to meet family. And then suddenly he received a large sum of money. But Yuzong is only 19. A 19-year-old North Korean boy who left North Korea yet still received money. Thinking back, when talking to Yuzong, his words and actions felt like those of his subordinate. The feeling of always looking up instinctively. Could it be? Right now, Haein's mind is filled with images of the Korean Civil War. She silently speculates that Yuzong's real name is Kim Yuzong, from the Kim family that controls Joseon. Unable to fight for power, he severed ties and fled to South Korea. So the woman placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder. Be careful. Do not let her know you already know the truth. No matter how much she questions. Haein immediately put on a sympathetic face, imagining just how lonely Yuzong must be. He has no one to comfort him. But luckily, Yuzong has now become part of our family. Please treat him with warmth and kindness. So seemed to understand the problem and replied, I get it now. Listen to your mother when you see Yuzong appear, she said softly. Hurry up. Jin Yuzong. It is time to board the plane. The young man wondered silently. Why is not he angry anymore? Right after, he broke into a satisfied smile. Remember seeing online guides on how to ignore a girl when she is angry. If that does not work, think about the price of the gift. So the guy grew even more confident. Turns out what they said online was true. At the same moment, in another corner, a man emerged from the swirling smoke. Next, Suiosi charged forward with his thunderous punch. The moment the attack was launched, the opponent swiftly dodged to the side. He kept his calm expression until a flash of light washed over him, turning his face pale. Myung lunged forward, blocking his path, then unleashed a strike as if delivering a final blow. With the task done, he and Suok stood side by side, silently watching the situation unfold before them. Witnessing this scene, the man could not help but marvel, never expecting the two to work so perfectly together. How fascinating. Then he radiated the aura of Arnold Beck, the first awakened emperor of sssrank. Suizuh and Myung wonder. No scars at all. Could he really be the emperor? Breck cracked a wicked smile and declared loudly, Then I will fight to the death with that name. One of the three pseudo-Sess awakeners on Earth, the first Sess level awakener of humanity in the early days, with no more than 100 level awakened. Arnold Beck led the Awakened to conquer the Agate of Los Angeles, the Agate of Beijing, and the Triple Agate of Accra, Ghana's capital. After announcing the immediate formation of the SG along with many United Nations, numerous countries joined instantly. Arnold Beck is the guardian of humanity. Emperor Arnold Beck is now training at the Australian stream with Che Jung Myung to compete in the SES level Awakening promotion tournament. At this moment, he musters a powerful strike aimed at the two boys. Smoke and dust billowed all around, culminating in a grand success. The three of them appeared to the warm welcome of everyone. The SES class Awakeners from the Australian sect and Che Jung Myung, South Korea's first and second place, have joined forces to create the nation's first class fake awakening, capturing global attention and earning high praise from Arnold Beck. All these titles and achievements, young General Han Ji-Hu had no idea were created by Han Hu, his grandfather, in the Grand Mansion. Iho-sun lies comfortably, watching TV. No one can help but reprimand you, even if you are on break. You are now a 12th grader, should not you be worried? If you can't learn it, then find another job. Yaho-sun put on a serious face and said, Mother, Nito-T still has not decided what to do with the rest of his life. Nai-Tu is still lost in deep thought. Ni-Tu is still thinking, feeling upset. Thought, my mother scolds me every day, yet I am just a 12th grader like any other. Hearing her words, he suddenly felt uneasy, for Iho-sun had excellent grades, ranking 9th in the entire school. But you are just a 9.6 student in the whole school. Later, the woman softly asked, Mom is talking. Where are you going? The girl replied sullenly, I do not know. At the bus stop, he suddenly finds himself drawn to the news bulletin on the TV. In the first and second flag ranks, Jang Myung and Muon Suiuk became the first S-class awakened elders in Korea. After hearing that, Trang wondered, are they really the strongest in Korea? Could it be that calling Korea a powerhouse is just a lie? Suddenly, the young man's phone lit up. Sun Grim's message appears on the screen. Leader, come to the room for a talk. Cut to the room. After hearing Sun Grim recount everything. Why are you hesitating? Boss just gave you an F-level task. What is the problem? The man replied immediately. This matter is confidential. Not even the scoreboard appeared. Why the secrecy? Namchun looks puzzled. Sun Grim explains that fake awakeners will pay to buy access through the gate. Namchun asked again, can I keep it all for myself? I do not feel any guilt. The opponent does not answer directly. Instead, they turn the question back on us. Leader, why do you not care about me? The angry young man stamps his feet like a child, caring for strangers but ignoring me. You said sternly, just give me the hair and the strength. That is enough, or do you want me to take them back? Upon hearing that, Sun Grim immediately returned to a cheerful state. The leader skillfully joked, you think this is a joke? The young man snapped back. Sun Grim quickly calms down. Don't worry about those false awakenings. They deserve the world's scorn anyway. What is he saying? The protagonist looks puzzled. The young man replied, they are the ones who stir much controversy in society. Sir, are you saying they are like the villains in the novel Ha Koi Chi too? Sun Grim nodded in agreement. Yep. They are masters who like to show off. Hearing these words, Namchun thought to himself, I am curious because I have never met a rising star. Those who followed me in Trunggain were great disciples who endured many hardships. Hearing this, Yu's heart burned with desire. I too want to scold such people just once. Interesting. Right after that, the guy asked Sun Grim, how long would it take to get to Menor? Nan's place, the man said. By car it takes 2 hours from Seoul to Gyeongsan. But if you run or use martial arts, just 40 minutes. Almost there. Yu's voice was faint. Then Sun Grim called out, Leader, you did not forget the voice changer like last time, did you? The young man grinned wickedly. This time I will use a different voice. Though some awakenings are false, they still spend time and effort climbing the ranks. Just like Arnold Beck. Low difficulty, fast completion, high rewards. Many fake awakenings only choose forced level bosses. It is an absolute secret to the people. So the gate's danger level is low enough to be quietly controlled. The young man looked surprised. Really? Another voice interjects. Great, a good's worth using will fetch a higher price. Happy birthday. Truly. 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 Happy birthday. Truly. Truly. Another voice interjects. A top tier item worth using will fetch a higher price. Is that? The enemy questions with doubt. The young man cheerfully said, that is right. Even if you want to exchange it for cash, you can't because it is too expensive. Right now, the person in charge is announcing. The gate is about to open. Everyone get ready to go. Do you know how desperately we begged? Hurry up, catch the boss. Then let us go have fun. Your birthday. Truly. 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 Your birthday. Truly real. Right now, the person in charge announces. The gate is about to open. Everyone get ready to go. Your birthday. Truly. Truly. Because of he looked at the crowd below, full of scheming, ready to teach this rising star a lesson. After becoming the mysterious man, he transformed into a completely different vibe. Welcome, everyone. I am your mission supervisor this time. 3. First of all, I want to congratulate those selected for the mission. Currently, there are 22 people. Below, the young man shouted. Everyone, get ready and form up. Everyone answered that I do not know. A wave of big questions stirred within the young man had not it been said that 22 people were involved. But right now, he can't think any further, but quickly notify them we do not have time. Silently reassuring myself. It is just pressure. Now, everyone begins to follow his lead. The young man shouted. Someone's captured him. Is it Hong Kai-ho? The other quickly retorted. Hong Kai-ho alone could not have taken down the boss. This man looks annoyed. Damn it. At this rate the treasure will be stolen. Then he shouted. If you do not want to die, run fast. Where is the treasure? The treasure. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, gazing at the scene before him, and slowly said, My treasure. The young man appeared out of nowhere, smirking. The treasure. If you want it, I will give it to you. But I have left it all in that world. Witnessing this, everyone there showed fear a monster in human form. Next, the man with the cap suddenly lunged at them, unleashing powerful punches. Suddenly, someone in the group shouted, That cap is his true form. He retracted his words, only to take a kick to the face along with the other's correction. That is not it. The spinning hat whirls like a tornado, gently taking down everyone present. Right now, the young man draws his gun and fires a deadly shot at Hone. However, the spear was one step ahead. He split himself to evade and sighed slowly. This young man is obviously terrified. Could he possibly evade my level awareness? The feathered hat radiates a great spiritual energy, taunting. If you want the treasure, then take it. As he rushed forward like a madman, he used magic to attack each enemy one by one. The man sits in a corner, trembling with fear. I lost, he admits as the lion roars. Right now, the man with the cap slowly approaches him, standing before the brimmed hat. The young man softly asked, Who are you? The young man immediately broke into a smile, striking a cool pose as he declared himself the Pirate King. Enchant your opponent, captivate their soul impossible to resist. Saying that, he immediately collapsed to the ground, but with a sly grin. Ox smiled, satisfied it was not bad at all. Looking at the scene before us, with weapons like swords and guns, the guy muttered to himself, realizing this was how the kids cause chaos. Though not a capital crime, it must be punished severely. In the past, those so-called hares wielding bright swords were taught a lesson by the protagonist. But something feels very strange. 10 minutes before I completed the mission, there was no prompt like before. Has something changed? Could it be that I have to step through this door? Saying that, the protagonist placed his hand on the door, thinking to himself, then I must use my inner power like last time. Shortly after, the system sent a notification. Matter player's skill proven. Energy restored. Do you want to start filtering selected monsters? Progress 7%. After reading the uke, he quickly made his choice. Let us see. The next second, the system sends a message. The selective monster ban will be lifted. Suddenly, a strange beam of light appeared in the forest. Something unseen stalks the young man from behind, sparking his curiosity to turn and look. What could it be? Facing the monsters before him, the young man was terrified out of his wits. The scene reveals a monstrous creature with many eyes and teeth. It appeared before the protagonist and transformed into another form. He could not help but exclaim, Look who is here. It is a familiar face. But unlike before, now you can walk on 2 legs. Are you an alien? Facing his mocking words, the massive beast suddenly drew its sword, immediately pressing the sword to Yuzong's neck. A fierce shout served as a warning, making the guy suffer through the pain. Yuzong leapt to evade the tiger's blade, eyes fixed on the glowing board. If swordsmanship ranks sun green below Albion, why can't I sense its fighting spirit or sharp intent? You step back, knowing you cannot defeat me, right? You want me to withdraw? The tiger clenched its sword tightly, roaring fiercely without pause. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes shut. Now Yuzong drew his sword, eyes burning with the will to fight to the death. Do you want to die young over that blade? Very well. Then I shall help you achieve your desire. As he spoke these words, his entire being radiated a commanding aura. The tiger leaps in instantly, and he is ready to strike. Immediately after, he flashed forward, closing in on his opponent. Body agile, rising on tip, hand sweeping a sharp sword slash, moves lightning fast. The tiger spits blood before it can even react. Yuzong thrusts his sword into the ground, eyes scanning the sleeping garlic bulb. The selective monster has died. The selection progress is now at 7%. Players begin absorbing energy once the selection is complete. He stepped toward the tiger, then suddenly froze as it raised its paw like a sword. He asked, You want to offer it to me? Of course. It can only growl a few times. All right. I will take it specially. Then he expanded, absorbed, withdrawing words as the tiger's body was wrapped in purple flames. Its eyes still would not close, and moments later, a stream of energy flew toward Yuzong. He takes a deep breath to absorb all this energy. In your hand is the sword the tiger used earlier. He watches and judges. Something feels a bit off. Elsewhere, The boy was staring intently at his phone, sensing movement behind him. He turned around. It is over before it even began. Yuzong appeared wearing a fedora. Astonished, he asked, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" "You seal your lips. I am the Pirate King." Saying that, he tiptoed away, leaving the young man in stunned silence. He is terrified. It is impossible. Yuzong crosses through a dense forest. He stared straight ahead. What was that gate? The nature was strange. But the gate felt familiar. This was no natural phenomenon. The gate has been near Earth for 20 years. And now everyone just accepts it strange. Really, no matter what. Elbian committed suicide and became the gatekeeper boss. Meaning someone forced it to become the boss. Then he soared onward. The seal on the chosen Elbian monster shattered into stardust, selective by nature. Earth's gases cannot transform into inner energy. The energy filtered from the gate transforms into inner strength. Yuzong chooses a rock and sits down. He thought again. So is the gate a tool that generates energy? If the gate is a big jar, then the funnel is the boss. What happens if these two elements filter energy? Then what is the source? Where will that energy be used? After a moment of thought, he moved on, still unable to understand. After landing, Yuzong took a few steps forward. He stands atop a high rock, overlooking the bustling city below. He smiled softly. I once loved Trungayan deeply, but I love this world even more. Then he touched the bracelet on his wrist. The panel appeared but resisted. Don't worry. It seems like everything's going to be fine now. 10 minutes later, Yuzong pushed through the crowded crowd. His face twisted in discomfort. I take back what I said earlier. By the time we arrived, the market was already bustling high. He stepped through the door and shouted, I am. Yan steps out. Back already? Have you eaten yet? He answered. I have eaten already. Saw you walk into the sticky rice with clumsy fingers. You are back. Yuzong warns. Don't be rude to your elders. She looks at him with half an eye. Grown up. Who? You care. He immediately retorted. Wait. You have to call me bro, then Yulnchet said. It has been a long time since we met, so I forgot. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze to the bracelet on his wrist. She thought to herself, you said Jui-me. Right. The daughter of a wealthy family in North Korea. Is it beautiful? But no. I should not trust Jin Yuzong's eyes. Then she pouted openly. Yuzong wondered. Why do you keep glancing like that? So Woon just said. Forget it. While Gi Jong-soo kept complaining that he did not answer the call. I heard that and replied. I already turned off the phone. She told me he called from England. Seems like he is there now. He picked up the phone to check England. Why was it there? So Woon said. I do not know. He did not say. Only that he needs you. Yuzong looked away from his phone. Clearly annoyed, like I was the one who wanted to call him. How ridiculous. She looked up and asked. Really? From plane tickets to hotel. All travel expenses are covered in the package. In just a few notes. He is back with a new look. This changes everything. She stood stunned, amazed at how fast it was. The plane's engines prepare to land as Yuzong pulls his suitcase and steps out into the airport. From afar, Jong-soo held up the welcome sign. Jin Yuzong. Right here. He sighed helplessly. Already noisy before anything even started. On the street, people say Yuzong took a bite at a restaurant. And sure enough, British food is as terrible as on TV. At the same time, Jong-soo snapped. Jin Yuzong. Are you even listening to me? You came to England to play football through your father's connections. But you faced racism because you could not beat them on skill alone, so you lost. He slammed the table fiercely. With my honor as a Korean, how could I back down? Show them the dignity and stature of Korean football. Anne replied. But business is business. Now the waiter brings the food, and Anne sighs. Thinking, to order now. You have to know the language. But how did that woman know the gate's code? Could she be connected to it? Whenever I see her in a Taiwan, it is clear she radiates an intimidating power. Even with power, one cannot act recklessly. Before long, Yuzong lost focus and made Jong-soo frustrated. I am talking. Where are you even thinking about? He looked up and said. Then try to score as many goals as you can. He jumped up, fired up. Yeah. Let us show them the taste of defeat. He suddenly remembered and asked. I read online that football players get bonuses when they score goals. Is that true? He raised his eyebrows, saying, look, I have booked you a business class flight and a hotel room all on my pocket money. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Even martial artists scorn the common folk despite their inner strength, while officials disdain the educated. Thus the unification of Central Plains martial arts and imperial authority came to be. Then he said seriously, all right, this time I will do it for free. Jong-soo could not believe his ears. Free? No way. Yuzong smiled softly, then stood up and walked away. On the outskirts of London, the Crossbridge youth team trains young talents while scouts search for rising stars. Alongside classes open to the public at the training camp, this class receives funding from the English Football Development Fund under the banner of Youth Development in English Football. To be honest, all of this is just business fraud. The camp is nearing its end, and the managers are urgently scouting the top prospects for the future. Lee Zhongshu's father donated a lot to Crossbridge, So starting next year, it is very likely to become an official sponsor, making it easy for Yi Zongshu to get Ai Yuksong into the camp. The two arrived at the stadium. Zongshu said, "It is a pity you joined late. So you have to play with the amateurs. For me, I will join the players. See you after the match." Yuksong steps into the yard and asks, "Is this side for ordinary people?" Just then, applause gathers everyone's attention when the coach picked up the ball and said, "I will adjust the techniques. Then you all follow along slowly." Hem performs a few moves with grace and professionalism. Finally, he kicks the ball hard into the net. Everyone cheers loudly. "So cool." Yuksong stood aside, thinking silently. "So this is how it is, completely different from school football?" The coach asked. "Have you all seen it clearly?" They all responded with a firm yes. Having heard the speech, said, "From now on, I will take a walk around and see. So you all should practice." Yuksong takes the ball and scores a goal, then repeats the exact same moves as the coach. Seeing his extraordinary skill, those guys were terrified. "So good, who is that Asian guy?" The coach stopped in stunned disbelief. That technique was not just a touch, it was as if the ball moved on its own. No matter how great your skills are, you can't use them in a match. That technique requires shifting your center of gravity multiple times. He did not even slow down. It would be different if he could freely shift his center of gravity, and was made a bright-eyed fan by Yuksong. "That kid." Then he stepped closer and asked, "Who taught you that technique?" He replied calmly, "Of course I learned it from him." The man stared at me in shock. "You learned from me?" Yuksong replied, "I just taught him." "The more you speak, the more Han is surprised, studying. Never seen that before." "What is your team's name?" The moment I heard the question, I immediately said. The coach furrowed his brow in thought. "Then what if this boy joins the team? And if he can be trained as a goalkeeper? This boy will surely become a world-class one." Thinking so, and anxiously asked, "Have you finished the physical test?" "I have never answered." Hen continues. "The entrance exam?" The answer remains the same. Never changed. The coach smiled like a fool, saying, "You have talent and will become the world's #1 football player." You openly replied, "I know," frowning. "Do you know why that is?" He answers with a calmness born of boredom. The alchemist tests the strength of his fists. "Is that?" Then he pointed at me and said, "So you want to fight me? Prove you deserve what you want." You say, "Fine. What if I want £100 for each goal?" He shook his head, saying such hardship is not worth it. Then Hen seriously said, "How about £100 per goal?" Yuksong's expression changed. "Are you sure? You could go bankrupt." And remains determined. "If you score fewer than 3 goals in 90 minutes, you must undergo my team's physical test." He agreed immediately. "Fine. Bring on the challenge." The coach rushed off, saying, "Signing the contract is fine. Right. Wait a moment. I will be right back." Yuksong was left speechless. He thought to himself, "I have no intention of wasting the common people's money, though I do love the extremes. It is the alchemist's money that makes me a bit uneasy." The teams have gathered on the field. The coach blows the whistle, and the game begins. Hongsu said, "The guys I mentioned are numbers 34 and 47. The two started whispering. They must be friends of the Asian group. One of the rich hairs crying after losing to us. This time, we have to take down your friend's whole crew. They went through all that trouble to come to you. So we have to teach them a lesson." They boasted to each other, then shouted loudly as they moved on. The coach stood on the stands, furrowing his brow with worry. "Anyway, it is a great chance to see their true skills. What are you planning to do?" Hajun Yuksong. "The soccer match started a while ago, but the ball still has not reached Yuksong. The reason is the players do not want the match to turn into the coach's pet project. Just a backdrop for the rich Asian kid. It is all because of their envy and rage." Yuksong thought to himself, "If that is how you want to play." Then he suddenly rushed up, turning into a coach. With all the big shots watching in disbelief, he steals the ball as easily as pie, slipping past 2 opponents. A leader said, "That Asian kid. Am I seeing this right? He is so." The coach said, "Being super fast is different. Maybe the player's average speed is quite slow, but even so, he is unbelievably fast." Yuksong still strides proudly, leading the ball forward. Soon, a distant player approaches. No one can dodge the tackle now. But he was wrong. I easily jumped up, dodged, and then passed by. He fell off the raft. All right. I should put on a helmet. At last, Yuksong scored the ball into the goal. Unbelievable, leaders say. It is not just about speed. Who is that kid? The coach's eyes widened. I know he is strong, but this is hard to believe. Football is a team sport. You can't win alone. But that kid alone controlled the entire match. Number 47 shouts loudly. Defender. What are you doing? Can't you stop a single play? They are about to be taken down by those Asian kids in the underworld. Everyone run fast. Stop him at all costs. All 4 closed in on Yuksong at once. He smirked, thinking, do these kids really think this is enough to stop me? It is truly ridiculous. Then he flicked the ball up with his foot and fired a scorching shot. They stopped glaring up. Why suddenly kicked the ball into the sky? What is he thinking? Even more astonishing, Yuksong suddenly leapt high and volleyed the ball from below. The tiger trainer could not believe his eyes. Impossible from that height. A powerful overhead kick. He strikes the ball, and it sails straight into the goal. Dongsu was surprised too. He knew Yuksong was good at football. But this level. Has he been hiding his skills all along? The heavy drum sounds, signaling the start of the battle. Right now. I am a bit over the top. Maybe I should just let it go. Or this might cause more trouble. Jersey number 34 is furious. What is with that Asian guy? Is he a fake awakening? O47 says. Whether it is a false awakening or not, it is still undermining us. He can't be forgiven. He has gone too far. Frustrated. He secretly kicked a ball at Yuksong's head. But unfortunately, Yuksong knew everything and mumbled. I know. Just keep talking. Taking your words. I spin and strike the ball. This just got even more interesting. Let me show you who we really are. The balloon sped towards number 47. Before he could react, it hit him right in the face. The ball hit him and bounced back into the air. Yet it still flew towards the goal because the leader praised his talent and star quality. We must admire him. He is the future of football. Number 47 has now fallen to the ground, weapon in hand, avoiding my gaze. Jin Yuksong. You do everything for my sake. I am speechless looking at him. Utterly exhausted. The match ends with Yuksong's team winning 9-1. With Jin Yuksong scoring 8 runs and being named MVP. A flawless solo performance. You keep saying it. Do not you need to remind me again? The coach begged shamelessly. Yuksong thought. Just one more time. Please, you were born to be a football superstar. But he coldly tore off his shirt and walked away. So boring. He is reaching out. Do not take care, man. I am off. Stay safe. He pointed to the crowd blocking the exit. Right over there. They anxiously rushed over to ask Dongsu. Wait. Where did Jin Yuksong go? You were just with him. Who are you? A friend of Jin Yuksong. Tell us where Jin Yuksong went. He screamed in agony. Jin Yuksong. While he calmly walked out alone, the streetlights flicker on as he takes a seat on a long bench. Yuksong thought to himself. Every place in this world is different. Traveling is truly delightful. I have been with you for a few days now. And suddenly you remember something. A fierce presence charging in all 108 directions with its triple calamities. Nothing like the black guy I met in Bracker. Alright. Time to get a new helmet. In the flickering firelight, a tall man emerges. Arnold Beck rushed to England due to the sudden appearance of a portal in Cambridge. Luckily, this gate is only a forced level. But what if the unannounced gates keep appearing? Gates once seen as manageable risks will turn into natural disasters. So Suji requested Arnold Beck to visit Cambridge. Though the gate was open, for Arnold Beck, the world's foremost master, he would surely uncover something. He is their only hope. And when Arnold Beck landed in London en route to Cambridge, he sensed something was wrong. The problem lies in Beck aligning with Jin Yuxiang's direction and the 3 talents. But how could Arnold Beck possibly know that and trace the origin of that unstable thing? And finally arrived at the park where Jin Yuxiang was. The forest foot soldiers stand in the vast square. Arnold spoke to the shadow before him, realizing it was the one sensing the changes in this area, and drew his sword from his space and said, I am Arnold Beck. Cease your actions, or I will see you as an enemy and attack. Yuxiang stands opposite, heavily armed, showing no hint of weakness. He declares, I am your father. Arnold Beck is not just a member of S.Girl. He belongs to another secret organization. That place gathers America's renowned awakened masters, including Amelia Megan and many others. What this secret organization is after is the Mother Green secret. In Arnold's mind, a whirlwind of thought spins. This guy claims he is his father. Anyone who does not watch Star Wars like Arnold Beck can't help but feel confused. Does this guy have any connection to that secret organization? It seems like he is hinting at something. Did he deliberately appear before me? Usually, no one would wear such a strange top hat without a special purpose. Right, in the end, he decided to swing his sword, as there were too many suspicious signs. First, he needed to test his strength. Arnold signals the spear to strike, and immediately Yuxiang pulls out his weapon despite the pain. But on the very first afternoon they crossed swords. Yuxiang was taken by surprise. He sensed a violation in Arnold's strike. And that feeling was absolutely right. Emperor Arnold Beck of the United States, Mexican sword saint Enrique Kahlo, and Chinese sword saint Ngayathan, the 3 supreme CES-level transcenders, believed to have reached the divine realm. They each represent different powerful factions, and all 3 formidable warriors wield swords as their weapons. After that, Arnold Beck was considered to have the highest level of swordsmanship, or so most people believed. Right now, Arnold himself is quite surprised that Yuxiang can actually stand toe-to-toe with him. He easily counters my attack. Arnold chose the perfect moment to use a secret move. But what about this one? He swung his sword in a single, decisive strike, splitting the blades technique. This move caught Yuxiang's attention. Sword splitting technique divides one blade into many, overwhelming the enemy with illusions they cannot distinguish from reality. But with just a few hip swings, Yuxiang swiftly dodged them all, simultaneously grasping the technique from him in an instant. Arnold is stunned. Impossible, he can't even imitate my swordsmanship, and he even split his sword further to counterattack me. Yuxiang's sharp strikes flew swiftly through the air. They strike the ground, creating loud sounds like small explosions. The force of the blast was so powerful that even Arnold was pushed back a few steps. Once he steadied himself, his eyes blazed fiercely. But the weakness of split swordsmanship is that it can be defeated by a focused strike. He carried the flying sword, aiming to swiftly strike the exact center where the swords had parted. At this moment, Yuxiang simply asked, "Is this truly your swordsmanship?" He raised his sword directly against him. Too simple. The secret to breaking his own technique was suddenly grasped by a stranger, startling him. In a fleeting moment of vulnerability, he took a powerful kick from him. Arnold is thrown far outside. As he fell to the ground, he heard the man ask, "Do you want to die?" Yuxiang just punched him in the face, asking if he was serious about fighting. "You useless bastard." Arnold could not believe it and stood up in shock. What was that? He gripped his sword tightly, fear creeping in. Could he have known I fight left-handed? Arnold Beck was born left-handed, but through relentless training, he mastered using both hands with ease. But in martial arts, innate talent is even more important than hard training. Arnold Beck is much stronger with his left-hand sword than with his right to guard against uncertainty. He always hides this truth, but now, the mysterious man with the top hat instantly saw through the truth. Driven by curiosity, he suggested, "If I could defeat you, may I then admire the face behind that helmet?" Who would have thought he would agree right away? "All right then," Arnold asks again, making sure the person is telling the truth. Yusin is telling the truth. But maybe it does not mean anything after all, because, without meaning to belittle, seems that guy taught himself everything. His swordsmanship is far too simple. That is why we can't help but feel regret. Constantly imagining the supreme pillar of the sect, he suddenly dropped his sword and asked, "Arnold," I asked, "are you truly a good person?" Arnold struggles to speak, unsure how he could possibly answer that himself. You ask again, "What is a person's dream?" He mistakenly confused his dream. Yusu nod. "Surely everyone must have a dream or a burning desire inside. Imagine what people will be like 13 years from now." Arnold tightly grips his sword, vowing to end the disaster of the portal. Yusun asks him why, with such strength, he would not become one of the strongest among the awakened. What is the rank of this person? But Arnold shook his head. It did not matter. Even when the teleportation disaster ended. You ask, and hearing Arnold's answer, for between personal gain and the glory of humanity, choosing the latter is only natural. Yusin decides to cease fighting, plunging his sword into the ground. Yusin tells him to look carefully. He broke free with a lightning-fast punch. This is a case where mind and body are out of sync in speed. When Arnold appears on the right, he shows up on the left instead. What the person is reacting to is just my afterimage. He took a solid punch to the gut. This is my true move. Arnold collapses to the ground, gasping for breath, while Yusan stands with arms crossed, saying, "Shall I perform it once more?" Anyone eager to learn, and yet he replied, "Yep. Please teach me." Yusion, satisfied. "Good. Grit your teeth tightly." Next, Arnold volunteered to be pinned down and beaten. Yusin appears on the left, then suddenly on the right. After all that rough handling, he asked him if he had managed to grasp anything at all. Arnold clutches his head in pain. "I did not know. Progress seems slow." So Yusin is not very satisfied. "This won't do. One must experience it firsthand. You mentioned picking up the sword stuck in the ground. Let us move on to the advanced section now." He ordered him to draw his sword. Yusin charged in, saying he would come from the right. Arnold's eye is on the right, but the attack clearly came from the left. He murmurs. With time running out, Arnold closed his eyes and took a reckless chance. Surrendering to the unknown, he raised his sword to block, guided by instinct. Lucky for him, this time he truly managed to block your attack. Arnold is absolutely furious. He immediately praised him, saying, "Well done. And now I will take real action." Yusin spoke no more and unleashed his technique, his swordplay weaving an inescapable web with no openings. After what he taught him, Arnold realized that seeing 6 arms was likely just a reaction to the afterimage. He closed his eyes, focusing, telling himself not to be fooled. Arnold steels himself and strikes with precise judgment. A sharp scraping sound rang out, and Arnold was thrown backward. This time, he correctly anticipated the sword's path to clash. Though only recently trained, Yusin praised him highly. "From now on, you must train not only in defense but also in offense." Arnold sheathed his sword, bowed respectfully, and said thank you. Actually, I mostly wanted to point him out, because I felt sorry for his talent and admired his straightforward nature. This straightforward spirit reminds me of the supreme sect leader. It seems that imparting a bit of knowledge to this guy was the right decision. Arnold spoke up beside me. "I can only express my gratitude with words, which feels so embarrassing. But thank you very much. Seeing the time is late, I plan to say goodbye. Someone is waiting for me now. But they seem far better than him. He is always just begging for mercy." He stepped forward and gently patted Arnold's head. "Such a polite guy. Teaching him is truly fascinating." Arnold timidly asked, "It may be rude, But I must ask once more, who exactly are you? Before answering that question, you must first answer who the person is. You are a top-tier saucer. Only a handful like you exist in the world. Right, you have a bit of power now. Do not you? Arnold nodded. To some extent. Yep. Immediately. He told me the phone number of the person who left. Arnold asks again. Is that your personal phone number? You soon complains. If it is not the contestant's number, then whose could it be? Truly. A real person. Crossing your arms and answering me with my own number feels a bit strange. Actually, I did it because I thought you could help me solve the army problem. According to Sang Lim, the chances of unification are very low. He folded his arms and answered me. Giving him my number was a bit strange. I told you. When the time comes, we will get in touch with him. Okay. Arnold nodded in agreement immediately. Of course. Before leaving, he reminded him once more. Imagine, if one could master psychokinesis, they could shape it into a tangible form. Arnold nodded in agreement immediately. Of course. Before leaving, he reminded him once more. Imagine, if one could master psychokinesis, they could shape it into a tangible form. Arnold, puzzled, asked what the person is saying. Yuzong did not waste time explaining. He directly demonstrated by summoning a large sword with his own spirit energy. Just like this, Jin Yuzong did not expect much from Arnold Beck, but at least if he tried his best, he could reach a certain level. It is the realm where the restless mind converges into intention, and intention converges into the sword of the heart. Arnold glanced stealthily, the sword gleaming like a star. He panicked, thinking, oh no, I have momentarily forgotten my image. I have neglected my duty. Before him, Yuzong performed a blessing ritual with his soul sword, praying for strength to protect him. As he turned away, Arnold hurriedly called out, wait, just one more thing. I asked him what was wrong. Arnold earnestly asked, how can I become as strong as you? Please, teach me. Yuzong secretly does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and runs 10 kilometers every day. The most important thing is to never skip a single day. All right. Someone is waiting for me, so I have to go now. He left, leaving Arnold behind, while Beck still did not grasp the situation. At the same time, tensions run high at the masked demon Rockefeller's place. Okay, someone is waiting for me, so I have to go. Where has he gone? He stood up, telling himself, but I have a few doubts. First, considering he is the ruler of the Central Plains, it makes sense for him to lead SSG work so long, as the Central Plains geographically resemble China. Moreover, he suddenly appeared and became the head of the SSG, an organization wielding absolute power in China. He activated the portal of annihilation. Alright. First, let us investigate him. The gate glowed. Then he appeared like a faint shadow inside the owner's study. Right above Wurselong's head, he held a long, sharp branch in his hand, ready to try it out once. The black branch was hurled at Wurselong, but he seemed completely unfazed. Sitting still, a low-hanging branch thrusts toward the ground, framing the scene. Rockefeller is disappointed. This is not it. Lobelazen's catalyst is a magic that can trigger an uncontrollable explosion. The only way to stop it is to dodge. If Wurselong truly ruled the Central Plains, he would have realized it, and never let them manipulate him from the start. His figure slowly fades away. If it is not him, then there is only one place it could be. This is the Shu Gate, where the Lingung monster was slain and its soul stolen. The forced kickboxing gate in Changnan, where a similar incident occurred. That person is currently in South Korea. He came quietly and left quietly. Fine. Then now I need to prepare a tasty bait to lure him out. Rockefeller vanished into the void, missing Wurselong's deadly expression. After the tense meeting ended, Wurselong sat alone in his private room, locking the door tight. Clutching a fast food package, he seized the moment to fill his stomach a little. Right now, a wave of black bones surged before him. Wurselong, such a nuisance. The masked figure emerged from the mist, calmly asking what he was eating to end up like this. Wurselong chewed as he replied, do you still care about human tastes now? The question made him burst out laughing. The mask says, when I still were immortal, guys, I too was enchanted by the earthly realm of flavors. Wurselong chewed and replied, do you still care about human taste? Wurselong has a truly unique taste, does not he? He said it is like how you humans take herbal medicine to strengthen your health. Right. Wurselong does not want to waste words. A few days ago, your brother came to observe me. The masked one nods with crossed arms. Little one, you can't just watch and walk away like that. Wurselong recounted how it deliberately tested me by throwing a strange nettle branch my way to see if I would react. The mask immediately understood it was the catalyst of Ropella Zanhurst. Rockefeller favored Ropella Zanhurst's magic because its name closely resembled his own. Wurselong sneers, and I see nothing familiar at all. The mask explains that when read by syllables, they sound quite similar. Anyway, what did you do next? Wurselong wanted to fight that guy, but he was too lazy. And besides, I have plans with you. Mask laughed again. If we fight, will the confident one win? After all this back and forth, still no talk of the main issue. Wurselong cuts him off, saying, enough with the nonsense. When do you plan to execute the plan? Nodding. Mask First we must find where the elder brother and younger brother hid the two sword squads. Ursulong despises it when you show up unannounced without a clear plan. Seeing your dark aura is really unsettling. This line made the masked man clutch his head and laugh out loud. Then he started babbling again, saying he really liked your name. Vite 10 means surpassing even the stars. Isn't it just like my own wish? Ursulong sat watching him act, wondering why he seemed like a cheap stage actor, even voicing his own wishes aloud. The mask with crossed arms says live long like that. Everyone wishes for someone who understands them. Now you know why I keep coming back to you. Do not you? Ursulong said if that is the case, then you pay me for the consultation. The mask slowly fades away, saying, I will repay you, no matter what, as soon as we pass this planet. Another stranger comes and goes. Ursulong scrutinizes the gang. They are all just a bunch of troublemakers. He gritted his teeth, saying, I will deal with those guys later. On a beautiful morning by the shimmering shore, Yuzian and Suncream walk side by side, discussing business. Why did you have to contact all the way to the Uke? Is it the Triad? Suncream shook his head. This time it is the Jakuzas from Japan. Why do we only keep running into these gangster mobs? But do not they have those things in Korea? I see them a lot in movies. Suncream explains that in South Korea, all the gangster gangs have been completely eradicated since the former Union prosecutor allied with Skij. He has declared war on crime and returns to say, today's schedule includes a total of 7 transactions. Today is the first time, so it will take place in Bizen. But from next time, everything will be more convenient when held in Seoul. Yuzian, surprised, asked 7 times. Are you afraid we want to cut open the goose to get the golden certificate? Is it because you are afraid your partner will disappear like last time? Suncream looks at him with admiration. Truly, the sect leader is extraordinary, though usually a bit awkward. Their ability to understand and reason is truly extraordinary. Yuzian slammed his hand hard onto Han's head. Suncream clutched his head, shouting, why did you hit me? Calm down. Man, are your thoughts all just dark obsessions? I just heard a wicked thought. Suncream looked away, always sharp when it comes to things like this. Yuzian immediately reminds him. What are you thinking about? And quickly distracted him, urging, come on, we are almost there. Get ready. Subsequent transactions proceeded successfully. Unlike the chaotic mobs, the Yakuza operate with precision and order. After checking the list and the goods already sent, they immediately made the payment. The two left in the white car, Yuzian calculating today's earnings at around 800 million. There are a total of 7 transactions, so the expected income will be 5.6 billion. Adding the 1.7 billion earned from China last time, Yuzian starts, saying today we have made quite a good haul. Suncream nodded while driving, making quite a bit of money. He immediately said, now, give me the real Ferrari. Suncream hurried to explain. It is, I will place the order, but custom production takes time before the goods are ready. You know, Yuzian did not trust him and demanded he place the order first, then show it to me. And another thing, why are you sulking? Suncream, what are you giving up for? My master is driving right now. The time that followed was the Lunar New Year. Yuzian lies on the sofa in Suncream's living room, relaxing. Lunar New Year in Korea. I wonder how it is in Goryeo. Suncream and Soyeon have gone to the market. Suncream's wife's voice rings out from the dining table. Yuzian, I just tried a few dishes. Come taste them. Yuzian happily agrees, sits down at the table, eating while praising how delicious it is, both mysterious and funny. Oh really? Well, that is great. She watches him eat, thinking he is usually so mature, yet now he is acting like a child. As expected, it is best for Yuzian to marry Soyeon. She asked him softly. Yuzian, according to you, what is Hama's family name? You answered Hama. Of course they have already come. 2 mysterious figures laugh, saying she is asking about the baby's gender. He answered bluntly, are you a boy? This surprised the two of us a bit, as he answered me without hesitation. Oh really? Why did you think I was a boy? Yuzian made up an excuse, saying it was just a feeling. The baby's name is Hama, but Hama does not quite fit for a girl. The 2 mysterious figures chuckled. So that is how it is? That could be true. Yuisian just smiled awkwardly. But in fact, Jin Yuzian was telling the truth. I already knew the Nai's gender beforehand, and he also uses his inner strength to help the child grow stronger. It is nothing grand, just helping the child stay healthy and free from illness. Since early on, Yuzian chooses food, suddenly realizing he forgot to tell Suncream. Soyeon scolds Nei Jin Yuzian. Why are you eating all alone? You complain about the weather, and I ask how you talk to your brother like that. Soyeon hates being called brother, so stop calling me that and start acting a little more mature. Yuzian fires back. So you are saying my skin is not just ugly on the outside, but my features are ugly too. Suncream rushes to mediate. Come on. You two. Stop it. Even on a holiday, do we have to argue? And cheers with his hands. But for Tet, let us play Yunori. Let us split into teams with rock, paper, scissors. The result is Suncream and his wife on one team, Yuzian and Soyeon on the other. She asks if you have ever played Yunori before. He nodded, saying, of course. There is, Soyeon cautiously asked. Are you good at this? Yuzian says it is all luck. So what is the point of being good or not? You are truly the best in the game, Soyeon angrily shouts. The best player on the board is Ji Jong-soo. Poor John. Why does his ear suddenly itch whenever someone mentions his name in a bad way? Sister Hyeon smiled and said. But you have to play with some stakes to make it fun. Right. Soyeon angrily scolded. This top scorer is Ji Jong-soo. Ian reminds Soyeon. If you lose everything again. Are you planning to ask Dad for pocket money? Soyeon shakes his head. You still have some pride left. Do not, even if I lose. I absolutely won't take the allowance money for anything, Mom asks one more time. Is it really true? Soyeon clenched her fist and nodded. Of course. Just one round. No backing out. Both Eons immediately agreed. All right. Mom agrees. But if you lose, no allowance for you, Soyeon said seriously. All right. All right. I already know. He sat beside them, watching, and thought to himself how much mother and child truly resembled each other. The two Eons take turns attacking. So it should go from biggest to smallest. Mom, you throw first, Soyeon shouted out loud, lost in the moment. It must be Lux. As the cards fell, Soyeon's face turned to one of disbelief. All 4 cards show the same face. What is Soyeon screaming about? That is all for the movie. Folks, hope you support with a like and share to inspire more amazing films.